He's fucking done it again.
Now can I hear you?
That went real bad, didn't it? I pressed the intro and it showed us all live. Right,
I heard you giggle. I thought, now what's he done now? What a bell end.
Very professional opening so far. Press the intro, it didn't turn up, but hey, thanks ever so much everybody for joining and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hope you're all doing well and thanks everybody for joining. It's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by, well, he's down there this week, Andy with Forgotten Mulder Movies.
Hey everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
Scott from Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello everyone.
And Nige from Rock God 2004.
Hello.
And tonight we have a very special guest all the way from New York. It's Tracy from Nerdy Film Girl. So thanks for joining.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
It's great to get more Americans on the stream, and I hope you have a great night.
I'm sure I will.
Well, it's afternoon for you, isn't it?
Yes, actually just 2:30. So.
Wow. Yeah. Just gone after 7:30 here.
We have 5 hours ahead.
Yeah.
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 What was it now? I think we were about 7 or 8 hours ahead last week with Brittany because it was only morning for her.
Oh, maybe she's in California or more of the west coast of the United States because they're 3 hours ahead of the East Coast. I'm sorry, 3 hours behind of the East Coast. So anywhere in the middle of the states or the West Coast would be a little bit earlier. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's probably where she comes from. I'm terrible with geography, so I wouldn't even know.
That's okay. I am as well. So.
Well, anyway, before we get into the comments, I always ask this every week. But what are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? I'm going to ask Scott first, as he's right next to me.
Yeah, sure. So I watched Never Take Sweets from a Stranger, which was recommended to all, and yeah, that film was awesome. I really, really enjoyed it. I also watched Batman Forever for the first time, which I also really enjoyed. Thought it was quite underrated, to be fair. Jim Carrey's Riddler was absolutely awesome in it, and it has some great music as well. Great film.
Oh, good selection of films there. Are you going to watch Batman and Robin soon?
I will do, yeah, probably next couple of weeks or so.
Oh, that's good. And Never Take Sweets from the Strangers. I've heard it's quite a tough watch.
It is a very tough watch, yes, but very, very good though. Very well made.
Yes, I know Nige has been saying about it for a little while, so I need to check that one out. Awesome.
Definitely.
And talking about Nige, what have you been watching over the past week?
You're going to regret asking me. I've watched more Shoestring.
Oh.
9 Lives. Which is quite bizarre. And Frankenstein Created Woman, which was absolutely amazing.
Oh,
awesome.
Very nice selection of films there. Frankenstein's another one of those Hammer films, isn't it?
Yeah, it was done differently as well. You know, normally when you get when there's a Frankenstein film, they always get like different body parts and stitch it together and build it. This was done differently.
Oh, really?
I've not seen it done like that before, especially with a Hammer film, and it was Peter Cushing as well. If you get a chance to watch it because I like the way it's differently done.
I'll have to check that one out. You can't get it on Blu-ray over here in this country, can you?
No, but I think you might be able to get it on DVD.
Oh, right. Is
That's
it in
a
one of
US
those Hammer box sets.
Yeah,
Can you get it
I think you can get it individual as well. That's a US import, but even that's long out of print now anyway.
Oh, I'll have to have a look for the DVD.
And Scream Factory also have done a version of it.
Nice. And Shoestring, you enjoying that TV show?
Absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
Taking me right back to when I was 11.
Oh, that's cool. Trevor Eve, isn't it, from Waking the Dead?
A very young Trevor Eve.
Oh.
Thing is, when I see Trevor Eve now, I think, Jesus, he's old, because I always remember him as he is in that.
Oh, I'll have to check that series out. Sounds good.
Well, it's funny you should mention that.
I know the.
It's available on network, very reasonably priced, excellent company.
Yeah, it is. I've heard it is, and it's 40% off as well. So
What is there really?
I know.
Wow, that is amazing. Funny enough, I did take advantage of said 40% off offer.
Seems like I might have to partake in that very good sale as well.
I think you should before it finishes, and what a cracking bargain it is.
I know. Nearly 50% off.
Yes, nearly 50% off, as you very well know. 6 discs.
6 discs as well.
6
wow.
discs. What more could you want for about £14?
This ends the QVC section of the stream.
This ends the shameless plug for him, Mr. Shareholder.
I wish. What about you, Mike? What have you been watching over the past week?
So not that much really. I did watch this movie. I don't know if you can see that. It's called "But I'm a Cheerleader." It's a high school. It's like a high school movie with Natasha Lyonne from the American Pie films. It was really good. She plays this girl who she's gay, and her parents, they send her to this school, for like conversion therapy or something. And it's a really funny like satire on like all of that kind of stuff. But it feels a lot like a John Waters movie. Like whilst I was watching it, I thought this has got to be a John Waters movie, but it wasn't. But yeah, it was really good. Really recommend it if you guys haven't seen it. Other than that, I watched Pulp Fiction at the weekend. Just rewatched it because I picked up the 4K and looks amazing on 4K. And yeah, it's an awesome movie.
Mike, have you seen Russian Doll with Natasha Lyonne?
I know my girlfriend's watched it, and I've seen clips of it, but I've not seen it in full.
Yeah, it's got actually kind of a sci-fi twist, and not that like it's a twist ending, but just like the whole thing is kind of a little bit more sci-fi. I did not watch the second season, but I did think the first season was quite good. Yeah,
I really like her as well, Natasha Lyonne, because I only knew her from like American Pie. That's like all I knew her from. But yeah, she's a pretty good actress.
Yeah, it's like a Groundhog Day type of scenario.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, good selection of films there, Mike. I have heard of But I'm a Cheerleader. That came out in like the late 90s, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's got a good cast.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. I think it recently came out on Blu-ray over here.
Yeah, I think it did, yeah.
Yeah, and Pulp Fiction as well. Very nice choice. More on Pulp Fiction later, because there's a question I need to ask you all before we go into the comments.
Oh, awesome.
Well, you should know, Nige. I've asked you about it. What did you think of the idea I was going to sprout out? And he's forgot.
I can't remember. I can't remember my name half the time.
Wow. Well, anyway, it'll be a surprise for you as well. What about you, Andy?
I watched 2 films recommended by Nige, which I had a blast with both of them. The one Scott watched, Never Take Sweets from a Stranger. Yeah. Absolutely phenomenal. And I also watched Murphy's Law, Charles Bronson. God, that movie's brutal.
It is.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Hello there.
Yeah, that airport scene is rough. And yeah, over the past couple of days, I've just been binge watching the Roger Moore James Bond films. So I watched Octopussy last night, and I've got about halfway through View to a Kill this evening. So yeah, just got to wrap them up tomorrow.
Oh, very good selection there. What's your favourite of the Roger Moore films?
View to a Kill.
Ooh, Nice
It's
choice there.
it's probably the worst one, but my God, I love it. It's so entertaining.
It is. It is.
It has
Roger
my favorite James Bond theme by Duran Duran.
Yeah, that's a very good one.
That's a good theme song.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen that one. I may rewatch it. Good selection of films there, Randy.
Cheers, Pete.
And what about you, Tracy? What have you been watching recently?
It's been a very busy month because I just looked at my letterbox to see what I've watched, and I've only watched 4 things. So I apologize. I do watch a few shows. Like I love Succession on HBO, and that's in its final season. So I have been keeping up with certain things like that. But as far as films go, I watched actually for the first time Megan. And I watched the unrated version. I hadn't seen it in theaters or prior, and I liked it a lot. I thought there would be like a little bit more kills, but I think it's a good starting point for a new horror franchise. And I thought the graphics were fantastic. I thought it was really well done. And then I was actually preparing for an A24 stream, so I saw the film 8th Grade, which was directed by Bo Burnham. And it was quite good. I like A24 films in general. I think you get something kind of something you're not going to see in the typical box office releases. Quieter stories that matter, in my opinion. And then Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I don't know if any of you've seen it, but I had a great time at the theater, and I had to get this shirt because James Gunn has been wearing it for like every press interview, conference, whatever. And I saw it. I was like, oh, that's perfect, because that was such an incredible part of the film, those 4 characters. So, and I did rewatch Spinal Tap, but I feel like I actually messaged that to you guys. I think 2 weeks ago I was watching your stream, and I was like, oh, I just rewatched Spinal Tap. So we don't have to talk about that since you all did a wonderful job talking about it last time.
Oh, thank you. But that's a great selection of films there. I still haven't seen Guardians 3 yet, but I've heard it's like one of the best of the recent MCU films.
It really is. It really is. And James Gunn really cared about these characters. And the CGI is fantastic compared to what we've gotten recently with those films. I highly recommend it.
Awesome. I can't wait to check it out myself. For me, what have I watched? Wow, not a lot. I've only watched 2 films. I've watched The 4 Musketeers, thought that was a really good conclusion, and I watched Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke on Saturday night, and I thought that was a really good thriller, mystery, horror sort of film. Also got Robert De Niro in it. Really enjoyed it. Didn't expect to like it, and was thoroughly hooked straight from the get-go.
Awesome.
But that leads me into my question. As we know, I haven't seen loads of films, and unfortunately, I can't seem to be watching Poltergeist because I tried to watch it the other night, and it is too flashy for me. It really hurts my eyes. I think you said, Andy, that there's a lot of flashing lights.
Yeah, if flashing isn't your thing, watch it in the day, with the light on, because it is like there's a lot of like static shots of TVs in that film. But yeah, it's not great if you've got like photosynthesis. It's not going to
hurt my eyes, and I sometimes end up getting a headache during it. But yeah. I am going to watch it. But to make up for it, I thought this would be a fun new weekly challenge for me. I'm going to name 3 films in my collection that I haven't seen, and also they're still sealed. And I'm going to ask you, out of the 3, which one do you think I should watch? And the one with the most votes out of all the people on the panel, I'll promise I'll watch this week.
That's a good idea.
I love that.
I do remember it now. You've said it.
So I've got 3 films. Body Double by Brian De Palma, Zodiac, and Pulp Fiction.
Oh.
You've never seen Pulp Fiction?
I've only just recently seen Reservoir Dogs.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's my vote.
Pulp Fiction. I think it's going to be everybody's vote, I think. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction. Nige?
Zodiac.
Zodiac, okay. Mike?
I mean, all 3 of them are great, but yeah, definitely Pulp Fiction.
Okay, Pulp Fiction. And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, it doesn't matter because I've been outvoted now, but I was going to say Body Double.
Ooh, Body Double. Ah, very good. Well, it seems like the vote is going to go to Pulp Fiction, so I'm going to definitely watch it over the week. I am, and see what happens.
Zodiac is excellent. I have not actually seen Body Double, so I'm going to add that to my list for sure to check out. I like De Palma a lot.
It's one of his most underrated ones. It's brilliant. Body Double.
Cool.
It is, definitely.
Awesome. So, right, before we get into the comments, Tracy, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my channel, I started it during the pandemic and then I kind of dropped it and it's back full steam ahead since about February. Movie reviews, movies that maybe I rewatched and wanted to talk about. During Oscar season, I do a lot for that. It's one of my favorite times of year. Yeah, just if you like movies and, you know, I do some live streams too here and there. I kind of want to get more into that as well. So yeah, that's my channel, Nerdy Film Girl.
Awesome. And you've got a fantastic channel there, Tracy. So if you haven't subscribed to Tracy, and everybody in the comment section, in the panel, please go and subscribe to him down below in the link. All the links are in the description down below. I got there eventually.
That would be quite the task to subscribe to everyone in the comments, but I'm up for a challenge.
But yeah, let's get on with the stream. And first up, we have Peter McCluskey here saying, now StreamYard's playing up for me, saying, hey everyone, looking forward to another great stream tonight. Was Scott's Friday night stream censored? I was trying to catch up, but it's not available.
I wasn't too happy with it, so I removed it, unfortunately.
But there is a stream this week, isn't there, Scott?
There is, and this one should be a fun one for sure.
Absolutely. We got Peter here saying, has anyone picked up the 4K at Midnight Run? It's only available in the USA, but a huge upgrade over the terrible Blu-ray. We have here. It's one of my favourites. It's a brilliant film. I do have the second sight release of it. I thought Blu-ray looked pretty nice, but if there was a 4K over here, I'd definitely pick it up. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, it's fantastic film. Also, one of my favourites. Didn't realise it had the 4K release of it, actually, to be fair. But I do love the movie, so we'd have to pick up 4K of it for sure.
Cool. What about you, Nige?
Never seen it before.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've got the same Blu-ray, and I'm happy to stick with that. I think if the 4K came out over here, I'd probably get it, but at the moment, I'll just stick with the Blu-ray.
Same here. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm the same. I kind of wish, I don't know if they did this, but I don't know if Second Sight did a big box set for it.
No, the standard one.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they missed a trick with that, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. I would have snapped that up because I love the film.
What about you, Tracy? Have you seen it?
I actually have not seen it, and I will preface this before the rest of the stream goes. I love collecting, but I don't currently collect, just because I have a very small apartment, or I should say flat. Yeah, it's impossible for me to even have space for a lot. So I have like my small collection. With my boyfriend, we have like it's not like tiny, but it's definitely nothing compared to, I'm sure, all of yours. And then when I move into a bigger space, I would love to get back into collecting because it is something I enjoy.
Awesome. Right, we have Sam here saying, hi everyone, hope we are all doing well. Hey Sam, thanks for joining, mate.
Hello, Sam.
We got Sam saying, Mike, awesome ranking on the Planet of the Apes films, man. I rewatched Conquest yesterday and really awesome installment. Love Roddy McDowell as Caesar. That scene where he makes that speech is brilliant. I haven't checked out that video yet, so I will do, Mike. Sounds good.
Thanks.
We've got Matt here saying, hi everyone, how are you all doing? Hey Matt, thanks for joining. Did anybody see that Dark Arts Harry Potter 4K Steelbook set? It looks gorgeous. Mine should be arriving this week. No, I haven't actually seen that 4K Steelbook set before, but I hope you enjoy it. Have you seen it, Scott, the 4K Steelbook?
I think so, yeah. I believe Matt put this in one of the group chats that I'm in, and it does look really cool, to be fair. But I do already own the older box set on 4K, so I probably won't pick it up.
Is it all the films?
Oh, sorry, you're okay.
No. Yeah, I'm just curious. Is it all the Harry Potter films in one set?
I think it's all in Steelbook form.
So.
Yeah.
Wow, I would love to get that. Yeah.
Oh, they're a great franchise. I think they're now coming on to Netflix, if I'm not mistaken, over here.
Oh, wow.
What about you, Nige? Have you seen this 4K set of Harry Potter?
It's ringing a bell that I've seen a picture of it recently, but I can't quite remember because it's not the type of thing that I would buy anyway. Laura would probably get it, but I bet it's going to cost an absolute fortune.
I can imagine it'll be pretty expensive.
Probably will be expensive, yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it, but funnily enough, I don't actually own the Harry Potter movies at all, like on physical media. But I don't know if any of you guys have seen them on 4K, but I've read kind of like mixed reviews about the 4K transfers for those movies. So I think if I was to get them, I'd probably just get them on Blu-ray.
I've heard that the 4Ks aren't the greatest, but I think you've got them, haven't you, Andy?
Yeah. I would say the first couple look phenomenal. But when you get to the David Yates films, they're really, really dark. Like I had to fiddle so much with the contrast of the color of my TV.
Wow.
When I got to the later ones, because you just couldn't see anything really unless you switched all the lights off and watched them at night. But when the title comes up for each movie, Harry Potter and the XYZ, it feels like you can touch the title because it's that clear.
Wow.
Specifically on Chamber of Secrets, because that title comes out in the sky, it just looks it's breathtaking on 4K.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I know you don't collect the films, Tracy, but you have seen all the Harry Potter films?
I've seen all of them except for the last two. I know that's like blasphemous, and I just never got around to doing it, but I want to at some point. And I will say this is something that I could see myself getting. I don't like buying box sets before I know a franchise is over. Like I know John Wick put out the first three films prior to the fourth film. And to me, I would rather just wait till the franchise is finished and then get all of them in one pack. So this is something I would definitely be interested in.
Oh, sounds good. I should imagine you can get plenty of different sets over in America for Harry Potter.
I mean, I honestly haven't looked into it prior, but I didn't realize they were doing something like this. And the whole dark arts thing is sold me. So
awesome. Right, we've got Matt here saying Fast and Furious might be considered the fast food of cinema, but I'm looking forward to Fast X because, well, we all love a bit of fast food sometimes. Bring on the outlandish carnage. Yes, coming out this weekend. I think the reviews have literally just dropped for it. And sorry about this. My parents are having an argument in the background.
It's okay.
But yeah, looking forward to watching it when it comes out later this week. I'll probably watch it when it comes out on digital. What about you, Scott? Are you looking forward to Fast 10? Are you going to Fast 10 your seatbelt?
Oh, shit.
No, not for me.
Yes, I went there. Oh, don't worry, they use it for the poster art, they do.
Yeah, that's a bad joke to use for the poster, to be fair. But no, that doesn't really interest me, if I'm being honest. I did used to really like the Fast and Furious films when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, they sort of I don't know, I just don't really like them as much anymore. They're not really my sort of thing. I think they're a bit too out there if I'm being connected with the stories. But I hope that people do enjoy it when they get around to watching it.
Yeah, apparently Vin Diesel said it's now going to be a trilogy instead of a two-parter, so more Fast and Furious is to come. Yay.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah. What about you, Nige? Looking forward to the Fast and Furious 10?
What in holy fuck do you think? Absolutely not.
No worries. Mike, what about you?
I have not seen a single Fast and Furious movie.
Hey, we have another sensible one.
Well, I tell a lie. I have seen the third one because I got dragged to the cinema to see it, like when I was a teenager. But it's been a long time since I've seen it, so I think if I was to watch it again, it would probably be like watching it for the first time. But yeah, I just have no interest in that franchise.
So I can understand that. What about you, Andy?
I just couldn't really care less, to be honest. I still haven't seen the 9th one. Yeah, it's just a franchise that defines mediocrity to me.
Yeah, I can understand that. It feels like they're just doing the same old thing, trying to outdo each other each time, and it's becoming stupider and stupider with each entry.
Yeah.
What about you, Tracy? Are you looking forward to it?
I'm not going to see this in theaters unless it's an overwhelmingly you have to see this type of scenario, which I don't think is going to happen. I saw the first one when I was like 12 because that's when it came out, and then the only other one I saw was I think 7, which was when that was the one where Paul Walker had passed, and someone just asked me like, "Oh, do you want to go to the theater?" and blah blah blah. So I went, and it was a nice, honoring Paul Walker. I don't have interest, but I will say it's good this film came out now for Jason Momoa because I don't think that the Aquaman box office is going to do that well. And I can see him being a pretty good villain, which is what he is in this. So I'm glad he's at least able to transfer to himself to a different franchise if they are going to do 3 of these films, because there's no future with him with DC at this point. I really don't see moving forward. Yeah,
I can agree with you there. It looks like from the trailers, Jason Momoa is having
Momoa.
a fun time.
Samosa.
Yes, and samosa.
He is Samoan, so
Yes, and
Yeah, it looks-
samosa. Is he hot stuff? Hey,
But
it was
looks
better than the one you said.
that was actually on the poster artwork, so it's not all my fault.
Well, I made my own up, so I'm the clever one.
Right. Continuing on, we also had Matt here saying, if Stallone was in his prime, which actor of today would you like to see as a potential dream villain for Rocky Balboa? Wow, that is a question. Oh, I know Scott will be interested to answer this one because he's a big Rocky fan, aren't you, mate?
I am, yeah. I'm trying to think of who I'd like to see.
If we were going by what
Maybe
Hollywood allowed.
Idris Elba.
Idris Elba, that's a good one.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a very good pick there, Scott. What about you, Nige?
I have no idea.
No worries.
Mr. Bean.
It's a difficult question.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean. That's such a good answer. I love that so much.
Mike?
I love that.
I don't know either. Like, I can't really think of like many sort of like young like actors at the moment. Like, I just can't think of any. I'd maybe say the guy who was in John Wick 4, he had like the fat suit on, Scott Adkins.
Yeah.
So I think
cool.
Yeah, because I think he's kind of underrated. He's kind of like a young Sylvester Stallone now, but he's just not really as famous. Yeah, I'd probably just have to say him.
Really cool. Good pick there. Andy?
I don't know. Dave Bautista.
Yeah. Good one there. And Tracy, what about you?
No, that's a great response. I was actually thinking about John Cena. And then also, I know Michael B. Jordan is like the new version of Rocky, but I feel like Michael B. Jordan with old Stallone, that would be a pretty cool match. But
very good pick there. I was actually thinking John Cena as well, but if we were going by what Hollywood would want, I'd say The Rock. They'd probably say, "Oh yeah, we'll have him in the Rocky sequel," but no, wouldn't want that at all.
No.
We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hi guys and girl, I hope you're all doing well. What's the best movie you've seen this month?" Hey Mike, hope you're doing well, mate. For me, what's the best movie I've actually seen this month? I can't remember what I've watched this month, so that's going to be quite hard. I'm going to pass it on to Scott.
Possibly Homicidal, which was another film recommended by Nigel, so thank you, Nigel, for recommending that.
Well, you're very welcome, sir, anytime.
Yeah, definitely. That was really, really good, actually. I thought that was amazing.
I'm going to follow on the Nige recommendation train and say Murphy's Law. That was a great film recommended by Nige as well. I really enjoyed that one. So what about you, Nige? What was the best film you've seen this month?
Well, it certainly wasn't that 9 Lives. Do you know, because I haven't watched that many, I can't remember now. It might be that Frankenstein one, actually. It's the one that's springing to mind.
Good pick. What about you, Mike?
Probably that one I already mentioned. That but I'm a cheerleader. I think it was called. Or I also watched a film called Straight Time with Dustin Hoffman. It's like from the 1970s, but that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, I think that's on the Warner Archives now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one I picked up. Yeah.
Oh, nice. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm gonna say one from the early '90s. I watched. It was directed by Dennis Hopper, called Catch Fire.
That Jodie Foster one.
Yeah. Literally anyone you can think of is in that movie. It's bizarre, bizarre.
Oh,
but yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great.
Oh, very good pick there. With Dennis Hopper as the director, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one.
Sounds really good, definitely.
What about you, Tracy?
Since I only saw 4 films this month, I want to just bypass May and do April and say Green Room. I don't know if any of you have seen it. Patrick Stewart is the villain, and it's about neo-Nazis and punk rock, and it's a horror film, and it's really good.
Yeah.
So
is it an A24 film?
Yeah.
Ah.
It's short. Well paced. There's so much suspense the entire time. Anton Yelchin is in it. R.I.P. him. And he's fantastic in it. I do recommend that for sure. Green Room.
Oh, very good. I've heard quite a few good things about that one. I've heard it's quite brutal as well.
Yes, it is very brutal, but it's really good.
Another one to add to the list. Awesome. Right. We have Edward here saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What's your thoughts on Scream 7 might happen, but without Jenna Ortega?" Wow.
What?
And it's my birthday tomorrow. Well, have a happy birthday tomorrow, Edward. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday for tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Wow. That's going to be a big hole in the cast if she's not in it. Actually, I must admit, it kind of hits my excitement for Scream 7 if she isn't in it. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I totally agree with what you just said, Pete. Seems a bit odd, to be fair. Yeah, not really too sure what to think.
The only thing I can think of is that she's getting so big now, is that she's probably got to skip it due to like other projects. But it'll be a shame if she's not in it. I know Nigel must have in it, won't you?
Yeah, I mean, she survived, didn't she? So it seems daft or not. Even if they want to get it in for some of it and like kill her off, but get her in it, you can't just like leave her out. It's not right. I would like to see Nev Campbell back as well.
Yeah, I agree. She was missed a bit in that, I must admit.
And if it is going to be the last one, I think it's only right she is in it.
Yeah, I do think it should end with Scream 7. We don't need Scream 9 in another 3 or 4 years' time.
No.
What about
Scream
you?
8 would come out before Scream 9, though, don't forget.
Yeah, but we've had 2 in a year, haven't we?
You did jump one though.
I know.
All right, let's hope Scream 7's the one because I don't want Scream 9.
No, I mean, oh, the way they're going, they might release them every year. That's what I'm saying.
Scream 9's about a ventriloquist.
Oh, is it about a Is it about a ventriloquist?
A ventriloquist.
You sound ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist, yes. Right. Ventriloquist.
Trill, not twill, trill.
Ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist.
We'll get there with ventriloquist. Oh, I just did it.
Oh.
And I didn't even think about it. If I don't focus on it, I can say it, no problem. There you go. Wow. Moving straight on. What about you, Mike?
I don't really care, to be honest. If she's in it, fine. If she's not in it, fine. I think they need to give the Scream movies a rest, though. If I'm being honest, I thought the last one wasn't great, controversially. So yeah, I don't really care either or if she's in it.
No worries, mate. What about you, Andy?
I'd like her to be in it. I think the movie would do better if she was.
Yeah, she's definitely the big name for the franchise now. That will get bums on seats.
I think I'd rather have Nev Campbell back, though, if I had to pick between the two. Just to end that original sort of cast thing.
I do agree there.
But I do think the ball should come back because, like, it's another loose end.
You're right there. I kind of wish they just wrap it all up, all the previous films in this one film. So you've done, it's ended now, but they're not going to end it. They're going to keep on doing them. That's the problem.
Depends how they end this, really, I suppose. I mean, I absolutely love them all, but I think they should stop it now before it gets as annoying as Chucky and Saw.
Yeah.
If they end it now, they've ended it on a high for me. So that's it. Do the one, but finish it good.
Yeah. What about you, Tracy?
Well, I think it was a great point that you made that they should have killed her in the last film if she wasn't going to continue. And I think that it would be smart to have your actors and actresses sign a contract of like, yes, you'll be in the next one, because I personally felt the last film was too scared to kill anyone off, and that was one of my biggest problems with it. So they could have killed her, and if she didn't want to continue with the franchise. I agree with Nev Campbell, all of that. She would be fantastic to come back. I also I'm kind of pissed about it because this was supposed to be Scream in New York for the first time they've left their town, and it wasn't even filmed in New York. So it was filmed in Canada, which is like maybe not a big deal, but I feel like for regular movies that's fine. But if your whole marketing is like Screams in New York, then just film it here. Like I'm sure it costs a little bit more, but then don't make this the setting, you know? I don't know.
Yeah. I get what you talk about. I didn't know it was actually filmed in Canada. That's a shame they didn't film it in New York.
Vancouver, I think. Was it Vancouver?
I thought it was Toronto, but I could be totally wrong on that. I can look that up.
So could I, to be honest.
Yeah.
We've got Mike here from T Shizzle saying, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike, thanks for joining.
Hello, Mike.
We have Matt saying, "Great question, Mike. My favourite movie this month would be Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Still need to see Fast X and Sisu. Haven't heard of that one before. Has anybody heard of Sisu? I think it is available in America, Tracy, already. Have you seen it?
It is. I haven't seen it. I'll probably wait, but I have heard very positive things.
Have you heard of Sisu, Scott?
I have, yeah. I've heard this going to be pretty good, so I'm looking forward to checking it out, to be fair.
What about you, Nige? Have you seen Seesaw? Seesaw?
Seesaw? Seesaw? No, and I haven't seen Roundabout either. I've never heard of that.
I think somebody said it's a bit like John Wick. I'm not entirely certain, but if it is, I'm interested. What about you, Mike? Have you heard of Sisu?
I'm just looking it up now. So I think it's like a treasure hunter who fights Nazis or something, by the sounds of it.
That just sounds bizarre.
Sounds like Indiana Jones a little bit, but like
it does. That's what I was thinking. Oh wow! And Andy, you heard of it?
I've heard of it, but I couldn't. Like Mike just saying what it was about was the first time hearing anything to do with the plot. But yeah,
now he doesn't give a shit.
You know me too well, Nige.
Aye.
We've got Mike here saying, anybody seen the Jurassic Park 30th anniversary limited edition from Zavi? They've released.
Oh my God! Yes, it looks absolutely beautiful.
Is it a steelbook?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
in a hard case with our cards and stuff. I would love it.
Ooh, very nice. What about you, Scott? You seen it?
I haven't, no, but sounds pretty cool. To be fair, I'd have to have a look at that for sure.
Awesome. Mike?
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it, but I haven't really looked into it too much.
Yep, no worries. And Andy?
No, I haven't seen anything of it.
No worries. And Tracy, I don't think they... Do you have Zappy in the US?
I don't believe so. So I have not seen it, but I did figure it out. It was Montreal where they filmed. Yeah. So.
All right.
It's not just a Zavi exclusive, though. It's on Amazon as well.
Oh, cool.
Is it? Oh, it's on Amazon. Oh, that's cool.
Nice. I'll check it out then.
Matt says, yes, Mike, they've put out 2 designs and I don't know which one to go for. There's 2 designs.
I didn't see 2, I saw 1.
Probably
they might have their own exclusive then.
Yeah, one's exclusive to Zappy, one's exclusive to Amazon. We've got Matt. We'll get there. Mike. Which classic horror would you love to star in? That's a good question, Mike. Ooh, that's a fun one. What do you think, Scott?
Maybe Halloween. I think that would have been quite cool to be in the original Halloween.
Very nice. Very good pick there. I'm thinking one straight away, probably Fright Night. I think that could be quite fun.
Oh, it's a good choice. Yeah, I didn't think of that one.
What about you, Nige?
Probably one of the Friday the 13th.
Good picks. Mike?
Yeah, probably one of the Friday the 13th or the Halloween films or Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah. Andy?
Just throw me right into Night of the Creeps.
Oh,
I still haven't seen that.
I love that film. 80s high school college parties with zombies and Tom Atkins. Just throw me right in.
Yeah.
I'm there. Yeah.
Wow.
Demons would be another cool one to be in, to be fair, as well.
Yeah.
Demons. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a brutal one.
It is, yeah.
And what about you, Tracy?
I would probably want to be Janet Leigh in Psycho. Yeah, like not even just like obviously the shower scene is so iconic, but I think that whole scene with her in the car where she thinks she's being followed is just like there's so much tension, and you know, it's a really good death. I feel like, you know, that you don't see coming.
That's a really good pick there, Tracy.
Thanks.
Right. Next up, we have Mike here also saying, thoughts on the Equalizer 3 trailer. Really enjoyed the first 2. I did see the trailer for this one. This one looks more brutal. It's going to be the final one. It's going to see him reunite with the young girl who was in Man on Fire, so that's good to see. Coming out in September, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Scott?
Haven't seen the trailer yet, but I do love the first 2 Equalizer films, so I am definitely looking forward to this one as well.
Great stuff. Nige,
I have no thoughts.
no thoughts?
Not seen any of them.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
I also have no thoughts. I have not seen them or the trailer.
No worries. And Andy?
No, I've not seen the trailer. I thought the first one was okay at best, and the second one was a bit lackluster. So I'm not really excited for it.
That's understandable. And Tracy, what about you?
I haven't seen any of the films, but I do love Denzel Washington, and I felt the trailer was very let's try to do John Wick feeling to me. So I would be open to it. I definitely would like to see the first films prior to seeing the third rendition.
I do think the first one is probably better than the second one. I do agree with Andy. The second one's a little bit disappointing. Right. We have Matt saying, on the Fast 10 trend, what is your favourite stunt moment in the franchise thus far? For instance, mine is the skyscraper jump in Fast 7, Cars Don't Fly. That is a very good question. Even though I've seen every single one of them, I cannot remember half the stunts they do, but pretty much all of them from about 5 or 6 onwards are pretty much death-defying and totally unreal. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to say the one where they strapped a rocket to a car and where they went in Fast 9. Even though it's absolutely stupid, that's the only one that I can think of. So I'll say that. What about you, Scott?
Possibly the same one as Matt, because I can't remember most of the stunts in the Fast and Furious franchise, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to skip Nige because I don't think he's seen any of them. Mike?
You can skip me as well. I've not seen them.
No worries. Andy?
The only thing I can remember about the whole entire franchise, because it's just it just all blends into one for me, is I just remember at the start of the second one, there's this huge boulder guy just dancing at this party, and it just makes me chuckle. I don't know why. It's the only thing I can remember about it.
That's probably about as good as it gets.
Yeah.
I can't even remember that part, to be fair.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember about that whole franchise.
Probably goes to show its quality and all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about you, Tracy?
Yeah, that's. I think he just said it perfectly. They all blend together, and I believe I've only seen 2 of the films, but I did hear about that rocket stuff that you were mentioning, and I heard that that's when things just got so ridiculous. And maybe if they were just like a little bit more self-aware and played into that, then it would be more likable or enjoyable to the audience. I don't know.
Yeah, I do agree. I do wish they go a bit more grounded, like with the first one. I think that's probably the best for the franchise. We have Mark here saying, with Hollywood making numerous remakes and sequels, what is a franchise you'd love to get a new sequel or remake? That is a good question there. Personally, I'm going to cop out and say I'd prefer to see Hollywood come out with some new ideas instead of bringing out reboots, remakes, and sequels to old films. So I'm going to say, Hollywood, please make some new original ideas. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go exactly the same as you, Pete, because I'm getting old franchises coming back and bringing out sequels and remakes to great classic films. I would love to see some new ideas for Hollywood films. That would be fantastic.
Awesome. What about you, Nige?
As long as it's a one-off, I would like to see a remake of Jaws, but I would want them to totally follow the book instead of copying the original film.
That's a good idea.
Because there's quite a lot of the book is totally different to the film. Totally different. It's a bit darker as well. It's not as like there's not humour in it and stuff. I think the characters are a little bit nastier.
I didn't even know it was based on a book. I didn't even know it was based on a book, Jaws. There you go.
Pete Benchley.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. What about you, Mike?
I'm going to go the same as you, Pete and Scott. I'm kind of sick of Hollywood just making sequels and remakes to movies that nobody's asking for. Like Coming to America. Things like that. I just want to see them do more, original movies.
Yep.
And less Marvel shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or preferably none at all.
What about you, Andy?
Nige might kill me for this, but I wouldn't mind seeing a remake for The Burning.
Ooh.
No, I think I'd be intrigued actually.
Yeah. If they did it kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like if they did what they did with that remake to that film for The Burning, sign me up.
If they could pull it off as good as that, it would be awesome.
Yeah, it would.
It would.
Yeah. And I wouldn't mind seeing a remake to Sleepaway Camp, but I don't think you can get away with that today.
Right.
I like that. I don't know. I think I like that as it is.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's got a charm to it.
It's just for me, it's that ending.
Oh yeah.
If they remade it, you'd know what was going though.
True. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
What about you, Tracy?
There's a film called Cube from 1997, and I think that it just didn't have the budget that it deserved. And I watched it a couple months ago, and the acting is pretty bad, but the concept is so awesome, and I would love to see a really auteur director do something fantastic with it. I know that they are remaking Vertigo, which I don't really have an issue totally with. I feel like that's gonna. There are Hitchcock films that I think with newer generations are going to want to remake. I don't think David Fincher's doing it, but if I was gonna say Vertigo, like I would love David Fincher to do that, as well as even like a David Fincher to do something like Cube or something like that. Someone who's a little bit more I loved what he did with Zodiac, as you mentioned earlier. So that kind of director.
That's a very good idea there, Tracy. Right. Matt, Mike was saying, gotta be Fast 2 ending car stunt onto a boat. We've also got Matt here saying Extraction 2 looks badass. Shame it's not getting a theatrical release. Did any of you see the first one on Netflix? Underrated gem with Chris Hemsworth. I saw the trailer for the first one and it did nothing for me. Not too fussed about this one. What about you, Scott?
I did see the first one. I did actually quite enjoy it, to be fair. Thought it was a decent action film. I didn't connect too much to the story, but I thought the action scenes were actually very well shot, and choreography in those scenes were absolutely incredible. So yeah, I'd be down to watch the second one as well.
Great stuff. Nige, have you seen the first Extraction?
No, but it sounds like a fucking dodgy dentist thing.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen it.
No worries. Andy?
No, same as Mike, not seen it.
And Tracy, what about you?
Unfortunately, I've not seen it, no.
Next up, we have Mike here saying he watched Species for the first time in years over the weekend. Really enjoyed it, just forgot how good it is. Yeah, it's a good film. I quite like it. You seen
Never
it?
seen it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it either, no.
Oh, it's got a great cast in it. It's got Alfred Molina in it.
I love him.
Ben Kingsley's in it as well. Go on, Mike. I think you've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's kind of like a guilty pleasure. It's not like, I don't think it's a great movie, but I do have fun with it. But yeah, like I've seen the second one and I didn't like that one at all. But yeah, the first one's okay.
I've heard there's about 4 of them because they've got this big box set of it, and I've heard 3 and 4 are even worse. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I really like the first one. It's not good, but it's fun. Like, it's a good time. The cast is amazing. I didn't actually mind the second one. 3 and 4 are just absolute dog shit. Avoid at all costs. But that 88 box set that they put out is stunning. It's gorgeous. But yeah, the first movie's a fun time. It's a fun time.
Yeah. And have you seen it, Tracy?
No, I haven't, but that cast makes me want to. So I wrote it down.
We've got Minhaju here saying, good evening, everybody. Good evening, mate.
Hey up.
Hello, mate.
We've got the viewer Drew saying, hey, what's up? Hey, Drew.
What's that?
Hello, Drew.
We've got Minhaju here saying, why, hello there, Pete.
Oh, you've pulled.
Why, hello there, Minhaju. Hope you're well.
Good God.
We've got Mike here saying, what's the favourite steelbook that you own in your collection? I've got quite a few steelbooks just lately. I'm not a huge collector of them, but I'm starting to quite get into them. I know the film Reminiscence with Hugh Jackman. I thought the steelbook looked really nice on that. And the Dragons Forever steelbook that I got from 88 Films, I think that looks great as well. So they're my 2 picks. What about you, Scott?
Possibly the German steelbook that I got for Better Off Dead. That's a really nice looking steelbook.
Nice, and what a great film as well.
Yeah, love that film. Think it's great.
Nige?
I think probably Fright Night.
Nice.
The 4K of Fright Night.
Yeah, it is a nice steelbook. I think Andy's got that as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Mike, what about your steelbook of choice?
I've got the 10 Star Trek movies on steelbooks. I think they came out quite a few years ago now, but they've all got like the original poster art on them. And when you put them together, all the spines like form like the logo. And yeah, they're pretty cool.
That's a cool one. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, either the Arrow, Big Trouble in Little China, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or recently the Rambo set I picked up. I mean, they're just out of this world, especially the first one.
Yeah.
The Rambo
Stunning
steelbook
box
looks
set,
stunning. It is. Very nice.
The Wild Things was another nice one.
Yeah.
Yep. What about you, Tracy? Do you have any steelbooks?
I only own 2, but this is my favorite. The Batman. It's really cool. I never get to do this. I feel like all the YouTubers that are collectors, they always show off their stuff, and I rarely get to. But it's a really cool steelbook, and you know this is a poor job of me showing you, but I like the steelbooks a lot. I like that they're they have that tin feel to them, and I don't know, they do like pretty special art design for them. I don't know. I like this one. It's fun.
That's a really nice one. Right, we have Minhaju here saying, has anyone seen the trailers for Five Nights at Freddy's and a sci-fi film called The Creator? They look pretty good, and if you've seen them, what's your thoughts? I haven't even heard of The Creator. I know they're doing a Five Nights at Freddy film, but I haven't checked out the trailer. I'm not too fussed. What about you, Scott?
I haven't heard of The Creator before, but Five Nights at Freddy's is something that's never really appealed to me, so I haven't bothered checking out the trailer for.
No worries. Nige, I'm going to gather you ain't heard of them.
I've heard of Five Nights at Freddy's, but I've not seen the trailer for it, but I've not heard the other one.
No. Mike?
No, I've not seen the trailers, but I've seen the poster for that Creator, and initially I thought it was like a Star Wars spin-off. I think the poster kind of looks a little bit like a Star Wars one, and I think like Star Wars producers or the director has something to do with the film. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Oh shit! I'm glad I haven't heard of it.
Let's keep it that way. Star Wars. You've sold me at Star Wars, Mike.
Jesus.
What about you, Andy?
No, haven't heard anything about the creator, and I saw the poster for Five Nights at Freddy's, and yeah, I lost all interest.
And Tracy, what about you?
I've never seen the original, so I am looking forward to checking out the new trailer. I hear it's just supposed to be like over the top ridiculous. So, you know, I'm open to seeing the trailer at least. I don't know if I'll see the film, but I'll make my decision after I watch that.
Cool. We've got Danny here saying, "Hi, hope you're all good. I'm getting there still." Hey, Danny. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Danny.
Hello, Danny.
Glad to hear you're okay. Mike says Big Trouble in Little China deserves a 4K release. I think we can all agree with you on that. That's a good candidate there. We've got Minhaju here saying it would seem that The Flash may be getting a May release straight to HBO Max. So that sounds awesome. I'm not complaining, but do you think that would be a film that needs an experience on the bigger screen? Well, I thought I was going to cinemas. Considering it's getting quite good reviews from critics, I'm surprised it would go straight to HBO Max. I'm not too fussed about the film, but because Michael Keaton's in it, I will check it out eventually. What do you think of this, Scott?
Yeah, I agree, Pete. I thought it was also going to a cinemas as well, and with it being such a big film, I think it makes sense for it to go in the cinemas as well.
Mike?
Yeah, same. I think it should go to cinemas, and yeah, that's how I'd like to experience it.
I'll skip Nige because I know he's not a superhero fan. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, just from the trailers alone, I think it deserves to be in the cinema.
Yeah. And you, Tracy?
I can't imagine it getting a May release to HBO Max. I that would be, I think, completely against what they've done because they're already dealing with a problematic situation, but they personally feel the film is that good that it doesn't matter. And so everyone just needs to forget about Ezra Miller and watch the film in theaters. And honestly, like, I'm so excited to see this movie. I love the trailers. I love the characters involved. You know, I am going to assume this will be Ezra Miller's last time as the Flash, and this will set up everything moving forward. But either way, like, I'm so excited. This is one of my most anticipated films of the year, and I love that Michael Shannon is back as Zod. Yeah, I'm excited, and I love the responses from Cinecon that everyone got to see it. They said it was fantastic. So I'm really excited to see the film.
Oh wow, I didn't know Michael Shannon was back in it.
Yes, he's back from Man of Steel as Zod. I love him so much. I'll watch anything he's in.
Yeah, he's a great actor. We got Mark here saying, "What's the most you've spent on a Blu-ray or 4K release?" Ooh, I'd say probably 40 quid, 50 quid maybe on an Arrow box set, but I haven't spent anything more than that. I'm going to say about 40 quid. What about you, Scott?
I think I spent 150 quid on that Criterions.
Oh, nice. What about you, Nige?
It was probably the Friday the 13th Screen Factory box set or the Arrow Herschel Gordon Lewis box set. I think Friday the 13th was about 130, 140. Herschel Gordon Lewis, I can't even remember. I think it was over 100 though.
It's a nice set though. I've seen that one before. I've seen
Yeah,
the lunchbox design, cereal box design, should I say?
No, the one's even bigger than that with a 7-inch single in.
Is it? Oh, I didn't know it had a single in it. That's cool.
There's two. There's one that's like a cereal box, and then there's another bigger one, which has got a 7-inch single in, an eyeball, and I think it's got a bath bag as well and other stuff.
Oh wow, that's quite cool.
I think it's got a cereal box like the other one, but different art on it as well inside.
Well, that seems like a quirky set. Very
I did the video. Get it watched, and you'll see them both.
Okay, and I'll check out your video. Thanks for the hint. What about you, Mike?
The only one I can think of is that Dawn of the Dead Second Sight box set. I think I paid about 80 quid for that when it first came out.
Cool. What about you, Andy?
I won't say which set it was, but you can probably guess. It was out of print, and I paid £385 for it.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Wow.
Yeah,
I know what it is. Yeah. Nice set though.
Yeah.
What about you, Tracy?
I'm just gonna pass because I don't know, and I would like to phone a friend on this one if I could, but I'm not going to. Yeah,
No
I'll just
worries.
say I'm sure it's hasn't been astronomical, but that doesn't mean I won't do that in the future. So
Cool. We have Mike here saying I watched Fatal Attraction movie for the first time over the weekend. Really enjoyed it. What's your thoughts? Fantastic film. Really do enjoy it. I do kind of prefer Basic Instinct over it, but it's been a while since I've seen Fatal Attraction. Glenn Close is brilliant in it, so I do want to check it out again. What about you, Scott? Have you seen it?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant film. One of my favourite films, starring Michael Douglas. Really cool movie from the 80s. Glenn Close in it, and it's got some really good tense scenes in it as well.
Definitely. What about you, Nige?
I absolutely love it. I saw it at the cinema twice when it came out in '87, I think it was. And I've got the premium Blu-ray. I would love that 4K, the collector's box one. I do intend to get it one day. But yeah, it's an amazing film. I think I actually like it better than Basic Instinct. I've watched it more than Basic Instinct.
Oh, cool. Nice. Looking forward to rewatching it. It's been quite a while since I've seen it. I have got
It's
the Blu-ray
amazing.
myself.
It's absolutely amazing. The acting in it as well is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's one of the Michael Douglas's best films, I do think.
I think it's probably my favourite one.
I think for me it probably might be Falling Down. I think he's fantastic in that one. For me.
That's
Well,
my
I've seen that
favourite as
once.
well.
Oh, I watched it for the first time last year and absolutely loved it. Oh, such a good film. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think just the general idea of that movie is terrifying. Just being in that situation would just be so scary. And yeah, I think I agree with Nige. I like it more than Basic Instinct. I just think it's an awesome movie. But that scene with the rabbit is just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is.
It's a tough watch. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've only seen it, I think, once or twice, but I remember really liking it, but I've never had the urge to go back. A lot of people sort of, when they say Fatal Attraction, they throw in Basic Instinct as well. But the movie I associate it with more is Disclosure with Michael Douglas. That to me is a bit more of a realistic movie where a woman sexually harasses a man, but accuses him of sexually harassing her, and he just doesn't really have a leg to stand on. And that is kind of like the more scary, realistic thing for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's good. I think
the film I put more with Fatal Attraction is the Clint Eastwood one. Play Misty for me.
Yeah.
That's a creepy film as well.
It's kind of like an earlier sort of version of it. Except he's not married in it. Obviously, he's free to do what he wants. But God almighty, she is absolutely batshit.
Yeah. It's the obsession part in it.
She's terrifying.
Yeah.
And it played Misty for me. I think she's actually scarier than Glenn Close was.
I think you could be right there.
It was when I watched it. I thought it was absolutely horrific when I first seen it.
Yep, I agree. And what about you, Tracy?
I won't be ignored, Dan.
Oh, you
fucking
hell! You sounded like a man. Oh, you freaky fucker!
I love that Disclosure was brought up because that's what it's called, right? Disclosure. Yeah. There's a show on Netflix called Big Mouth, and it's like Nick Kroll and John Mulaney, and it's an animated show cartoon about kids in like that are like 13. And one of the episodes is their high school is doing a musical version, or it's not even high school. It's like, 7th, 8th, 13-year-olds. They're doing a musical version of Disclosure. It's so ridiculous.
Wow.
Fantastic show if you guys have not seen it. But yeah, Basic Instinct, I feel like, is a great film, but I feel like Fatal Attraction's script is just really tight. It really, it says so much with doing less, and I really love that film, and I think it is kind of borderline horror film. I would normally say it's a psychological sex thriller, but I feel like it does that horror aspect in the third act is just, whew, yeah. So love it.
Awesome. Next up, we have Sam here saying,
Yes.
Tracy, I'm off to New York for the first time ever for my birthday in under 8 months' time. What are the go-to record stores you would recommend?
I don't have any off the top of my head, but I will tell you to go to either the West Village, East Village, Soho area, like downtown. Get out of Times Square. Like, do what you need to do in Times Square. Like, enjoy that for a bit. But New York has so much more to offer than just Times Square, and it's a lot more relaxed and chill. And there's like really cool culture around the entire city once you get out of that area. So that's what I would say. So go downtown for the cool record stores and great jazz clubs. Fantastic.
Ooh, that sounds good. We've got Minhalju here saying, hey, Scott, hope you're well. I didn't get a chance to address this, but my comments on your previous streams have not been appearing for some reason. I'm really gutted about this. I think there's some glitches on the StreamYard, isn't there, Scott?
Anything I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, we'll check that out. I think there might be some glitches on StreamYard, so sorry about that, Minhalju.
Yeah, sorry about that, mate.
We have got Sam here saying, what's everyone's favourite Blur song? The first one I can think of is Song 2. It's only like a 2-minute song, but I quite like it. What about you, Scott?
Probably the song I done called To the End.
Okay, good one. What about you, Nige?
I'm not a fan of Blair, but I do like Song 2. Actually covered it in a band I was in years ago and I sang it. Jesus Christ. I actually don't mind Park Life as well.
I don't mind Park Life. That's pretty good as well. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, there's one song they did that has a really cool guitar riff called Beetlebum. That's a pretty cool song. I like Coffee and TV, Country House.
Oh, God, I hate that song. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, I quite like them, to be fair. I like them a lot more than Oasis.
Cool. Nice. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, mine's Coffee and TV.
It doesn't surprise me one fucking bit.
Yeah, I love that song. And is it Girls and Boys?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
The two that Nige absolutely despise are my favorite.
I've got a headache just thinking about that Girls and Boys thing. Oh, man. It's horrendous.
I think I know which one it is, and I'm not the biggest fan of it as well.
It's just over.
Yeah,
it's just
I'm not a fan of that one.
Yeah.
That one gives me a headache.
Damn,
Good
it's bad.
Andy. Good bits, Andy. What about you, Tracy? Have you heard of Blur?
Yes, and it might just seem cliche, but I agree with Nigel with the song 2, just because I think it has a really fun energy to it, and it kind of gets you like pumped up. So, like, let's start this night. Let's get out and party, and let's get things rolling. So.
Absolutely. We've got Mac Chats here saying, "How do you lot?" Hey, Mac. Hope you well. We have Edward here saying, so finally, Avatar The Way of Water is streaming on Disney Plus on June 7th. So you're going to be watching it, so it won't be long before we get a physical release. Yeah, I'll be watching it on Disney Plus. It saves me picking it up when it comes out. I'm not the biggest fan of the first one, so I'll give it a shot on Disney Plus first. And if I like it, I might pick it up. But that's cool to see it's coming. It's been quite a while. It's been in cinemas for like nearly half a year, like 6-7 months, I think.
Yes, Pete, I'm curious why you didn't see it in theaters. I would love to hear that.
I wasn't the biggest fan of the first one, so I skipped this one.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I mean, I think because the whole thing with those films, it's like you might not resonate with the story because they're pretty paper thin, but they are kind of like, well, you should see it on a IMAX big screen. So I was just curious that like even that didn't really sell you into going to see it in the theater. I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, it just wasn't that fussed, but it'll be on. I should imagine it'll be IMAX 4K on Disney Plus, so I'll check it on there.
Right.
But I can imagine it would look amazing on the cinemas, but I wasn't too fussed.
No, I totally understand that. Yeah.
What about you, Scott? Have you seen Avatar: Way of Water, and are you going to watch it when it hits streaming?
I haven't watched it yet, no, but I do plan on watching it when it comes out on streaming, definitely.
I'm going to gather Nige isn't going to watch it at all.
You gathered correctly.
Mike, I think you were quite a fan of this one, weren't you?
Yeah, it was a big surprise for me because I like the first Avatar, but I wouldn't say I love it. It's kind of I don't know. I've become less interested in it every time I watch it, but I thought the second one was pretty good. It was quite long. It was maybe a bit too long, but overall I really liked it. Yeah. So but I'll probably wait until it comes out on physical. I won't bother watching it on streaming.
Oh, that's understandable. What about you, Andy? You have seen it, haven't you, as well?
Yeah. I do want to pick it up, but I'm just not in a rush to rewatch it. I just felt so drained by it. I just felt like I'd seen it all before in terms of story.
Yeah,
it was just cut and repeat from so many other films.
I can get that. And I'm going to gather you've seen it, Tracy. What did you think of Avatar?
Yes, I agree that it felt too long. There's so much stimulus in the theater when you see the movie, and I also saw it in 3D. And you're just bombarded with these incredible visuals for 3 hours. I think it was a little over 3 hours actually, and it was a little too much. So I feel like if they had cut like a half hour, I think they could have easily, and it would have been a much more digestible film. I think the underwater stuff, I think for special effects and visual effects for the cinema in general was again groundbreaking. I know that the first Avatar was groundbreaking, but no one shot like this underwater before. I mean, he literally had all the actors trained to hold their breath for over 10 minutes at a time, over months. The underwater stuff was fantastic to me. And it was a very, it was his love letter to the ocean. It was very pro, like, let's, take care of our ocean. But I didn't feel like it was necessarily like too preachy. But I don't really think I want to see it again anytime soon, just because it was so much like other people have said tonight in this panel.
Yeah, I can understand. I think it's like about nearly 3.5 hours. It's quite a long film.
Right, and John Wick didn't feel 3 hours. I think it really was it was so massive, and just to be in that for that long, just you need to like take a step back, and I'll revisit it when I can. I respect the visuals, and that's pretty much it.
I've heard from a lot of people John Wick 4 just flew by at just under 3 hours. I haven't seen it yet, and I cannot wait to pick it up when it comes out.
Oh, well, that's another conversation altogether then, sir.
We got Danielle here saying, "Evening, everyone. Thoughts on the up-and-coming
Hello,
Five Nights
Danielle.
at Freddy's? I'm intrigued." Hey, Danielle. Thanks for
Hi.
joining.
Hey,
We did talk about this a little bit earlier. We're not too fussed about it, but if you pop back about 20 or 30 minutes, we were talking about it. But thanks for joining, Danielle. Hope you're doing well. Right, we've got Minhalji saying, "I really do love your channel and content. It's amazing. I just feel a little disheartened that I can't seem to interact with your streams, and hoping you can fix it soon, Scott. I would really appreciate it."
Yeah, sorry about that, Minarju. I'll try to get that sorted.
We got Mark here saying, "What's everyone's favourite Netflix original film and series?" I haven't actually seen a lot of stuff on Netflix, so I'm going to back out of this one. I haven't had Netflix since probably about 3 years ago, and I wasn't really impressed with it. So, oh, actually, no, I did watch one last year. That was on Netflix called The Adam Project. I quite enjoyed that. I thought that was pretty enjoyable, so I'll say that. What about you, Scott?
Was Uncut Gems a Netflix original?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would have to go with that one because actually I really enjoyed that one.
That's the one with Adam Sandler, isn't it? And loads and loads of swearing.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that's a really good tense film, that.
Ooh, nice. What about you, Nige?
Film, I'm actually going to say one that everybody slags off, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Series, I would have at one point said Stranger Things, but now definitely Wednesday. I had an absolute ball with that. Loved it. I've never even seen any of the Addams Family films. The only Addams Family I've seen is the black and white series. After that, it just didn't interest me. But this, I thought, I'll watch it. Wow, fantastic. I'm hoping that gets a physical release.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for series 2.
It's done by Tim Burton as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't even like his stuff normally.
Wow.
Having said that, there was some episodes I looked at, and he doesn't direct the entire series.
Right.
I've seen a few names on there, but he's obviously behind it big. He's done like most of the thing on it, I think. But yeah, it's fantastic, and I can't wait for season 2.
Nice. What about you, Mike?
There was a movie. I don't know if this was like a Netflix original, but I think you can only watch it on Netflix. But there's a movie called Veronica. It's like a Spanish horror movie. It's kind of like a Conjuring type of possession movie, but I really liked it. It was it was very creepy Spanish horror. And there's a TV show called Dead to Me with Linda Cardellini and Christina Applegate. I didn't actually finish watching it, but I enjoyed what I saw of it. Thought it was pretty good.
Oh, really? No. Really
Dead to Me
nice.
is very
That's
good. It's a shame with season 3. I only watched season 1 and 2, but Christina Applegate got diagnosed with MS, and so I think they kind of had to really rush season 3 and end it. But I really enjoyed that series as well.
Yeah, it's good.
Cool. What about you, Andy?
Netflix film, probably Tick Tick Boom or the Pinocchio movie.
Yes, the Guillermo del Toro one. That's good.
Yeah, and series, it's more of like a docu series, but I'm gonna have to say The Movies That Made Us.
Oh, Movies That Made Us. That's a good idea. Oh.
Yeah.
What about you, Tracy?
First of all, great choices. Tick Tick Boom was one of my favorite films that year. Fantastic job by Andrew Garfield, Lin-Manuel Miranda. Amazing portrayal of getting not only the show that Jonathan Larson created, but also really giving us a sneak peek to what his life was prior to his death. Fantastic film. And also the other one you mentioned,
Pinocchio.
Yes, Pinocchio. Loved it. I saw the Guillermo del Toro exhibit at the MoMA, and they had all the figurines. I thought that was such a beautiful film. Fantastic choices. I would say as a series, I know it's a one-off series, so I don't really know if this counts, but I really loved The Queen's Gambit a lot. And that was really my first introduction to Anya Taylor-Joy, even though I guess I had seen her before that. I guess I just didn't really make that connection. So I loved that entire series. And then as far as films go too, I loved The Power of the Dog. I thought Jane Campion did a fantastic job. I loved Benedict Cumberbatch. I thought he was a fantastic villain in that movie. It's not for everyone, but I really enjoyed it, and I don't know. I will give it a thumbs up. So.
Very good selection of stuff there, and you've caught my ear with The Queen's Gambit. I'll have to check that out.
That's got nothing to do with The Queen's Gambit. You know as well as I do what exactly it's got to do with.
It's a chess move, technically. Yeah.
No,
so
it's just because Anya Taylor-Joy's in it. He wants to marry the woman.
She's a redhead in this one too. You'd like it.
Oh wow, I'm sold. I need to subscribe to Netflix tomorrow. Definitely.
There was an upsell in chess.
Body's getting sickening, isn't he?
Sorry, so sorry, Nigel. I didn't mean to control.
I've heard a lot of people say it's pretty good. So it's about chess, is it?
It's riveting, yes, and a bunch of people's like chess sets were flying off the shelves when that came up. I think it like broke Netflix because it was so popular. But it's well done. I think you'll like it.
Okay, I think I definitely will like it. Thanks for the recommendation. Matt says Air was fantastic. 80s pop culture mashup at the beginning was bloody awesome. I haven't seen it, but it's hit Amazon Prime, so I do want to check it out soon. It's a Ben Affleck film, and I've heard pretty good things about it. You seen it, Scott?
Not yet, no, but it's definitely a film that I plan on watching. I've heard amazing things about it so far.
Awesome. Nige, have you heard of it?
No.
No. Mike?
No, not seen it yet.
Andy, I think you've seen it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely loved it. Was just so happy to see it on the big screen. Because the opening is just an onslaught of pop culture from 1984.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sounds great. What about you, Tracy? Have you seen it?
You're on mute.
I think she's muted, isn't she?
I'm so sorry about that. No, I can't. I haven't seen it, but I can't wait. I think it is about one of the most iconic shoes ever made, and really, I mean, sneakerheads now still are so into them. It's really incredible what they did with that, and I'm really excited to learn the history behind the shoe. So
awesome. We've got Matt Chats here saying just picked up a nice vinyl of Squeeze's album Argy Bargy, a replacement for my old one I broke. Any fans of Squeeze? Favorite album or song? Didn't they sing Up the Junction? I quite like that one.
Yeah.
So I'd say Up the Junction. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, that's my favourite song of theirs as well. I absolutely adore that song.
Awesome. Nige?
I've actually got most of their singles on coloured vinyl. I like Cool for Cats, Up the Junction, and Slap and Tickle's another good one, which you don't really hear much.
Never heard of that one before.
Well, it was a single.
Oh. What about you, Mike?
I'm not the biggest fan of them, but yeah, I'd probably just have to say Up the Junction and was it Cool for Cats? Is that the one you said now? Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, my favorite song by them is a song called "Another Nail Through My Heart."
That's a great.
That's another good one.
I love that song.
I've heard of that.
I think it's great.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I have to listen to it. What about you, Tracy? Have you heard of Squeeze?
I've heard of the bands, but I haven't heard their songs, and I just looked them up really quickly, and I played like a little bit of it, and it seems so up my alley. So I'm definitely going to be listening to this stuff as soon as possible. So I really liked what I heard.
Oh, cool. I hope you like it. Yeah. Right, we have Edward here saying, finally got to watch Air recently and got to say, I absolutely loved it. Watched it on Amazon Prime and the soundtrack was amazing. The cast were outstanding. Highly recommend it. Glad to hear you enjoyed it, Edward. I will watch it soon. We've got Sinjin here saying, good evening all. Hope you're all well. So can you tell me what actor really gets on your tits? The one you can't stand the most?
Wow.
You worded it very well, Sinjin. What about you, Scott? Do you want to go first?
Maybe James Corden. Everything he's in, he just annoys the hell out of me. So yeah, I'll go with him.
Yeah, I can understand that. He is an annoying one. What about you, Nige?
Oh, Mickey fucking Rourke and Russell Crowe. I can't abide the pair of them.
Mickey Rourke isn't too bad in that Angel Heart. Actually, I thought he was going to be annoying, but I was like, hey, he's pretty good. But yeah,
If you want him to annoy you, just look at his face. He's just got this annoying. Just everything about him's annoying. I just can't stand the fella.
He kind of resembles a bit of a lasagna now, but he was all right back in the day.
A battered lasagna at that.
Yeah, battered lasagna. What about you, Mike?
I used to hate Russell Crowe and Kevin Costner. I don't know what it was. I just couldn't stand them. But now I've kind of grown to them. But I think now I'd probably say Chris Pratt. I don't know. I just don't like him at all. I find him really fucking annoying.
Does he live up to his name then?
Yeah. But it's just a shame. He's like everywhere now, like Guardians of the Galaxy and Jurassic World and just all that kind of stuff.
Oh, now I know what you mean. He was in there, the OC. I think that was the first thing I'd seen him in.
Did you see him on Arrested Development? I'm not sorry, Arrested Development. No, Parks and Recreation.
Yeah.
That was also that was his first. He was a lot schlubbier back then, and it was before his superhero stuff. So I was curious. Aubrey Plaza was on that show. Yeah.
Oh, before he hit the big time, weren't it?
Yeah, he was in a film with his then wife at the time. Is it Anna Ferrell from the Scary Movie movies?
Yes.
Yeah.
He did a film with her called Take Me Home Tonight, which starred Topher Grace. It's a great 80s. Well, it's like a 2000s movie set in the 80s. It's really fun.
I love Topher Grace. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll check that one out. Sounds good.
That sounds good.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's a good time.
What about you, Andy? What's one actor that gets on your nerves?
Even saying his name, I cannot stand Michael Cera.
Wow.
I hate him. I just hate the guy. I just think he's useless. Yeah, he's about as useful as a handbrake on a canoe. I just can't stand the guy. He's just why he's a guy who's just clearly in the wrong line of work. He's just not cut it for me as an actor.
Would you rather plat snot than watch one of his films?
Probably. I'd rather count sand. But, yeah. No, Juno was one I hated, but it has grown on me. But yeah, I just no. Just don't like the guy. Yeah. Molly's Game's all right as well. He's all right in that. I can tolerate him in that, but anything else, no.
He's in the new Barbie film as well. I see he popped up in the trailer.
This is controversial, but I hated Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I hated that movie.
That is his weakest film. Edgar Wright's weakest film. I do agree.
Yeah.
What about you, Tracy?
I cannot stand The Rock, and I've had this feeling for years and years and years that I just felt he felt really fake. And I felt the way he handled the whole Black Adam DC thing was just so cringy. And now they're doing a live action remake of Moana, which no one asked for. That film just came out as an animated movie. And I feel like he's just so desperate because he literally thought he was going to be the center of the DCU. And now it's just like, oh, well, then like we can distract them because then they can say I can sing and dance. And like, that'll be, I can't stand it. And I feel like Vin Diesel is probably right in their argument because I guess maybe like 3 years ago, they had a falling out and he's like, I'm not doing any more Fast and the Furious movies. And again, I'm not a Fast and the Furious fan, but I can see Vin Diesel's perspective on that. And I just get so cringed out when I see The Rock. So, yeah.
Oh, fair enough. My pick is his best mate, Kevin Hart. Can't stand the bloke. I find him so darn annoying. Every time he's up in a film, I'm like, oh no. I was watching that what's the film called? Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw, and he pops up halfway through the film, and I'm just like, oh no. There's like 5-10 minutes of them having a laugh and a joke on the plane. I'm just like, yeah, this wasn't needed. And then there's a film with him and The Rock in called Central Intelligence. And that was awful. I could not stand that one little bit. Central Intelligence, awful film. So yeah, I don't mind him in the Jumanji films. He's all right in them, but yeah, he can stay in Jumanji, and that's about it. We have True Action Star here saying, evening, Pete and the crew. Looking forward to tonight. Evening.
Hello, True.
He says, another fun evening with a brilliant bunch of lads with some great chat. Why, thank you.
Thank you, mate.
The Viva Drew says, good news, shared this stream on my channel.
Oh,
thank you ever so much. Really do appreciate
awesome.
it. We'll have to get you on in the future, Drew, if you'd like to come on. We've got Matt Chat saying, managed to knock off another Section 3 film this week, Love Me Deadly. It's about a woman who, let's say, romantic feelings for people who are no longer living. A strange film.
Sounds like a nice lad.
I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, haven't heard of it. Has anybody heard of it?
No.
No. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, Matt Jax. We have Matt here saying, evening all. What's your favourite acting performance by a musician?
Oh.
I'm going to say Lady Gaga in A Star Was Born. She was incredible in that. That was a fantastic film. And I honestly can't wait for her in Joker 2. I think she's going to be a revelation in that. I honestly do.
I'm so excited for that. Yes, I'm so excited.
Yeah. When it was announced that she was Harley Quinn, I was like, you've just picked the perfect person for it. I'm there day one. Really excited for that. I'm sure it's going to be good. What about you, Scott?
I'm also going to go with Lady Gaga, but in A Star Was Born, her performance in that was absolutely sensational. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, completely agree. And Bradley Cooper was really good in it as well. He'd done a lot of work behind the scenes as well. He was a director, writer, and he even wrote the songs as well. What about you, Nige?
All of the Foo Fighters in Studio 666. If I had to pick one, I'd say Dave Grohl, but they were all just so funny in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still need to see that one. I've heard it's a fun film.
Oh God, it is.
I really want to watch that, to be fair.
Yeah, there's a lot of cameos in it as well, I've heard.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mike?
The one that comes to mind for me is probably Cher in a movie called Mermaids with her.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably say any movie with Cher because I think she's a great actress, but that's probably my favourite with her.
She's really good in Mask.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
She is great in that.
Yeah, she's a good actress. A good pick there. Andy?
I'll say Cher again, but I'll say Witches of Eastwick.
I agree. Great film. Love that.
That film's so fun.
It is. Great cast as well. And what about you, Tracy?
I definitely would have said Lady Gaga as well. But I guess, and this is not current, this person, but I would say Jared Leto from years ago, Requiem for a Dream, even Dallas Buyers Club, like before, way before Morbius, obviously, and way before even House of Gucci. I thought he did some really great stuff. American Psycho as well. So
he was a pain in the ass in Urban Legend.
Oh yeah.
God, he got on my wig.
He won't even acknowledge that film now.
Would he?
You say that
Really?
to him, and he's like, don't talk to me about it. Yeah.
Wow.
Why? I love that film.
Yeah. Don't know. Yeah.
Does he think he's better than that
Yeah.
film or
You
something?
got to remember where you come from.
Of course.
No chance of him
Without that
signing
film.
me quad poster then, eh?
Quad.
I've got the Urban Legend quad. Will you sign that for me? I guess not.
No, he'll sign your Morbius poster though.
Oh yeah, however many minutes to Mars his shitty band is. Can't remember what they're called. Is it Minutes to Mars they're called or something
30
like that?
seconds, 30 seconds to Mars.
I was close.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting muddled up with Minutes to Midnight by Linkin Park.
It's a good question though, because I was actually going to say Will Smith, and I was like, well, did he start his music career after he started acting? Because like that, early on, that can be a.
His music career was actually before acting.
It was okay, yeah. So then,
is he a musician or just a rapper?
Well, yeah, rap, I guess, but it was like PG rap. That was always the thing with him. It was like very wholesome, like more like 80s beatboxing type of stuff. Yeah.
Throw a guitar at the fucker. Let's see how it impresses with that.
Yeah.
Instead of walking along going yo 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 and all that bollocks.
I can remember him doing the Men in Black.
Men in Black?
The Men in Black, yeah.
Men in Black?
The Men in Black. They weren't.
Ladies in front.
He turned down the Matrix to do Wild Wild West.
Wow.
I remember that. I've heard that.
No wonder he fucking had Chris Rock. He had to get his anger out somewhere.
Oh. Right, we have Mike here saying Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer looks really good. Yeah,
oh no, thank you.
Looks great. Not a fan, Nige.
Nothing to do with nuclear. No thanks. I don't like to think about it.
I can understand that. I'm not the biggest Christopher Nolan fan, but the trailer does look really good, and it has got a really good cast in it. Robert Downey Jr., Florence Pugh, who else is in it? Matt Damon. Quite surprised by how
Cillian Murphy. Yeah, so good.
So you're looking forward to it, and Tracy?
Oh, I'm so excited. I think I'm going to actually, I want to try to do a double feature that weekend because it's Barbie and Oppenheimer. And I kind of want to I'll do Barbie after Oppenheimer, obviously, because that makes sense. Something lighter after something very serious. So
yeah, sounds good. What about you, Scott? Looking forward to Oppenheimer? Oppenheimer.
Are you looking forward to Oppenheimer?
So you're looking forward to Ointmentheimer? Oppenheimer.
Ointmentheimer.
Oh, Jesus. Ointmentheimer. Ointmentheimer?
Oh, fuck.
Jesus.
Maybe
struggling with the word the next.
Yep. Yeah. Right. So you're looking forward to Oppenheimer, Scott?
I am, yeah. It does look pretty good, to be fair, and the cast in it is fantastic. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Brilliant stuff. I think the film is entirely shot on IMAX as well, so that's good to hear. What about you, awesome. Mike? You looking forward to I've said it again, Oppenheimer.
I'm not mega excited for it because I'm not like the biggest Christopher Nolan fan, but I probably will go and see it anyway. I mean, to be fair, I did think Tenet was a bit of a return to form for him. I didn't actually mind that movie. So yeah, I probably will go and see it.
Oh, that's good to hear. I quite enjoyed Tenet as well. I thought it was a pretty entertaining film. What about you, Andy? You looking forward to the film?
I'll go and see it, but I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'll give it a watch, but I'm not like hyped for it or anything.
You'll be shitting yourself probably when you realise when you're going what's about.
Yeah, probably.
No thanks.
Right. We've got the Bad Lieutenant here saying, evening all, as the actress said to the Bishop, this is going to be a long one.
Giggity. Filthy beast.
Right. We have the Bad Lieutenant saying, evening Mac, that film sounds a bit like Yorg Butterkissed. Butterkissed.
Butterkissed? Here's a bag of popcorn. Does it look like Yorg Butterkissed? You have serious issues.
Well, it looks similar to it. So we have Yorg Buttergeist, Necromantic. There you go.
Butterite.
Butgerites.
It doesn't say butter.
No, it doesn't. Buttergeist. A bit of a mad show. We got Matt saying necromantic left me in a bad taste in my mouth, put me in a bad mood for the rest of the day. Real life animal cruelty isn't the one.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. We have Lewis here saying, "Hi everyone, hope you're doing good." Hey Lewis, thanks for joining, mate. Hope you're well.
Hello.
Hey. Well, who's listening? All good, your end. Right, we have Edward saying, so it looks like Arnie says he's finally done with the Terminator movie, so what's your thoughts? What do you think? Yeah, it's only a matter of time. I think the Terminator franchise should have ended after either 2 or 3. I don't mind Is It Salvation, but the previous 2 weren't very good at all, especially, is it Terminator Judgment? Oh, that's dreadful. I hated that one. Yeah, I think Terminator franchise should stay in the past and just leave it there now. They just don't know what they're doing with it. They keep trying to recreate the success of Terminator 2, and it's never going to happen. Scott?
Yeah, well, I agree. I think it's about time they say done with the franchise now, because the previous films haven't really done much for a lot of people, and I think they should have ended it after the second or third one as well.
Awesome. Nige?
Yeah, should have ended it after 2. I've only ever seen the first 2, and I'll keep it that way. So my thoughts on it is about fucking time.
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, that franchise ran out of steam after the second movie. They just haven't really been able to do anything decent with it since. I think if they were to do anything with it, it's probably better that they don't get Arnold Schwarzenegger back, because the last 2 times they've tried to get him back, the movies just haven't worked. So I just think they need to just try and do something new. But at the same time, I just don't think enough people really care about this franchise anymore.
That's very true, I must admit. Because the last 2 films didn't actually do well at the box office, did they?
No.
What about you, Andy?
Same as everyone else. The first 2 are the only ones worth watching. Yeah, I just hopefully, if Schwarzenegger's not interested, studios won't be interested in making them.
Hopefully so. And what about you, Tracy?
I think it's good when someone understands that it doesn't need to continue and you end things on a high note. It's kind of like, I don't think anyone here watches Succession, but it is the final season. It's the 4th season. And a lot of people feel like it's too early, but I think the writers understand that you can only drag a concept out for so long without it becoming stale. So I agree. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is like a lot more with it. And I don't think he's tone deaf when it comes to what people want. And I think that was a really great statement that he made.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing with like Succession, that they're ending it super early before it gets stale, because some TV shows just go on and on and on. It's nice to leave people at a point wanting more than wanting it to end, a bit like The Walking Dead.
Yes, 100%.
We had Mark here saying, what's everyone's favourite 80s slasher film? I watched The Perv the other night, and I got to say it became one of my favourites. Oh, cool.
What's the what the other night?
Did you say The Perv?
Did you say The Perv?
Did I say The Perv? Oh, The Prey, sorry.
Fucking Prey?
I thought you said
Louis, man.
I thought you said Purge.
You said The Perv?
The Were you watching him or was he watching you?
Right, The Prey. Sorry about that, Mark. Yes, The Prey. I don't know why.
I watched The Perv the other day. What the hell have you been watching, really?
Oh dear. Another one. Right. Yeah, The Prey. I've heard of it, haven't seen it, but very good question there, Mark. I know there isn't a film called The Perv. Well, I don't think so, but we'll move on from that.
I'm sure you'll hunt it down if it exists.
No, I ain't going to. What about you, Scott?
I'm gonna go with Burning. Great slasher film. I absolutely adore that. I think the scene on the raft scene is absolutely incredible. One of my favourite scenes in 80s slasher cinema. So yeah, I'll go with Burning.
Awesome. What about you, Nige?
Friday the 13th.
Very good. What about you, Mike?
I'm going to go with Friday the 13th Part 2.
Ooh, nice pick. Andy?
That much in it for me. I love that one as well.
Yeah, I might have to go with Part 6.
That's a good one.
I love that as well.
Yeah.
They're my favourite 3.
Part 6 is brilliant. I just love it. Yeah.
1, 2, and 6.
Yeah.
Still got the 6th one to watch. I've only seen the first 2, so I need to watch the rest of the Friday films.
For me, she's the best final girl in 6.
Is she? Oh,
Yeah.
cool. What about you, Tracy?
I was thinking of franchises and not specific films when this question was asked. So I guess, well, my 2 favorite franchises from the 80s, not that I don't love everything that everyone said tonight, because I think all of yours are like so awesome. I have I love Nightmare on Elm Street. I love the whole Freddy Krueger concept a lot. And I watched a lot of that because it was on TV when I was like probably like way too young to watch it. And it really terrified me. And then but I guess, yeah. And then I also love the Chucky movies. And I know that they're not technically like great, but I think there's just such a fun comedic quality to those that I also think works like with the balance of the horror aspects in those. So I think dolls in general can be just horrifying. So that's kind of why like the Annabelles and the new, Megan, it's like this inanimate object that all of a sudden is going to like kill you, I think is a very scary concept. So
yeah, I do agree. It is pretty terrifying.
I absolutely loved Megan.
Yeah.
Good, actually.
I actually love the Annabelle films as well. A lot of people say they like the Conjurings, and they always say that Annabelle's crap. You're joking, aren't you? I love it.
I skipped the Annabelle ones because I've heard a lot of people say they're not very good. That's why I've just
are
with the Conjuring films.
They're amazing.
I might have to check them out. And are the cast from the Conjuring films in the Annabelle films, or was it just the doll?
I think they're in it briefly.
Yeah, it's like a crossover, I think, right?
Yeah. Somebody on the internet, it's been done a few times, but they've listed the entire lot, all the Conjurings, all the Annabelles, the Nun, that one I can't pronounce, La Llorona thing.
La Llorona.
That, yeah. They've put him in order to watch him in the timeline, so I think Annabelle's the first one to watch. You can they've actually put the photos of the covers in like on a pile, so if you want to watch the entire thing in order, you can actually get it on the internet somewhere.
Oh, I'll have to have a look at that. I know there's.
I've never watched them in that order. I must admit, if I'm going to start them, I'll probably watch like the Conjurings, and I'll watch the Annabelles or whatever, and then I'll watch the others afterwards.
I know there's so many films in that series now. It's only about 10 years old, and there's like about 10 or 11 films.
The worst one for me is The Nun.
I've heard that's pretty bad.
And I thought that was actually going to be one of the better ones because of like, Jesus Christ, she is one scary bitch. She horrified me when I first see her. I couldn't even look at her. But when I went to see the film, I was like, well, that could have been one fuckload better. It was all right. It wasn't absolute garbage. I was just disappointing. But apparently they're doing The Nun too.
Yeah, they are doing a sequel.
So we're all going to shit our pants again. Oh, God, the face on it. She looks like Marilyn Manson, I think.
Yeah, a little bit.
Imagine a change you got to get it for PayPal.
For me, for my favourite 80s slasher, I'm gonna say Nightmare on Elm Street. I really enjoyed the original one. I think it's such a creepy one. I'd like the second one as well. I think the second one's very underrated. Those first 3 ones are fantastic. Make a great trilogy. The third one is just so much fun. You've got a young Lawrence Fishburne in it, and you've got a great soundtrack as well. It's creative.
Yeah,
it's very creative, and the whole concept of it's the thing we all need to do at some point is to sleep so our bodies recharge. And if you're going to die during that, or you can't sleep, it is just like that is just you feel for characters in that scenario. You just want to go to sleep.
Yeah. The whole premise of it is scary because everybody's got to do it. Yeah.
Yep.
We definitely need an updated box set of them.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. We need a 4K.
It's getting on my wick waiting. I don't mind if it's 4K or Blu-ray. I would like 4K, obviously, but even as right, we'll do a Blu-ray one, but like with the unrated Part 5 and all that. And yes, I want the remake in it.
I don't know whether it's to do with licensing issues. Is it?
Scream Factory said they tried. The Warner Brothers just wouldn't let them because they said it's still an active franchise. That was their words. You know how much I hate that word, but yeah. But even though like nothing's come out since the remake, which is God knows well over 10 years, well over.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought the remake up because the remake is not necessarily a good film, but I think the casting choice of Jackie Earle Haley was like a really smart choice. I thought he was a great replacement, Freddy.
I think it's far better than what people say it is. It's hated. And the only two reasons I can read is because A, it's not Robert Englund, and B, they don't like the fact that they called him a child molester and not a child killer. Well, it's pretty obvious if he fucking does one, he does the other. It was insinuated that he was one, but in this one, it outright comes out and tells you he was, and people didn't like that. That's no reason to say it's a crap film.
No, I agree with you.
I thought it was really, really well acted, and I went to the cinema to see it, and I thought, I didn't have enjoyed it. I had a ball with this. I think it's far better than Part 5, put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, part 5 and 6. Not a big fan of them too.
I like 6. Freddy's Dead. It's 5 and 4.
I don't.
They're the only two iffy ones for me.
4 weren't too bad for me, but 4 couldn't get
4
into it.
4 was better than 5, but 5 was.
Yeah, 5's a struggle.
I quite like the fourth one, to be fair.
His makeup, his makeup in 5 is terrible.
Yeah.
And that when he first comes into it, and oh God, when he says that god awful, it's a boy. But he says it like a nanny kid in a schoolyard type of way, and I just want to go to him. Fuck off. It's a boy. I'm like, oh God, I just want to die inside. It's awful. There's some good bits in it, but the film itself.
I still haven't seen New Nightmare yet. That's the only one I haven't seen. That is
so clever.
Yeah.
That was Wes Craven's brilliant way of like bringing the whole thing and finishing it. And he did it well. It was so different.
I will have to check that out. We got Bristolian Dave here saying, "All right, me babbers."
All right, me babbers.
Hey, Dave.
Whatever that means.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is that I was gonna say, what does babbers mean? But you're saying you don't know what that means either.
I think it's a play on the word babies, but it's all right, me love type of thing. And
okay, cool. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. In other words.
Yeah, it's essentially that.
Babbers. You gotta make that a thing.
All right, me babbers.
Yeah.
Are we dead?
We've got Mike here saying, "Edward, thanks goodness, leave the Terminator franchise alone. Done more damage making this terrible sequels than leaving the original to bask in their glory." Absolutely. We've got Luke here saying, "What is going on, everyone? Hope all is well."
Would you like a vomiting dog?
Aw, hi.
Filthy beast.
Simba. Hey, Simba.
Hey, Simba.
Hello, Simba.
Here he is.
Oh.
There, you fool. There.
Oh, he's cute. Right.
Yeah, Luke is someone that I collaborate with sometimes, actually. He and Movies and Trains Studios, I think you see in your chats quite often. They're actually YouTube friends of mine too. So.
Are they? Oh,
Yeah.
so
Cool.
thanks for joining, Luke. I think this is the first time I've seen him on the channel, so thanks for joining.
Yeah.
And the next comment is an indicator on how far behind in the chat we are.
Oh my God.
Nice late countdown. 2 hours behind.
Are we?
No, I think. Oh, I see. Yeah, you count down because we were about 5-10 minutes later. So, right, I see.
Yeah, because when I went live, we were all here, and then I pressed the button again, and it come on. We have Matt saying probably best Edward since there hasn't been a good Terminator film since T2. Yeah, I could agree with that. Sam loves Squeeze, great band. I got near all their singles, and my favourite album is either East Side Story or Argy Bargy. Nice.
I've heard this
Argy
one.
Bargy.
Oh, yeah, bad attempts talking to Matt. We got the viewer Drew saying, "How are you guys for the Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary coming out in June?" There's a documentary about him, is there? I didn't know. Yeah, I'll be up for
News to me.
I do like him. I know he's doing a TV series, like a comedy TV series. I don't know whether that's it. Have you heard of the documentary coming out, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I would be interested in giving it a go, to be fair.
You haven't heard of it, Nige? No.
No, I'll probably watch it, though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I should imagine it'll be on streaming on either Netflix or Apple TV. What about you, Mike? Have you heard there's a documentary about him coming?
Yeah. I think a trailer came out the other day. Yeah, it looks really interesting. I think it's like a 3-part documentary on Netflix, like literally just about his whole life from childhood and all of his success. And yeah, it looks really interesting.
Oh, have to check it out. Andy?
Yeah, I saw, like, I didn't watch the trailer, but I saw the trailer come out, and I'll give it a watch when it does finally come out. But yeah, because I love Arnie.
And Tracy, what about you?
Yeah, I've known it's coming out. I think he's a very interesting guy, so I would definitely watch that. I loved. I think it was during the pandemic. Maybe he did like a little at-home video, and it showed like all of his I think there were like little donkeys, and just going into his house, and he's like, "Oh, it's time to feed the donkeys," and it was just like adorable. And yeah, I think he's a very interesting guy, and he was groundbreaking for so many people that came after him. So,
Oh yeah. I do agree. It'll be a very interesting watch, and he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
I think there was something that came out in the news the other day where he actually helped one of the neighbours fill in a pothole in the road where he lives or something. We've got Minhalju here saying, "Oh, hello, nerdy film girl, Andy and Mike, and nice to see you back, Mike. Hope you guys are doing good." We've got the Bad Lieutenant saying 5 hours ahead. That makes a bloody change for this live stream. We've got Danielle saying Jim Carrey carries Batman Forever. He is very good in it. I do agree, Danielle.
Yeah.
We've got Matt Chat saying that he watched Lawrence of Arabia and he's going to watch The Plague Dogs soon at the weekend.
I would love to see that.
Yeah,
Plague
same.
Dogs.
Yeah, it's the same one who did Warship Down.
Animated one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about dogs, believe it or not.
Oh, I thought it'd be about cats. That's a shame.
I think that's where they got the film, the title from, The Plague Dogs.
Yeah.
I think that's how they got it.
It's meant to be quite a rough movie, that. Like, I've heard.
Yeah.
It's a hard watch.
Worse
worse
than
than Warship Down. Like, much worse.
Worse than Watership Down? Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Right, we fucked with the Watership Down. What can we fuck with next? Dogs. This'll get them.
Yeah. Has anybody seen The Plague Dogs here?
No, I've heard of it though.
Yeah,
I am stunned that nobody's seen it because everybody used to say to me, "You've never seen The Plague Dogs?" And now all you haven't either. I don't feel so bad now. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good though.
Yeah. We've got Sam here saying, "What's everybody's favourite movie villain?" Very good question there. Can you think of one, Scott?
I'm probably going to go with Captain Ryder and David Dead just because of how evil and menacing he is in that film. And yeah, he's just absolutely fantastic in it.
Nice. Very good pick there, Scott. Nige?
Oh. Villain. Possibly the one out of the original Dirty Harry.
Yes.
Andrew Robinson, because you just hate him so much. He does it so
Scorpio.
well.
Yeah. He's
Scorpio, yeah.
in that. Yeah.
He's amazing.
He is. He's so unhinged, and when he takes that school bus, oh, that's creepy as well.
When he pays that bloke to smash his head in, Jesus wept.
Yep.
That's just all kinds of messed up, that.
It is. What about you, Mike?
I think I'm definitely going to have to go with Sanchez from License to Kill. Robert Darby is just so terrifying in that movie.
He is. He's really good in that one. Great pick there, Mike. Andy?
So, I love it when there's a villain in a movie that you absolutely hate and cannot get behind, and you want to see them get killed. And for me, it's Jason Isaacs in The Patriot.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
He's just horrible.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. That's a Mel Gibson film, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. And what about you, Tracy?
I went the opposite route, and it's a villain that I think people enjoy, even though they're like, it's one of the most like fucked up characters ever. And that's Alex from Clockwork Orange. I like, yes, it's a teenager doing the most horrific things, but you're so captivated by Malcolm McDowell's performance, and you kind of like want to hang out with him in a weird way. And then, you know, at the end, Kubrick decided to choose the original ending from the book that later had changed with another version of the novel where, so like at the very end of the book, Alex goes back to being evil in his mind. But then I guess the writer didn't, he changed the ending for another release novel where Alex is a saint and like he's totally fixed of all of the evil in him. And, you know, that went away. And Kubrick was like, no, like the whole point is that like there's certain things inside of him that are never going to go away. So at the very end shot where like you see in his brain just like mayhem and sex and just like a debauchery, like you're kind of like cheering for that, even though it's like so awful, like of everything you've seen him done. Sorry, that was not a sentence. Seeing what he's done. So yeah, I think he's a fantastic complex villain that you are kind of cheering for the entire time, and also kind of makes you think about yourself and why you are gravitating towards someone this awful. So hats off to Malcolm McDowell. I think that's a fantastic role.
Brilliant pick there. I still haven't seen Clockwork Orange. I've heard so many amazing things about it.
Pete, you need to within the like. I'm gonna like text you every day to make sure you watch that movie at some point. Oh my goodness!
You're wasting your time.
You're going to be used to this. There's a lot of films I haven't seen. Actually, to be honest, when I first started this, I was a heck of a lot worse. There was films that people were saying, you haven't seen? Stuff like Halloween, I never saw. So.
Well, how old are you?
26.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So,
that's okay. You're getting into your renaissance as a film viewer. Yeah. You get like just getting ripe to just watch everything. No, that's cool.
Well, to my credit, I've actually only started really the past 3 years, probably 2 or 3 years, watching all these films that people have recommended. So I'm getting there.
Yeah. I'm going to make a list for you, I think. That'll be good.
That would be a good idea. I'd appreciate that. I'll probably end up saying I've actually seen most of it. That'd be a surprise.
No, that's great. I mean, I love movie recommendations from other people too. So
another good villain. Oh, I absolutely despise, and I love it when what happens to him, is Patrick Swayze's best mate in Ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You love it when he gets his, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I must admit, Patrick Swayze in Point Break, he's really good in that as well. He's like the villain character in it, and you watch how that goes on there. He's great in that. The villain out of wow. I won't say what, but I'll say Dressed to Kill as well. That's a very good one, but I won't reveal anything about that. And I do agree with you about Scorpio in Dirty Harry. From the moment he appears on screen, he just demands the whole scene, and he is terrifying.
He's vile.
He could do anything. He's so unhinged, and it does make you quite scared watching him, what he's going to do next.
Yeah.
Has anyone here watched Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because I still think Joffrey is like,
yeah,
you are so happy when that 12-year-old kid dies. Oh my God, he's the worst. And that poor actor though, like, hasn't gotten any work after that series because everyone hates him so much. But yeah, great villain. Oh my God, hated that.
Is he the blonde one who gets poisoned to something and starts throwing up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that guy.
Yeah,
sucks.
Laura watches it. And I saw that bit. And she was swearing and saying, "God, fucking die!" Is that right?
Yeah, he's
perfect.
a despicable piece of shit.
That's how everyone
The only other thing I've seen him in is Batman Begins, but that was before Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, he was a little baby in that.
Yeah.
He was like 7 or something. Yeah.
Wow. Next up, we have Mike here from Digithy that saying, who's an actor or actress who primarily does comedies or rom-coms that you'd like to see a main part in a horror movie? They can't have starred in a horror movie previously. Ooh.
I nearly said Jim Carrey out the number 23 or 31, whatever it is, but that's an older one. If he's already been in one, you can't have it. I mean, to be honest, Jim Carrey acted in that and he was fantastic. He should do more straight acting because he's daft as assholes when he does comedy.
Yeah.
You do find it with comedic actors that they do very well with like serious drama. I'm gonna just say Melissa McCarthy because she was really good in a film called Can You Ever Forgive Me, and I'd like to see her do some more serious roles. So yeah, I'll say her. Scott?
What I'd like to see.
Possibly Scarlett Johansson. Off the top of my head, I think it'd be cool to see her in a horror film.
That's a cool pick. Nige?
I would like to. I don't know if he's done one. If he has, I haven't seen it. But I would like to see, and I don't mean hide and fucking seek, but I would like to see Robert De Niro do like a proper shit your pants scary horror film.
That would be good. I'd be up for that one. That's a very good pick. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, the closest one with him was the Cape Fear, right? With the Scorsese's
movie. Which is like it's more of a thriller, really.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you. I'd love to see him do some like super horror too.
But hide and seek was supposed to be horror. Where I saw that at the cinema, I was like, "Oh my God, it was garbage." It was one of those films where the trailer makes it look absolutely mint, and then when you go and see it, was like, "What the hell was that?" It was garbage.
That's Dakota Fanning, right? I think. Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought when I watched it, I was like, "How the hell has he had anything to do with that film?" Of all people, him.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. What about you, Mike?
I'm kind of thinking someone like Danny DeVito or maybe Rick Moranis. I could kind of picture them doing something, like Robin Williams did with 1 Hour Photo and Insomnia. Like, I can just kind of picture those actors doing some like movies like that.
I can definitely see Danny DeVito doing it.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. He was creepy enough in the Batman film as the Penguin. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I just want to put Rebel Wilson in a Friday the 13th movie and watch Jason kick shit out of her.
Oh,
Rebel Wilson.
Rebel Wilson.
I'm no wiser. Rebel.
Yeah.
Her name is Rebel.
Yes.
You'll know her if you see her.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd pay good money to watch Jason absolutely shit mixer.
Yeah. Wow. And what about you, Tracy?
Well, at first I was going to suggest Jennifer Aniston, and then I realized she did Leprechaun in the 80s, and I was like, well, that's already a horror movie. And then I kept I decided to like go through a list just now, Googling it. Like every single person that's been a typical rom-com person has like done a horror film at some point as far as the actresses go. I mean, I would maybe say like someone I don't see on this list is Emma Stone, which I feel like maybe, I mean, I would even consider The Favorite to be like, it's not horror, but it's like a dark comedy. So I don't know. Even Scarlett Johansson, I feel like there's films that kind of border psychological thriller, horror, but I would agree with Scarlett Johansson to do like a real full-on horror film, I would say.
I think she was in one, weren't she, called, is it Under the Skin or something?
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that. That's actually on like top of my list. I think that's an A24 film.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Bad Attempt saying about Gone with the Wind. Right, we've got Mike here saying, "Hey guys, hey Mike, thanks for joining. Hope you're well."
Hello, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
We've got Matthew here saying, "Sam Glennon, I have a favourite Spider-Man villain, Alfred Molina, Doc Octopus from the 2 and No Way Home." Yeah, he's very good.
Love him.
We have Radley Stark here saying, "Hey guys, hope you're doing all right. Cool with all mods, but I might ban myself to see if it works. Anyone bought anything in the Shout Factory 4K sale? Some great stuff there. Yeah, I made a load of mods earlier this afternoon. I have, so hopefully it all works out. I know there's could be some glitches, so if some people aren't mods now, that could be because I've made a load of mods because I've had this previous thing before, but we'll sort something out about that. But have you picked up anything in the Shout Factory sale, Scott? I haven't. Have you?
I haven't. No, I didn't even realise there was a Shout Factory sale one, to be honest. But I'll have a look at that definitely.
No worries. What about you, Nige?
If the sale is on their website, none of us can because they don't ship internationally.
Oh,
right.
Oh, that's a shame. What about you, Mike?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to take part in the sale, but yeah, like Nige says, they don't send to the UK, so it's pointless.
Yeah,
And usually when they have a sale, it doesn't branch out to like Amazon and everywhere else. So
yeah,
that's a shame.
So the same will be for Andy. So what about you, Tracy? Have you bought anything from Shout Factory?
Not that I can think of at the moment, but I know who they are.
Awesome. We have Traction Star saying, "I just want to say, Scott, I want to apologise for my behaviour on Friday night. If I was too over the top, I didn't mean to. Hope everyone is okay."
No worries, true. There's no need to apologise, my friend.
Oh.
he didn't do anything wrong.
Oh.
No.
Yeah. No. Right. Let's see what's going on here. Right. Right, I seem a bit... Right, don't have an argument with people on here, please. We don't want none of that here. But we've got Sam here saying, what is everyone's favourite David Lynch film? That's a good question there, Sam. Right, do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, my favourite, probably The Elephant Man. That film is absolutely incredible. The performances in that film are just so good. And I think the film is absolutely heartbreaking as well. It's really emotional. Great film.
Cool. That's a very good one there. What about you, Nige?
Elephant Man.
Cool.
It's in my top 20 favourite films of all time.
It is an incredible film, that is. Such an emotional film and wonderfully shot by David Lynch.
Yeah.
Mike?
It's Mulholland Drive for me.
Very nice. Still haven't seen that myself, so I need to get around to that one as well. What about you, Andy?
Blue Velvet.
I knew that was good.
Very good. Yeah.
That's a great film.
Yeah.
And what about you, Tracy?
I'm ashamed to say that is a director that I need to watch more of. The only film I've seen of his so far, I believe, is Mulholland Drive, which I did thoroughly enjoy. But I have a friend of mine he has a YouTube channel that's great. His name's Fritzky. That is his he's in film school right now. He's like, 19, and he just loves David Lynch, and which is great. I love seeing that type of motivation and inspiration. I do need to watch more, and I understand if I get a lot of hate from that. So.
No worries. I hope you like the films when you finally get round to watching them, Tracy.
Yes.
For me, I'm going to go with Blue Velvet as well. Watched that for the first time, was it last year or the year before, and absolutely loved it. Thought it was a brilliant film, so creepy. Dennis Hopper in that, oh my word, he's one scary bastard, he is.
Yeah.
Wild at Heart's really good as well, with Nicolas Cage. We have Frags Gaming here saying, good evening all. Good evening, Frags. Thanks.
Good evening, sir.
Right, bad penning. We've got Ian here saying, hi everyone, hope you're all well. Sad to see some censorship on some live chats now. What is happening nowadays is a sign of time. I better not say anything, but seems wrong. Hey, Ian, you say what you like. Don't worry about it. You put what you want, you say what you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to block anybody unless there's any bullying. It's a fun stream for anybody to enjoy and have fun. We need a laugh these days. The world's miserable. There's a lot of crap going on just lately. Put what you want. I'm not going to block you.
This is why I've been quiet, to be honest. Seems we've been told we can't say what we want, so I'm keeping my mouth shut.
We have Josh here saying, hey everyone, how's it going? I watched Polite Society last night and thought it was okay. I feel that it's a little dumb, but the self-awareness of it lets it get away with the flaws. Is this a foreign film? I think it might be a foreign film, but I haven't seen it. Have you heard of it, Scott?
I have heard of it before, but I don't know too much about it, if I'm being honest, but I've heard good things about it.
What about you, Nige?
I've never heard of it.
What about you, Mike?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't really know anything about it.
Andy?
No, not heard of it.
And what about you, Tracy?
I can't remember if I've heard of it actually, so I apologize, but no.
No worries. We've got Radley saying, okay, so movie chat versus Man City in the Champions League, is it? I'll do both and keep Nigel informed at the match all the time. We've got Phil 4K Baker here saying, evening lads and lovely guests.
While we're getting all the hellos, has anybody seen this?
I haven't, no,
Trapped
but it looks
No.
really cool. That
Trapped
cover.
Alive. That looks so cool.
I've heard it's awful.
That's what I thought. No, I know. It's a blind buy. It's an Arrow one.
Yeah.
But I just loved the sound of it, and I thought I've done that before, and thought, oops.
Somebody compared it to the Chill Factor.
I was just going to say it's got to be better than that from what you said of it.
Yeah, no, somebody's compared it to that movie, so that's why I've stayed away from that one.
The artwork always wins people over because it's so amazing, but the films are always shite.
Well, it said on a wintry night, friends, Robert and Monica, are making their way to a Christmas party when they're carjacked by a gang of crooks recently escaped from the local penitentiary. With the two young women taken as hostages, things take an even darker turn when their vehicle plummets down an old abandoned mine shaft, trapping the group underground and at the mercy of a mutant with a taste for human flesh. Sounds good to me.
To be fair.
It does. They've got a great way to draw you in with a really good description and a really wonderful art style, haven't they? So hopefully you'll enjoy it.
You've got to think that I don't have to watch some crap, so I might think it's a masterpiece when I watch it.
A masterpiece, yeah.
I doubt it, but you just never know.
No, you don't. We got Mike saying he's subbed to you, Tracy, and Radley's also subbed to you as well.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you guys. There's going to be like a lot more content coming, so.
Oh, brilliant. It'll be worth the wait. We've got True Action Star saying, I haven't been myself for a while. The wife has been quite low recently. Her man will have... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's taken the toll. So thank you, lads, for continuing to provide a lovely time. We appreciate it. Oh,
You're very welcome, sir.
I hope
Sorry
your
to hear
wife
that,
feels
Trey.
better soon.
Yeah.
We've got the Bad Lieutenant here saying favourite Roger Moore Bond film is Live and Let Die. The worst is probably For Your Eyes Only or Octopussy. Wow. Wow, For Your Eyes Only. I always found that one a pretty underrated one. Wasn't never a fan of Octopussy. So, what's your favourite and least favourite Roger Moore Bond film, Scott?
I haven't seen all of them yet, but out of the ones that I've seen, probably Live and Let Die. That's a really good one.
Great song by Paul McCartney as well.
Yeah, definitely.
What about you, Nige? Have you seen any of the Roger Moore Bond films?
I think I've seen probably, yeah. You know where I'm like with Roger Moore. Not Roger Moore, with James Bond. They're all a pile of cack. They just do absolutely zero for me.
Yeah. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, my favourite Roger Moore is For Your Eyes Only. I think that's really underrated, like you say, Pete. My least favourite is probably Man with the Golden Gun.
Yeah, I can understand that one. We've heard your favourite, Andy, but what's your least favourite of the Roger Moore films?
I like them all. I like all 7 of them, but my lowest one for me might have to be Moonraker.
Yeah.
I do still really like it, though.
It's a very fun film. It wouldn't have existed if it weren't for Star Wars.
Yeah.
And what about you, Tracy?
I don't want to answer this with this group because I haven't seen any. I've seen clips. I'm so
I applaud
sorry.
you.
I was like, oh my god, they're gonna hate me.
No,
don't worry.
No.
Absolutely not. I think you're mint for not watching them.
I mean, I've liked what I've seen in clips, but yeah, I have not.
Don't spoil it now.
Okay.
No, don't worry about it. You'd be surprised the amount of people who haven't seen a Bond film. Surprisingly, it's one franchise I've actually seen loads of films of, but you know me with how bad with watching films. Haven't seen Pulp Fiction.
I think that's what's the problem, though. I've seen Bond films, but I haven't seen any Roger Moore ones, which is like, that's why it's like blasphemous. So
yeah, no worries about
he
that.
seems cool. Like he seems like a cool guy, like a cool cat, But
yeah, when he's a 60-year-old man trying to pull a 25-year-old woman in the final one.
God, yeah.
Tell me something else that's new.
Right, for me, my favourite Roger Moore film has got to be The Spy Who Loved Me. Absolutely love that film. And the weakest one for me, it probably is Octopussy. Not a fan of that one at all. But it still has its moments. And for saying it's my least favourite, we have Sinjin here saying Octopussy is my favourite Bond film. And Roger is my favourite Bond. So on to who's your favourite Bond now? Oh, that's a good question. I would say I'll give it a Sean Connery. Yeah, he was the original. If he didn't hit the ground running, we wouldn't have the franchise today. So I'll say Sean Connery. Scott?
I'm going to go with Roger Moore just because he's the one I've seen the most films from. So yeah, I'd have to pick him.
What about you, Nige?
Brooke Bond, because they make nice tea.
What about you, Mike?
Definitely Timothy Dalton. I just think he's so underrated.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Same as Mike, Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton. And what about you, Tracy, of the Bond films you've seen?
I guess I would agree with the Sean Connery thing. I have not seen a Timothy Dalton version either. I when I was of the age, I grew up with Pierce Brosnan as Bond, and I don't necessarily think he's the best Bond, but I will tell you GoldenEye on N64 was like the best game ever, and I really want to be able to try to play that again. It was so fun. But that has nothing to do with him as Bond, but that game is so cool. So
it's incredible. It is such a great time. If you've got a Nintendo Switch, you can play it on the Switch now.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta maybe get one of those then. I missed that game. I was like 12, or even like 8. I think I was like 8, 9, 10, 11, like that age group. And I was just like, killing people and the blood comes on the screen, and it was just like this. I loved it. So good, so fun.
It is one of the best Bond games out there, and the film is just so good as well. Yeah. We got T Shizzle saying A View to a Kill is his favourite. Yeah, that's a fun film. We got Radley saying, "Hey Matt, you could have brought it up before I got into trouble for complaining about it." Don't know what that's about. We got Phil 4K Baker saying On Her Majesty's Secret Service as his favourite. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Awesome. We've got Sam here saying, "I'm hoping to see Beau is Afraid next week. Looks like a bewildering film from Ari Aster."
Yes.
Also, rewatched Small Soldiers a couple of days ago. Really fun film from Joe Dante. Yes, I do like Small Soldiers. Great little film. Beau is Afraid looks very odd. I don't know what to make of it. Isn't it like 3 hours as long and like the most expensive A24 film out there? Did you do a review for it, didn't you? What did you think of it?
Yeah, I think it is wild. I love that A24 even greenlit this movie. I like Ari Aster's films prior. It's an amazing, just visual, suspense-filled film, anxiety-filled. It's not for everyone. And if someone tells me they watch it and they absolutely hate it, I will totally understand that. But I love in this era of sequels and Marvel films and prequels and remakes, I love that this was actually even made. And I think Ari Aster is an incredible director. And I don't really think anyone that hates the film says that it was like a poorly made film. Like, he is absolutely an artist, an auteur, director. Yeah, it's one of those films that you have to watch a few times because it's bizarre. You don't feel the runtime until about like when there's 20 minutes left, I would say. And then you're kind of like, okay, I'm ready to get over this, just because it is so stimulating the entire time. Kind of like that Avatar feeling of, okay, I need like a breather, So I would beg film lovers to see it just to give a perspective on what they watched and analyze it and, see how it made them feel.
Awesome. And have you seen Small Soldiers before?
Is that the one from the late 90s? I feel like I have. Yeah,
that's the one with Kirsten Dunst. I think.
Yes. Yeah, it's been a really long time for me to actually comment on that movie. But yeah, I remember it being good.
What about you, Scott? Looking forward to Beau's Afraid, and have you seen Small Soldiers?
Beau's Afraid I'm sort of looking forward to, but we'll run to it, but I will definitely check it out at some point. Small Soldiers I have seen before, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really entertaining film from the 90s.
Yeah. What about you, Nige?
No, I know.
Mike?
To be honest, I haven't taken that much interest. Like I haven't really sort of taken much notice of Beau is Afraid. Like, I haven't even seen a trailer for it. But I probably will go and see it because I do love Ari Aster. I loved Hereditary and I loved Midsommar. So naturally I should go and see his new film, but I just haven't taken that much interest in it. But yeah, I probably will see it at some point. And yeah, Small Soldiers, I love that film. Great nostalgic classic for me.
I wanted to say to you really quickly, because you did say you loved Midsommar and Hereditary. Ari Aster has said in the past that he wanted to make this his first movie. There's no way audiences would accept this film if they hadn't seen Hereditary and Midsommar first. He's prepped his audience to get this out there and weird, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Wow. I've heard from a few people it's a trip and it's non-stop when it starts, this film. And what about you, Andy? What's your thoughts on both these films?
I'm exactly the same as Mike. Love the first two films that he did, and you just haven't seen anything of this Beau is Afraid in terms of trailers or anything like that. But I do want to check it out when it comes out here. And yeah, I absolutely love Small Soldiers. I think it's a great Joe Dante movie.
You guys got to keep me posted. I
Yeah.
feel like we should do a totally like a UK. I did a Beau is Afraid stream on my channel that people that saw it here, but we should do like a UK version because you guys are getting a little bit later. I'd love to do like a whole conversation on it.
We get shafted so much. Like we only got Pearl like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have waited like nearly a year for it. Since the pandemic, it's been really worse for like film releases over here.
It has, yeah. I agree.
And some films that got a physical release over in the US, like The Menu, we haven't even got it over here. It's just stuck on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
It's weird too. Like I have a couple friends on YouTube where they live kind of in like the Midwest of the United States. And my one friend is like, we have one movie theater and they will never show an A24 film. Like it's just not happening. And so it's really sad of how it's so separated demographically, even within like my country. And the distribution is really like the biggest issue. And people are wondering like, why is that? Like, why are we only talking about Marvel films? It's like, well, those are the most accessible to everyone, you know, or like bullshit box blockbusters, you know. It's really comes down to the distribution. You want to save theaters, like I get that, but I don't know. It's a problem.
Yeah, it is a shame that they don't show these sort of films all over the country. They're more creative, but unfortunately, it's all down to this at the end of the day. It's all down to the big money spinners. I know over here, a lot of, I think it's Odeon cinemas are closing down, so that's another shame. I don't know what cinemas are like over in the US. Are loads closing down or not?
In certain areas, and I was going to actually ask you this because one of the things I think was the smartest thing that they did over here was include alcohol sales at movie theaters because the profit margin is so high. So a theater can make a huge profit off of one drink, a glass of wine, a beer, whatever, just to support the theater. Whereas, and people are willing to spend that instead of maybe like $15 or $10 on popcorn. But every state here has very different liquor laws. So I don't know if they're doing that at all in the UK where you can have beer and drinks and all that stuff, because that really does help the theaters for sure.
Yeah, I know there's a few cinemas near where I live that are licensed and you can have a drink. There's even a bar as well. The food is where they make most of the money from. I mean, over here it's like nearly £10 for a hot dog. It is nearly as much as a cinema ticket.
Yeah.
We have Jackson next. Hey Jackson, hope you're doing well, mate. Had a good time with Guardians 3 as well. Also caught up with Volume 2, and that might be my favourite of the MCU film. Oh, that's good.
No, it's not. There's no way Guardians Volume 2 is your favorite MCU film. It's not even my favorite Guardians film. Like, okay, it's an okay film, but it's not the best. You rewatch the other ones.
The first one. I must admit, Volume 2 was a little bit disappointing. It's not as good as the first one, but I still like it. But
right, yeah,
it's not
bad. It's definitely just not your favorite MCU film. It can't be.
What about you, Scott? Have you seen Volume 2?
I have, yeah. Really enjoyed it. Not my favourite, but I did have a really good time with it. Soundtrack is amazing on it.
Yeah, all the Guardian films have fantastic soundtracks.
Yeah, definitely.
Andy, what's your thoughts on Volume 2?
I quite like it, to be honest. It's kind of you get like a little mini Tango and Cash reunion in Guardians 2.
Yeah.
With Stallone and Kurt Russell, but yeah, it's if I was to rank them, it probably would be 3, 1, 2. But yeah, I still like it. I still like 2. I still have a good time with it. Still think it's fun. Yeah.
Oh, same for sure. Yeah, I'm not knocking it at all. I just thought it was a very big accolade to say it was their favorite.
Yeah, like it's good that, you know, these 3 movies have had the same writer director, and he's done nearly a home run every time.
Yeah.
With all 3 of them, which is a rare thing.
Yeah. And what about you, Mike?
I've only seen the first Guardians film, and I'm going to be quite controversial, but I think it's probably one of the most overrated films in all of the MCU universe for me. Yeah, I just didn't really care for it, but yeah, it's the only Guardians film I've seen.
Yeah, awesome. I won't say you know because I know you. Oh, you have actually seen it, haven't you? The first Guardians.
Yeah.
Have you seen the second one?
No thanks.
I would say, honestly, to both of you that haven't seen the second one, I normally hate saying this, but I don't think you actually have to see the second one to see the third, especially if you watched Endgame or anything like that. I mean, you don't even have to watch those. I really think 1 and 3 are really just so simpatico with each other, and I think that's like really the core of what those characters are. And I do think the third one is better than the first one, but it is like a send-off. It's a very respectful send-off to all these characters that people have kind of grown to love. So
awesome.
Yeah, because I said Guardians 3 did what Godfather 2 did for Godfather. It was a sequel and a prequel to the first movie.
You did say that. That was, I think we were, it was the stream with Josh.
I think so. Yeah.
That was a great way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it just, you have this absolutely heartbreaking backstory, but it's still trying to like wrap the trilogy up.
Yep.
And it just does that third movie just does a grand job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Awesome. Right, we've got Ian here saying, sad, however you look, it's still censorship and a reflection of the snowflake mentality. You put whatever you like. Honestly, I don't mind. If you want to put a silly question, you can put whatever you like. Long as you don't bully people and nasty, I don't care. Long as people are happy, that's my number one thing. Are you all happy here, guests on the stream?
Yeah, I'm happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're not a troll, then it's, that's the really only issue, right?
Yeah, there's been no troll comments. So long as there's no troll, hurtful comments, I don't care.
I mean, Nige has been a bit of a dickhead saying I don't like coffee and TV. Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, let's just have a fun night and have smiles on our faces. I think we all need it these days.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Well said, Pete.
Yeah.
The Reaver Drew says, do you guys think Dom Toretto from Fast and Furious is the worst action movie character ever? For me, he's not amazing, but not horrible either. Who's Dom? Is this Vin Diesel's character?
I think so.
Is that the guy from the third one?
Oh, Fast and fucking Furious. I'm thinking, who the hell is it?
I don't know who Dom Toretto is. And if this is the Vin Diesel character, it proves how amazing he is. I don't even know who he is. Let's just say he's about as forgettable as a fart in the wind. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, is that the main character from the third Fast and Furious film, Tokyo Drift?
I think he's it. No, he's
if
not
so,
in.
Then I do agree. I don't like him.
Yeah, he's Vin Diesel's character, I think. Dom Toretto.
Is it? Oh, well, I can't even remember her name, to be honest. That's how forgettable.
He is pretty forgettable, isn't he? Nige, you haven't seen him, and Mike, you haven't seen him as well, so I'll skip you.
And I never will.
Can't say I blame you.
You're not missing much.
Nah. It's like a live-action Thunderbirds now, the Fast and Furious franchise are.
I love the Thunderbirds.
I like the Thunderbirds as well. Have you seen the movie from the early 2000s?
No, I saw the stuff from like the 80s and early 90s, or the old stuff, which is what like Team America World Police was trying to emulate.
Yeah, Team America was a lot of fun. By the South Park duo.
Yes, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, yeah.
Yeah, this is where the whole Matt Damon thing comes from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Andy, can you remember Dom Toretto? What you think of him?
Kind of fuck.
Kind of fuck.
No, those movies are so forgettable.
They are.
Oh, they're just junk food for the eyes. It's just.
That's true.
They're just a mess. They're just.
They're polite for shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tracy, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think Vin Diesel seems like a pretty nice guy and he loves this franchise. And even though I'm not interested in it, I mean, the box office shows that people do see it over and over and over. I don't think he's harming anyone. And, you know, it's like his opus is this thing. And, you know, I'll let him enjoy his time in the sun, enjoying making these movies, I guess, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, just check my phone because my phone has gone absolutely weird. I apologize about that. We have Radley here saying, I just watched But Deliver Us from Evil. I was actually stunned by how utterly awful it was. Have any of you watched any cracking stinkers yet lately? I haven't even heard of Deliver Us from Evil.
If it's a horror film, I have it was shit. It was really bad. I think I didn't have a wrestler or something playing the part of the killer.
Really? Oh.
I think so. It's I think it's like a early to mid 2000s film. If I remember, if it's the one I'm thinking of, it wasn't good.
Yeah. But what is any cracking stinkers you've watched lately? So a good bad film.
Can't think of any, to be honest. I think I've just watched mostly good films recently, to be fair.
Same here.
Does he mean that you thought it was absolutely garbage, or so bad that you loved it?
So bad you love it. That's what he means, yeah.
Because he said I was stunned how awful it was, which means he didn't enjoy it.
Have you watched any cracking stinkers lately? So any enjoyable bad films, I assume?
Cracking stinkers, probably quite a lot of the video nasties. So bad, I love them. And one that I watched and hated it because it was just fucking absolute utter shit was Smile.
Yeah, I know. You weren't a big fan of that one, was you? A lot of people liked
Wasn't a big fan. Ain't that a fucking understatement?
It didn't take your fancy, did it?
It was fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm so sad you didn't enjoy it because that was your birthday present as well, weren't it?
£25 that was for a Blu-ray.
4K.
No DVD, no booklet, no, but no download code. All that, just a 4K. Yet the Rockies, which are a million times better, were like 20 quid each.
It's a shame you didn't enjoy it.
I know.
What about you, Scott? Or don't you know?
Not too sure if I'm being honest, Pete, but I'll be back in a minute. I've just got to do something quick.
No worries, mate.
And it rhymes with sang.
Look at that photo.
That photo, yeah. Home Alone.
Matching pair.
I think we all need our own Scott's avatars so when we're not on camera, so we're matching. What about you, Mike? Ever seen Deliver Us from Evil or watched any good bad films lately?
Nope, not seen Deliver Us from Evil. And the only film I can think of that I watched, but this was just a bad movie. It wasn't even bad that it was good, but it was like a horror movie called Uncle Sam from I think it came out in the 90s.
I've heard of that.
I didn't mind it.
I just thought it was really boring. Like nothing happened in it until like maybe the last 20 minutes. I don't know. I expected a bit more.
I got it on 4K because I've always like fancied it. I fully intend to get the Blu-ray. And when that come out, I thought, well, I've already been getting a lot of the Blue Underground 4K, so and the lenticular Blu-ray, so I'll get that. I think I actually got it for a pretty decent price as well. I didn't mind. I thought it was all right, but I'm surprised that it's had as many releases as it has because it's not exactly blockbuster material.
No,
yeah,
definitely not.
It's not like DVD, Blu-ray, and a 4K release. I think they went a bit apeshit with that. Like, I thought it was going to be a lot funnier than it was, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I just found it a bit slow.
Strange concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen far worse.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen Deliver Us from Evil. I think that's the one with Eric Bana.
All right.
Cool.
Is it not the one I'm thinking of?
I can't remember. I watched
Or
it a few weeks ago.
am I thinking of See No Evil?
I can't remember because you saying that, I just think of See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
No, there's a horror film. I'm sure the one I've seen is actually thinking about it now. I think it's called See No Evil.
I think I've heard of that one, to be fair.
It was one of those £10 on DVD and Asda titles.
Yeah.
But
I'd say for what I watched recently that was utterly shit, but I really, really enjoyed this film. And fuck the Fast and Furious movies. Watch this instead because it's a much better car movie with Sylvester Stallone, and that's Driven.
Oh, I've heard that's pretty cool.
Fucking awesome.
Ah, the racing one.
Yeah.
Actually, it was all right.
It was so much fun. It was so much. It was fucking daft as anything.
I couldn't rewatch it.
Yeah, it's awful. It is awful. But
is the one with Burt Reynolds in the wheelchair? Is that one?
Yeah.
With the exception of Sylvester Stallone's character and the poor bastard who ended up with his ex-wife.
Yeah.
Every other character in that film was an absolute arsehole.
Yeah.
Every one of them.
Yeah. Everyone in the movie is just an unlikable bastard.
That lass who had a boyfriend and then he argued and she led the younger one on, then went back to him. I thought,
yeah,
bitch.
And then he steals an F1 car or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then Stallone jumps in another one and goes after him.
He was a dozy little shit. He wasn't likable, the young lad. There was only Stallone's character and the poor bloke who he rescued who ended up with his ex. They were the only two likable characters in it. The rest.
Yeah, it's a garbage movie, but I have fun with it.
I wouldn't race to watch it again.
Oh, wow.
Do you know, I didn't even realise I'd said that. Like, come out there.
Yeah. And what about you, Tracy?
I have not seen that. I don't really feel like I've seen a movie that's like super bad in a while. The most recent thing I would say is actually a Robin Williams film with Kurt Russell, and it was called, I think it was called The Best of Times, and I rented it on my Netflix DVD mail-in service, and I actually had to like fast forward through it or watch it at like a 2 whatever speed because it was pretty rough to get through. It only it has like a 6 on IMDb, but it was not. I wouldn't consider it good by any means. So.
Yeah, I watched that last month as well, and
you did.
Yeah, really disappointing considering the cast. Like just like the idea of Kurt Russell and Robin Williams in a movie, it just sounds great, but yeah,
it was rough to get through. I was like, oh my god, when is this over? Yeah. Okay, cool.
It wasn't funny. It was just quite boring.
Yes, it's so boring. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe you watched that recently too. That's such a coincidence.
Oh, wow.
What about shitty films that's bad, but you loved it?
Oh, I mean, The Room is always going to be one of my favorites.
Yeah.
You know, that's everyone's like favorite bad film, though. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but I can think about it and get back to you for sure.
No worries. We've got Sinjin here saying, watch Salem's Lot this week from 79. So many iconic creepy scenes in that mini series. What's your most creepiest scene from that movie? Ooh. It's got to be the window scene, hasn't it? That's some creepy stuff in there.
Yeah, definitely the window scene for me. That terrified me as a kid.
Still scares me now, to be fair.
It's Lord.
Yeah. You, Nige.
That's definitely one of them. The window scene, and I think also when the two boys are leaving the house to go back home and they cut through the woods and the elder one disappears, and then it shows you the young one stood there, and then whoever it is just stands out in front of him, and I absolutely shat myself.
That's creepy. Wow.
And the bit in the jail cell, Christ,
Yeah.
I absolutely love that film, though.
Yeah.
Right. Andy?
I've only seen it twice, but from what I remember, the window scene sticks with you. But there's a scene as well where there's like a corpse on a table and there's a blanket over it.
Oh,
The
yeah.
woman.
It starts to like move. That is creepy as fuck.
Her
It is,
face,
yeah.
I think, is one of the scariest
Her face.
vampire faces I think I've ever seen as well.
Yeah, it's that. There's a few sleepless nights after watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about you, Tracy?
I have not seen it, but now I want to.
Yeah. I might actually have to finish this stream because I'm getting a bit low here. I'm sorry about this. Just stuff going on. I'm all right. I'm all right. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Sure.
I'm all right.
sure,
I'll
mate?
keep going on. I'm all right. I'm all right. We got Phil here saying Zodiac. Yeah, I do need to watch that one. So that is on the list, but it's Pulp Fiction that got the key. So I will watch Zodiac later on. I think that's about a 3-hour film as well. Is it David Lynch who done it? No, it ain't David Lynch. It's
Tarantino.
Zodiac. I mean,
David Fincher.
David Fincher. Always get those two mixed
What
up.
a film that is.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. We've got Jackson here saying, watch Zodiac, one of my favourites of all time. Another vote for Zodiac. Cool. Sounds like it's a very good one.
If only all had been on here, it would have won.
Yeah.
We've got Radley here saying, I loved Salem's Lot. They're doing a remake apparently. Bound to be rubbish. They have delayed that and delayed that. They keep on doing it all the time, they do.
I haven't seen the first remake yet, the one with Rob Lowe.
Oh, wow.
They made that years ago, and I've still never seen it. I think it's because I don't know, I just can't see anything getting anywhere near the original.
Wow.
No.
What was I going to say now? I'll tell you what, next week, if I have watched Pulp Fiction, which I'm definitely going to do, I'll bring back Zodiac and Body Double so we can pick them two and a new film. So that sounds like a good deal.
Yes. That's great.
Seems like there's a lot of love for Zodiac tonight.
Because it's amazing.
It is. It's really
I
good.
actually still need to see that myself.
And it's an unsolved true story.
Is it? Wow.
There's one scene in that movie that I think it is absolutely terrifying, and it's the scene.
That's the same one I think.
It's with the couple at the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's the most horrific, realistic,
yes, it is
stabbing scene I've ever seen.
It is awful.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even the opening with the hitchhiker, that girl. Oh my god, nightmares.
Do you know? I can't remember that bit. I remember the couple in the car.
It was like the very opening of the movie. I think it's like some girl and or maybe it is both. Is it both of them? Is it a guy and a girl? Maybe it is. That she they have to hitchhike.
Where the car passes and then it spins round and comes back.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yes, my apologies.
Yeah, that's nasty as well.
Yeah.
It's him out of I don't know, the lad in that. He's in some program. So I remember when I watched it, I burst out laughing when somebody had come to the car or something, and when he shouted "fuck off and die," the way he said it, I was absolutely pissing myself, and I wasn't quite prepared for what happened next. But what you said, Mike, with the couple, that stuck with me.
Oh yeah.
I could not get that out of my mind because it really did look like you just watched somebody.
Yeah. It's the way it just kind of happens without warning.
Yeah.
What happens, and it's just like that's exactly how it would be in real life. Just
I agree.
And just it's disturbing.
Hello? Yeah, you can
Hello.
hear me now? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Sorry about that.
We're still here.
No, it's okay. It was so cute because you were so animated and you were doing this whole thing, and we couldn't hear anything you said. So it was precious. Yeah.
Oh, Sam says, I bought a great batch of records on Monday, and one of those is the 2001 soundtrack, A Nice 70s Press of Sorcerer by Miles Davis. Ooh,
Ah, yes.
Awesome.
Sorcerer
Miles Davis.
by Miles Davis. That's not the soundtrack to the film, is it?
No.
Because that's Tangerine Dream.
I'll listen to anything Miles Davis does. Oh my god, so good.
I've got the Tangerine Dream one. I'd like to use it as a frisbee because it is absolutely fucking diabolical.
Oh yeah, wow, yeah, that's a different. Yeah.
I've got the original press and I've got the bloody Waxwork subscriber variant. And, oh man, it's horrible.
You see a copy of the 2001 soundtrack in Clockwork Orange?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he's
I've
picking
never
up the
spotted
two
that.
girls.
When he's with the two girls in the record shop,
Yes,
you see one
it's
like
very
right
sexy.
at the front of
Yeah.
the records. It's the
I've never
2001.
spotted that. I'll have to have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very like seductive scene. He's like, "Oh, look at here, love," and he's like,
Yeah.
they both have like popsicles, and they're just like looking at the records, and then they wind up having a threesome, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's happened to
fault
yours?
We have Matt Chats here saying, Andy, never be ashamed of your love for View to a Kill. It's a whopper.
Oh,
The movie gets some shit, but my god, it's so much fun. Christopher Walken as the villain. What more could you ask for?
I love him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Duran Duran do the song.
Duran Duran do the song. Grace
Yeah.
Jones is his sidekick, and she's just batshit
Grace
crazy
Jones
anyway.
in it.
Wow.
Dolph
Yeah, that
Lundgren's
woman.
in it.
That woman's deranged.
And then you've also got Patrick McNee from the Avengers as well.
Yep.
Is it Tippin he's called, if I'm not mistaken?
Tippin, yeah.
Yep.
Tea and tipping.
Dean Tippin.
Yeah. And it has this great climax on the Golden Gate Bridge with a blimp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It does, yeah. We've got Sam here saying Body Double is great. Ooh, need to check that out.
I still haven't watched it.
Nige, get on it.
I need to watch
I'm more,
it.
I'm more for that bloody Blu-ray to turn up. Now I've got it. I've watched it.
We won't be asking Pete if he's watched Pulp Fiction. We'll be asking you if you've watched Body Double.
Yeah.
But the big difference is if people keep asking me, it gets on my fucking tits. I'll watch it just to shut you all up. Blue Velvet being a prime example. Not only did I watch it, I went and bought the fucker just to shut you up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did, didn't you? You got the two.
I did, yes.
We'll ask him next week, and Nigel'll say twice.
So stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
We got Mike here saying thoughts on Escape from Alcatraz with Clint Eastwood. Love that film. Haven't seen it. It's one of the few Eastwood films I haven't seen, but I will definitely want to check that one out because I do love Clint Eastwood. What about you, Scott?
I really like it. Yeah, I think it's a really good film. I think it's really well made as well. Clint Eastwood gives an amazing performance in it. Solid film.
Great stuff. Have you seen it, Nige?
Yeah, I loved it. I don't own it. I think my dad used to have it on video. I think there's is there a 4K just come out, or is it on Blu-ray? I'm sure Kino Lorber or something bought it on 4K because I toyed with the idea, but it is a great film.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, like everyone else says, it's really good. Solid movie. Clint Eastwood's great in it. You've got Fred Ward in there as well, and I think Danny Glover is in it. He's got like a little cameo in the movie. I think it might have been his first movie.
Oh, is it?
Wow.
I do want to see it now. That's really
I'll have to watch it again because I can't remember that. The last time I seen it, actually, not watch it, but I started watching it. It's on Netflix, or it was. I think it would have been about 10 minutes, and I had to go out somewhere, and I never ever picked back up on it again. But I've seen it like back in the video rental days. That's when I've seen it, and I've seen it about 2 or 3 times.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I think it's great. If it's the one I'm thinking of, is it the one with the warden? He's an absolute bastard. And there's like a fella who he really likes painting, and he takes all his stuff off him.
Yes, I think that is it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I love it because I went to Alcatraz a few years ago, and they just have copies of that movie just plastered in the gift shop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That and The Rock.
Yeah. Oh yeah, The Rock as well. It would do. Yeah, that's a quality film.
Escape from Alcatraz is based on a true story as well.
Is it?
Yeah, because they said when I went there, they said there's still a warrant out for the people that escaped because they never found them.
They still never found them.
They said, well, when I went years ago, they said to this day, the police are still looking for them.
Wow.
Wow.
They still want to speak to people if they know anything. Yeah. Which is nuts.
And what about you, Tracy? Have you seen Escape from Alcatraz?
No, but it's really high on my list. It's one of those movies. It's like I know I should have seen already, and I haven't. So I will see it hopefully soon.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah, Bad Lieutenant likes it. He also says that it was one of Eastwood's most undervalued films. We've got Radley Stark here saying, I'm proud to say I've never managed to stay awake for the entirety of any James Bond movie.
I command you, sir. Commend even, not command.
We have Maxfield here saying, lovely to see Nerdy Film Girl watching from Pennsylvania. Great stream. Oh, thank you for joining.
That's my boyfriend. He's visiting his mom. Yeah.
We've got Radley here saying, cool, Count Dracula is watching. Oh, wait, that's Transylvania. We've got Sam here saying, Pete, great Blu-ray 4K pickups. Lovely, mate. If I see three billboards and The Shape of Water in the 2 for 20 deal in HMV, I'll definitely pick them up. Oh, yeah, mate, you're in for a treat with them.
Great films.
3 billboards, yeah. What were you going to say, Tracy? Sorry about that.
No. I literally just said great films. That's it. I mean, I could go on and on, but no, I'm not going to. That like great choices. Yeah.
You can talk about it if you like. There's no worries there.
Oh no, it's okay. I think you were watching it recently, right, Pete? And I think I was telling you about Sam Rockwell. Yeah, great.
Yeah, he's
great
brilliant.
Stuff. I love Martin McDonagh. I actually do. Any of you? Did you guys all see Banshees of Inisherin?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was
that was really good.
I was so pissed that it did not win Best Original Screenplay. I feel like I loved Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I agree with the choices that were like all the awards it won. But Banshees to me, like the screenplay is that entire film. And I thought it was so brilliant.
Yeah, it's a very good film.
Yeah.
Quite funny as well, I must admit.
Yeah, and I only brought it up because it's Martin McDonagh who did three billboards, so that's why I brought that up. But,
Sam, if you want it and they haven't got it in your HMV, go and get it up on Amazon. That's the best place. We got Matt saying, did anybody else laugh when Mike said flashing not your thing? No, just me again. So
I think it was Andy who said that.
I was going to say.
Flashing not your thing. When did I say that?
I think it was about Poltergeist.
Oh, Poltergeist, yeah.
Okay.
You said if flashing's not your thing because I had a little snigger and nobody else even reacted.
Well, it went over my head.
Yeah, same there. Sinjin says, hey Radley, next to Fright Night, it's my second favourite vampire film. I can tell Fright Night's your favourite because of your brilliant icon there, mate.
Mine as well.
Yeah.
And mine. I worship that film.
Mine as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's a very good one. We've got David here saying Pete always does amazing live streams on Friday. Oh, thank you, David. But it isn't me. It's everybody who joined these, everybody who's watching at home, and the moderators. I do appreciate everybody who does it. So thank you. Don't worry, you're not alone in possessing a dirty mind here. Radley says it's a classic. Right, we have Delboy here. A quick hello. I have a subject of a hack, so I'm watching while changing and protecting as many accounts as possible. Love your show, but want to say hi for tonight's premiere. Oh, well, hi Delboy, hope you're well, and I hope you sort out your hacked problem, and I hope your mum's doing okay as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Phil says the Harry Potter 4K set only has the 4K discs and no Blu-rays inside. Wow, that's a shame.
They're not doing like 2 films on 1 disc with it, are they?
No, they're just not including the Blu-ray discs with the 4Ks, which is odd. Because I'm pretty certain the 4Ks.
I read that as only 4 discs. Jesus, wet man.
You're getting as bad as me.
I'm getting worse, I think.
Yeah, Bradley says the same. Yeah, so does Delboy. Right. A lot of chatting between people. We have Sam here says, has anyone got an anticipated TV series? For me, it has to be Black Mirror season 6. Season 6?
I'm so excited. Oh my God. Black Mirror is like one of my favorite shows. I'm so excited for season 6. Yes, Sam. So excited.
This is the Charlie Brooker thing, isn't it?
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. So good.
Oh, this is like an anthology.
I'm convinced that Charlie Brooker is a time traveler because every episode from years ago kind of talks about technology that we now have currently that you wouldn't even have seen coming back then, and everything is so relevant and nuanced, and there's so many it's the love-hate relationship with technology, and that theme song they use says it all the time. Love it. Yes. Sorry.
No worries.
It's so good.
I've heard a lot of positive things about Black Mirror, but I've never seen an episode. Is it like each series is a different thing?
Each episode's a different thing. Yeah.
So it's like an anthology.
Yes. So it started off as a British show for a couple of episodes, and then it was canceled. And then Netflix was like, wait a second, like the show's amazing. So then they brought it to Netflix and they started producing from there. But a lot of British actors are still involved in even the newer seasons and stuff. It's a combination of American and British stuff. So it's really awesome. I really highly recommend it. I would say don't watch the very first episode of the very first season first. Like I feel it's a tad too shocking, and it's not really exactly what the rest of the show is about. And you don't have to watch them in order. This is the one time I will tell people it's not. You don't have to watch them in order. You can watch them this one. They're not tied. They are in kind of like a Black Mirror universe, which really you only get to see in like season 5, or season 4. So you can handpick and choose in the beginning.
Oh, cool.
Sorry. Like, watch this show.
Right. It's quite interesting. They did that, decide how the episode runs out as well, didn't they? I'm pretty certain.
Yeah. They did, yes. And then Bandersnatch, which is what they came out with, was the choose your own adventure that they kind of came out with, which was Will Poulter was in that, and a few other people. It really was like, say yes or no, and then you do this, and there's like hundreds of thousands of outcomes watching that specific Bandersnatch thing. And I mean, you can even go into the rabbit hole online of different outcomes and scenarios. And Charlie Brooker said like there's even outcomes that he doesn't even know about, that like he had the coders put in, and the creators, little side things. It's crazy. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Is that your anticipated TV series then?
Oh, me? Yes. Probably yes. Yeah. I think I said it all that needs to be said. That's what I'm anticipating seeing. Yes.
You've actually won me over to actually give this a watch.
I'll give you, okay, I'm going to message you a list of like 3 to start with, and they're not in order, and I'll get you hooked that way, because I think it's the best way to watch them.
You've sold me already. You've sold me on quite a few things tonight. What about you, Scott? What's the most anticipated TV series for you?
Possibly Cobra Kai season 6 when that comes out. I'm not too sure when that is, but I absolutely adore that show. So yeah, it have to be that one.
Awesome. What about you, Nige?
Season 2 of Wednesday. I can't stress how much I enjoyed that first one. I loved it.
Oh, that's good. Mike?
I don't really have one, to be honest. The only thing I can think of is I think there's that Full Monty sequel TV series coming out.
That's
I don't know
coming
if it's
real
like
soon, isn't it? I think.
yeah, but I saw the trailer for it and I wasn't completely won over by it, but I still want to see it out of curiosity. So yeah, probably have to go with that.
Good choice. Andy?
Yeah, I don't really have one. I'm not a big TV person. Unfortunately, I'm super late to the party when it comes to TV shows.
No worries.
Yeah.
For me, probably stuff that's coming soon is probably those 3 David Tennant Doctor Who episodes. But if we're looking years ahead, I'd say Last of Us Season 2. Love the first one. Cannot wait for this next series.
I'm just going to add one more. It's already out, though. I just haven't seen it. Barry Season 4, which is the final season of Barry. So with Bill Hader, and I love that series.
Is that Bill Hader?
Yeah, it's really, really good. And he directs a lot of the episodes, and he's a master. I love it.
We've got the Bad Lieutenant saying the follow-up to Life on Mars whenever it gets finished. Yeah, that's been coming for years, hasn't it? But we still ain't got no sign of when it's coming. Right. We have the viewer Drew saying, what's your thoughts on Jason Statham as an action star? Absolutely love Jason Statham. I think he might be my favourite modern action star. For me, he's just fine, I suppose. He's all right when he pops up, but he's not an actor I would definitely go and watch a film for. He's just there. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, but I agree. He's just okay for me. I think I preferred him when he was in the older Guy Ritchie films like Clock, Stock and Snatch and stuff like that. But recently I've not been a massive fan of his work.
Nige, what about you?
I used to absolutely hate him. I hadn't even seen him in anything. It's just the way he looked and everything. But he kind of won me over a little bit in the Meg. So now I've gone from absolutely disliking him to exactly how you described him, Pete.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think he, like you guys say, he's fine. I kind of think he's just like the British version of The Rock, though. Like he just kind of just plays the same type of character in every movie he's in. But yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, I don't love him or hate him. I just think he's all right. My favorite film with him in probably was a film called Homefront.
I've heard that with James Franco.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty good. But yeah, other than that, I just think he's all right. Yeah.
And Tracy, what about you?
I haven't seen much of his stuff. I will say I recently learned what the premise of Crank 1 and Crank 2 were, and I'm actually kind of curious to see those. So it sounds like a fun idea. So I'll check those out.
They're fun films. They're one of his first films, quite early on in his career, I think.
Yeah.
We got Matt here saying Yellowstone Season 5 Part 2. I've never seen an episode of Yellowstone. I've heard a lot of people say it's pretty good. Has anybody seen that?
No.
I'm going to just tell you, don't waste your time. And I love Vengeance Media, and this is not a dig towards him. But it is, I would not put that above. Like, yeah, if you want to watch it, sure. But like, I just wouldn't, there's so much better shows that are going on, and it's targeted towards a very basic group of people in the United States. And I don't want to cancel myself by saying that, but Vengeance Media, I love you, so don't hate me.
Yeah, absolutely. We all love you here, Matt. Sam says, I forgot that was happening. Count me in. Yes, Radley says, I loved Life on Mars. Didn't know another one was coming. Yeah, apparently it's supposed to be coming. It's been in the works for a few years now. I think there might be another series of Ashes to Ashes as well. but they're cutting it a bit fine with Life on Mars. I mean, it must be about 15 years since that finished. We've got Dimension Scott here saying, hey, everybody, just stop by. Hey, mate, thanks for joining.
Hello.
We've got Trash Star saying, hello, American Lass. I'll subscribe to you.
I could get used to becoming Lass, by the way. I love that.
Hello, American Lass. That sounds awful, doesn't it?
I think he said that last week as well.
He did. He said it to, he was calling Britney his.
Yeah.
He was, yeah.
Know.
We're suckers for like the British accents, though. We're like, oh my God, they called me Lass. I'm, you know.
Sam hasn't seen an episode of Yellowstone either. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Sam. We got Mike here from Did You See That? Give us a very cool movie trivia fact that you know. I'll start. In Back to the Future, Ben Stiller auditioned for the role of Marty McFly. Wow.
And Eric Stoltz got the part before
Yes,
Michael J. Fox. Yeah.
Yeah. He filmed a bit of the film, didn't he? Before they
Oh
replaced
yeah,
him?
that was a nightmare. The producers, the director, Zemeckis, and everyone involved kind of showed the producers the worst footage they could of Eric Stoltz because they really wanted Michael J. Fox, and they were kind of just like, look how bad this is. And then, you know, they fired him and got Michael J. Fox. Michael J. Fox is perfect for that role, but I think it was just a kind of like a sketchy thing that went down to get rid of Eric Stoltz after he was hired. So
yeah. So have you got a good bit of movie trivia fact, Scott?
I think I do know some, but I can't think of what they are off the top of my head though.
No worries, mate. What about you, Nige?
David Warner originally got the part as Freddy Krueger in the original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Wow.
To the point where they even got makeup done for him. There was photos of it. Don't know what happened, but they got rid of him and got Robert Englund.
He would have been amazing as Freddy, but Robert Englund's still brilliant. But wow.
You can't imagine anybody else doing it now, can you?
No, you can't. But that is an amazing what if.
It would have been nice if they'd have got some footage so they could have put it on an extra somewhere, so at least we could have sort of seen what he would have been like. I'm as curious as hell to see what he would have been like.
I mean, he is a very good actor, David Warner, and he was very creepy in some roles, so I think he could have done a very good job.
Yeah, I do. I must admit, from what I remember, because it was years ago, when I saw the makeup, it was nowhere near as good as like how they got Robert Englund to look. Whether it was just an earlier thing of it before they'd like sort of perfected it, I don't know.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
Well, I was really struggling to think of something, but after Nige mentioned Nightmare on Elm Street, I'm gonna carry on with that. So, like with Nightmare on Elm Street 2, they originally weren't going to bring Robert Englund back because they thought he could just be like Jason Voorhees and have a different actor play him, and they actually did get somebody else as Freddy Krueger. And there's one shot in the movie where the other actor who played him is Freddy Krueger. It's the scene when the coach gets killed in the showers in the high school. Like the shot of Freddy walking out of coming out of the steam. That's a different actor. But then
the woman.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, but then they realized the mistake. Then they were like, "Yeah, we need to get Robert Englund back."
I'd like to think they weren't going to get the woman to play the part because I don't know if you look, you can tell. The walk, it's not like a big masculine walk around. So I wouldn't have noticed. I thought the makeup looked a bit weird, but can't see them. I don't think getting a woman to play the part of Freddy Krueger would have worked.
No.
Bloody hell, everybody moaned when there's another man doing it.
What about you, Andy?
The only one I can think of, and I think everyone knows this, is that when they made Die Hard, they had to offer the part to Frank Sinatra before Bruce Willis. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was originally based on a film that got released earlier with Frank Sinatra, so they had to offer him the role first, didn't they?
Yeah, because it was like a sequel, but then they changed the name to Die Hard. So they said, right, we have to offer it to Frank Sinatra first, and we hope he turns it down, which he did.
That's fascinating. He was so old at that point.
Yeah.
He was in his 70s, I feel like.
Must have been
Yeah.
like some sort of legal requirement. I should imagine they probably offered him some money to decline it, and obviously him being quite old as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
They were also going to make it a Commando 2 at one point as well. Like they were going to do it as a sequel to Commando, and they were but Arnie didn't want to do it again, so yeah, they scrapped that.
Yeah.
Bloody hell!
Yeah.
That film's great how it is as a one-off. And what about you, Tracy? Have you got any cool movie trivia?
Mine's not unknown. It's pretty well known, I think, at this point, because there was a whole thing about it recently that Nicholas Hoult was up the Batman, and then Robert Pattinson got the role. And then I think there was like a list of like a bunch of huge movie roles that Nicholas Hoult almost got, and then they give it to someone else. So I think like Top Gun or like Mission Impossible 7, like stuff like that, and other prior to the Batman even would have been like career game changers, but you know.
Oh wow! So he's missed out on quite a few roles. That's shocking.
He has I think everything he does is great though, and I think he was fantastic in The Menu.
Actor. He's one of the best out there.
Yeah. He was really good as Beast in X-Men, all those. So
yeah, the X-Men prequels, I did like him in those. As for movie trivia for me, I haven't got a focus at the moment. My brain has gone completely blank. My David Blaine.
His brain's gone completely blank.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
We got Bad Lieutenant saying details are sketchy, but apparently John Sim and Philip Glenister has signed up for it. Well, that's the main thing. Wouldn't be Life on Mars without them. Yeah, good. Right, it's saying kind of surprised that they're bringing it all back after all these years, but I hope it's good. I like the 2 seasons we got. Yeah, it was quality. Right, we have John here from Mondo Chelovek Movies.
John.
Hey, John.
Hi, John.
Now then, you big handsome bugger, you.
He says, hi, I walked past the premiere of The Little Mermaid in Leicester Square the other day and saw Melissa McCarthy getting interviewed. Also 3 other stars, but they didn't have a clue who they were. Wow.
I'm pleasantly surprised that early reviews from critics, even just like YouTube critics, are saying it's much better than they thought it was going to be, and the CGI is actually so much better than what you saw in the trailers. So I'm hopeful. I know Disney remakes are never normally the best, but I do have a soft spot for The Little Mermaid, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
Yeah, I have heard some pretty good things about it. Hopefully it does deliver. Disney remakes aren't the greatest, but we'll give it a shot. That's all we can do. But I'm glad you had a nice time at Leicester Square.
That's
John.
cool.
It's great to see you on the chat. Hope you're doing well.
Definitely.
We have Greg Sestro wrote a script for Home Alone sequel as a teenager, but it got rejected, but got a letter of encouragement from the producer.
And Greg Sestero, I believe, isn't he the guy from The Room?
Yeah.
He's yeah. That's
Tommy Wiseau's best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying hello to John. Yep, and they've asked him for more live streams. Definitely be great to see one, John. It's great to see John back. Hope he's keeping well.
Definitely.
Bradley says Mondo's best place for videos you're not supposed to watch, but you will anyway. Yeah, Bradley. Hopefully very soon, he says. So it was when I heard there was plans for years for a follow-up, but for whatever reason never happened. Yeah, a lot of talk about Life on Mars. I just skip it, but my end's gone all completely glitched up. Yeah. We've got Radley saying they're kicking the shit out of each other in the City game role.
Oh, God.
We've got Hi Bad Lieutenant, Real Horror Show, Tangerine. Was it Orange? That was an update for Nige.
Oh, thanks very fucking much. With your
Bad
bastard
Lieutenant-
soccer.
Yeah. I don't like it either. Bad Lieutenant says like John Sim as the Master in Doctor Who. Yeah, I completely agree. That was where I first found him out, and I thought he was brilliant in that. So good, they keep bringing him back. I haven't been myself. Or I think you did actually say that, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your wife, mate. I hope everything gets sorted out.
Yeah.
Sam says, yeah, mate, when he was my master when I was growing up and when I was a newcomer to Doctor Who in 2007, been a fanatic ever since. Yeah. When he
You
was
do know these are
introducing-
all like private conversation ones, don't you?
Yeah, I do know. Yeah. Right, here we go. We got Jason, the old millennial here, saying, good to see Nerdy Film Girl again. Been catching up on some of your stuff. Oh,
thank
hey,
you. Yes.
Jason.
He's been writing some comments on my videos. Very nice. Thank you very much. I'll respond soon, I promise.
I've been terrible replying back to comments. I've finally got some today, and I've got about 100 comments to reply back to.
Oops.
Oops, yes. But I will get back to every single comment, I promise. I've pretty much done everything for the past week or two, all videos I've replied back to, so I've got another 2 or 3 videos to comment back on, but I'm getting there. But hope you're doing well, Jason, and thanks for joining, mate. It's great chatting to you the other day as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Mark says Green Room was the first A24 film I saw. I have to say it was a great movie. I want to see it. It does sound good. And Tracy has sold me on it even more. Have you seen it, Scott? Green Room?
I haven't, no, but I have heard some very good things about it. Branson in that one as well.
I don't think I had to pay for it, so I think it is like available for streaming on HBO or something like that. So Hulu,
Probably
maybe,
on
I'm not
Netflix
sure.
or something.
Yeah.
You seen it, Nige?
No, I haven't. I've heard people mention it quite a few times in the streams and that, but no, I've not seen it.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I saw it a few years ago. I can't really remember much of it. I think the thing that sticks out to me was that it's weird seeing Patrick Stewart playing that kind of role in a film, because I think he's like the villain in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think he's like a neo-Nazi or something.
Wow.
I remember him being pretty nasty in it. Yeah.
He has such a commanding presence on screen. So, I think it's like about time he played a villain because he's so capable of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a brilliant actor. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've seen it. I saw it, was it back in 2017, 2018? It came out something like that, but I don't remember much about it, apart from Patrick Stewart being in it.
Yeah.
So it's probably due a rewatch.
We've got John here saying, oh wow, Betamax, forgot about that. The Laserdisc was... Oh, it must be the Laserdisc that got sent to John for the Clockwork Orange. We've got Si here saying, hi guys. Hey Si, hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Si.
We've got Sam saying he's going to be checking out your new video soon, Nige.
Oh, cheers, Sam. Thank you very much.
The Green Room is excellent. Big recommendation for that one, says Mac Chats. Awesome. A lot of chat about Doctor Who. We have John saying, do you think there was a V2000? Okay.
Yes, because I saw one. In fact, I've operated one. It was a videotape that you turned over like an audio tape. You recorded both sides. Tape was about that big.
That's interesting.
I used to work at a telly shop and this lad had one and he lent me the player with 2 videos to watch. One of them was Straw Dogs. And the other one, I think it was either Cannibal Apocalypse or... No, Cannibal Apocalypse was Betamax. What was that other 2000 one he said he lent me? Can't remember what it was. Straight, they were huge, the machines. They were massive and they weighed a ton. But yes, they did exist.
Wow. We've got Marvel fan here saying, hi everyone, how are you? Hey, Marvel fan, thanks for joining,
Hello,
mate.
Marvel fan.
That's if it is videos he's on about, because I've done this before, made an absolute arse of myself being totally wrong.
I think that's what he
But
was
it
on
must
about.
be because he said Betamax.
Must be. I've never even
So it
heard
must
of
be.
it before, so I'm just
Video
gonna
too. That was
go
like it was a Philips thing.
I'm just gonna go with what you say, Nige. So I've never even heard of it. Sounds like a car part to me, the V200. We've got Sorry here saying, has anyone watched the trailer for The Creator? It dropped this afternoon on YouTube. It looks really good. Is this that sci-fi one we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Dear me. My favourite.
It is that format because Bad Lieutenant's saying it to John. Said, didn't think that'd last that long, but you never know. The V2000 or whatever it's called. Traction Star said, took her out today to Leeds for the day. It really cheered her up.
Oh, excellent.
That's nice. I was glad to hear that. On about Doctor Who, we got Radley here saying, new Final Destination movie coming. Really underrated franchise, in my opinion. What franchise do you think deserves more recognition? Well, I can give you a horror one that I do think could get some more recognition, and that's the Wreck films. They're really good. The first one is one of the best, if not the best, found footage film I think out there. Second one's a really good follow-up, and the third and the fourth one kind of ditches the found footage stuff, but it is all one cohesive plot, and it does give you a satisfying conclusion. So check out the Wreck films. Great stuff. What about you, Scott?
I'm not too sure, if I'm being honest. I feel like Final Destination would actually be my pick as well, to be fair, because I love every single film in that franchise. The fourth one is, I really enjoy it. I think it's a really clever and thought out franchise.
What about you, Nige?
I think for me, probably Creepshow, because although it's like pretty well known, it's criminal how many people like haven't watched it, and it doesn't really get like plugged or anything anywhere.
Don't it? Oh,
no.
That's interesting. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably go with the Phantasm movies. Yeah, I think I don't think people really talk about them much in the horror community.
They're good. What about you, Andy?
Yes, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll have to go with the Sleepaway Camp films. But I just love the first two.
Yeah,
first two are so much fun.
What about you, Tracy?
I just want to pass because I keep thinking of franchises, and then I'm like, well, that's not underrated. That's not underrated. That's not underrated. So, yeah, I mean, I'll think about it, but I don't have like an underrated one off the top of my head at the moment.
No worries. We have Jason, the old millennial, here saying, do we talk about Bruno? Bruno Mars?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Encanto, the song from Encanto.
Yeah, Encanto, yeah.
Oh, wait, here he is. He's disappeared, but he's back again. It's Scott. Yeah, I've never seen Encanto. Oh, he's gone again.
It's fun. It's fun. It's not bad.
Oh, cool. We've got Matt Chat saying, I used to love watching Tom Baker in Doctor Who. Kept thinking he's going to trip over that scarf now. It was a long scarf. We've got Gary North here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary. Hope you're doing well.
Hey up, Gaz.
Hey, Gary.
Yeah. Oh, we've got Scott back again. I think it's Scott. Here he is.
At Bad Lieutenant.
Yeah, I was letting Scott back in. We've got Ian here saying, anyone seen the new Stephen King film, The Bogeyman, releasing in 2nd June? No, I think I've seen the trailer when it came out earlier on in the year. Doesn't really do much for me. What about you, Nige? Have you seen the trailer and looking forward to it?
No, I didn't even know there was one. Is it like some sort of supernatural thing?
I can't remember much about it, to be honest. I think it's just another... I think it's based on one of his lesser-known books, if I'm not
I'll
mistaken.
have to see if I can find the trailer and watch it, because No, I didn't know anything about it.
I didn't know it was releasing so soon, but I'm interested to check it out. What about you, Mike? Have you heard of it?
I think it's based on a short story, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I haven't seen the trailer. I don't really know too much about it, to be honest.
No worries. Andy?
Nope. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Cool. What about you, Tracy?
I've heard of it. I would like to watch the trailer first, though. I know that was released recently. I'll check out the trailer and then I'll make a decision of be in theater.
Cool. And what about you, Scott?
Yeah, I think I saw a trailer a while back and I didn't think it looked that good, unfortunately, if I'm being honest. I thought it just looked okay.
Yeah. We've got Radley here saying, by the way, Pete, Lydium Chronicle Rising is excellent. If you haven't played it, got it on PC, but must be on Switch or PS5 too. I haven't actually even heard of that game before, Radley. I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. We got Traction Star saying, anyway, back to the movies. Got the 2 Guardians films delivered recently and watched them both. Thought they were good, but I prefer the new one. It just hits more emotionally. Oh, cool. We have Sam saying, what's everyone's favourite Robert De Niro movie? For me, it's Godfather 2, followed by Taxi Driver. Ooh. Here's another shocker. Haven't seen Taxi Driver.
Oh, you must. You must.
Neither have I.
Have you seen Joker?
Yeah, I've seen Joker. It's very similar, apparently.
Yes, so definitely watch Taxi Driver and also watch The King of Comedy. Both De Niro, Scorsese films, and you can tell, like, in hindsight, you'll see how influential those 2 movies were for the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix.
Right. We'll check out Taxi Driver. I think recently it's got to be The Irishman. I thought he was fantastic in that one. What else? Cool. Midnight Run. I really liked him in that. And I'm just going to say Goodfellas. What about you, Nige?
It's probably either Goodfellas or Sleepers, which is so underrated. But there's another one, I can't think what the hell it is. I had 3 in my head, but I can remember them too. They were the 2 main ones, though.
Sleepers is a great film, to be fair. I really enjoy that one as well.
It's absolutely fantastic. That's got a great cast as well.
But I've never seen it. I don't really know too much about it.
Kevin Bacon, Brad Pitt.
Oh, wow.
Minnie Driver. De Niro. There's a hell of a cast.
I love Minnie Driver so much. I want her to be in more things.
Yeah, she's great.
After seeing her in that, she definitely deserves to be, because she's fantastic in it.
She is. Yeah, she's a great actress.
If there's anybody who hasn't seen Sleepers, I can't recommend it enough. It's amazing.
Hasn't it got Jason Patrick in it as well?
Jason Patrick, yeah.
It's Dustin Hoffman in it as well.
Yeah.
Yes. He's the lawyer.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Years ago, but I need to give it a rewatch.
Oh, man. What get you?
Cool. What about you, Mike?
Oh, definitely Heat for me.
How did I forget about Heat? Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely love that film.
Cape Fear, that was the other one.
Yep. And also Jackie Brown, he was great in that.
Shit, yeah. I love him in that. He's so dozy.
I love that you've seen Jackie Brown, but not Pulp Fiction. That's really fascinating.
Yeah, Jackie Brown is one of the few Tarantino films I've seen that I really like. That's my favorite one, I think.
I love Jackie Brown. It's in my top 5 for sure. But yeah, it's just fascinating for people that have, because that's a like lesser known Tarantino film, you know. So. Well,
I'll get you with this one. I've seen Kill Bill Part 2, but not Part 1.
No, you did not.
Yeah, he did.
No.
He really did.
Why?
That's exactly what everybody else says to him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's like watching the series finale of something you've never watched the rest of the
Exactly.
show.
Well, if it's any consideration, I can't remember much about it. I was quite young at the time, so there you go.
Let's restart the whole thing then. Just watch them 1 and 2 together, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
If you start early and watch them both as one long film, it is absolutely mind blowing.
There was originally going to be one long film, but they cut it in half, didn't they?
Yes.
Well, of course they did, to make more money out of it.
Yeah, and also because I thought people wouldn't sit there for the whole time to watch it.
It's one of them films. Once you start, you can't take your eyes off it, though.
Yeah.
That good. Wow.
Yeah. And I personally like part 1 better than 2. Oh, even though they're both absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
Yep. Right. Andy, what about you?
Funnily enough, there's another answer for one of the worst movies I've seen, but I actually enjoy with De Niro in it. It's The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh, I can remember that.
It's fucking awful, but
it is.
I've got a soft spot for it.
I can't remember him in it though.
He's like the main villain in it. I think he's called like Fearless Leader. But for serious answer, my favorite movie by him is one he directed called The Bronx Tale.
Oh, that film's great.
It's phenomenal, that film.
I've only ever seen it once, again, back in the video rental days, and I remember I absolutely loved it.
Yeah. It's brutal in parts as well, but
yeah,
it's so good.
And the dad out of Rizzoli and Isles, he's the other one in it who's like when they're face to face on the cover.
Yeah.
There's a telly series I was telling you about where one's like a forensic woman and one's a police officer. Like they're both women, and they always like do everything together, and the best mates on that. Jane Rizzoli, her dad is the bloke out of A Bronx Tale.
Yeah,
really?
He's in Usual Suspects as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen Rizzoli and Al, Tracy?
I haven't.
You're mute.
Sorry, no, I haven't seen it. No, I will watch that though. I love De Niro, so I will write that down.
It's a TV series.
Okay.
Rizzoli and Al. It's set in Boston.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah.
So, what are your favorite Robert De Niro films, Tracy?
I mean, everything that everyone said here, but I will just add to that Casino is also one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's another good.
Yeah.
The stuff with Sharon Stone and him are like those scenes are just crazy, and the closet fight scene is just wild. And I love that movie. So,
cool. What about you, Scott?
I'm probably gonna have to go with Goodfellas just because that's one of the first films that I saw with him, and I just thought it was absolutely incredible, and his performance in that film is fantastic. But Heat is that player as well, definitely.
Awesome, great picks, Scott.
Can I add one more too? That's a comedy.
Yeah.
I think he's underrated actually in the Meet the Parents franchise. I think he's fantastic in that. Yeah, he really understands the comedy with that character. So,
yeah, he's a very good comic actor as well. Yeah, I agree. Wasn't he in Analyze This, Analyze That as well?
Oh yes, very good. Good films too. Yes, yeah.
No one said the deer, aren't there?
No.
Oh, that's true. He is really good in that. Yeah.
That film bored me.
I've never seen it.
I like the second half. The second half's a lot better than the first.
I've heard something about the wedding scene. I know that goes on.
You feel like you generally have to sit through an actual wedding.
Yeah, you
really?
do.
Yeah, it's like played in real time. It's like it just goes on and on. But when it's over, that's when the movie kicks off.
Yeah.
Right, we have got Marvel Fan. I finally watched Carry On Columbus, and I have mixed reactions about it. I kind of like it. The other half that I hate is the jokes. They could have made this film a lot better if they took time with the rewrite.
Exactly, they could have done, but it was garbage.
Yeah.
The worst carry-on film of them all, definitely.
Yeah, we have loads of people saying their favourite De Niro film. We have Red Room saying, rewatched Girl Interrupted last night. Man, what a film. Brittany Murphy was incredible. So, had anybody seen Girl Interrupted? I've heard
Yeah,
of it.
it's very good. Angelina Jolie was she was the hot actress at the time. Really showed her acting chops as well as everyone in that film. It's quite good.
Oh. Have you seen it, Andy? Girl Interrupted?
Yeah. A lot of people say it's like the female version of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Similar, yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is similar. I really like it. I think Whoopi Goldberg's in it as well. But it's.
Wow.
I love her.
Yeah,
she's great.
She's so funny.
She's great.
Yeah, it is. It is a really, really good film.
You seen it, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can only just echo what everyone else has said. Yeah, it's really good.
Awesome. Nige?
No, I've only actually seen one Brittany Murphy film, and that's Cherry Falls. the only thing I've ever seen her in.
She's in Halloween Resurrection as well, I think.
Is she?
I remember her in that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is she?
Scott?
Yeah, I think she is. Mike might know.
What film was that? Sorry.
Is she in Halloween Resurrection as well?
I don't think there is a blonde girl in it, but
That vaguely resembles her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna check. Hang on.
I think there's a blonde girl in it. She was in the Battlestar Galactica reimagined series. I think that might be who you're thinking of.
Oh. Have you seen it, Scott? Girl Interrupted?
I haven't, no, but I have heard very good things about it. It is a film that I do plan to check out in the future for sure.
Ooh. We've got Jason here saying, which is better, the original Mario Brothers movie with Bob Hoskins or the new one?
That's not even a question. Like the new one is like, even if you don't like it, it's like Lawrence of Arabia compared to the first one. I mean, come on, that is the first one's an abomination. The first one is so bad. Like you might have some nostalgia because you watched it as a kid, but like it is not a Mario Brothers movie. That is just it's really bad. They had no idea what they were doing. And I love you, Jason, the old millennial. I'm just saying that's how I feel. I don't think there's anyone out there that could really genuinely, seriously, analytically, critically say that the first movie is better than the new one.
I think we might have two people here in the panel who might say otherwise. Andy and
no,
Mike.
I'm so sorry.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Mike's gone so red.
Mike's like angry at that.
I'm sorry. I will just excuse myself and leave.
To be fair, I've not seen the new one. I've not seen the animated one, but I don't care what anyone says. I love that original Mario Brothers movie. That's
fine. You can totally love the original. I'm just saying you have to see the new one and then compare.
Yeah.
Like that's what this is.
Yeah, I do want to see the new one. But yeah, I do love that original one. And I think I've got so much nostalgia for it. And I think even if I love this animated one, I still think I probably will like the original more.
Did you see what they did to Yoshi in the original one? He looks like this like fucked up dinosaur. Like it looks so weird. And the shrunken heads and like, yeah, I don't know.
Everything in that movie is just so wrong. If you're comparing it to the Mario games, like everything is so wrong. But I still have a blast with that movie.
No, I understand that. But I think that then that would just be like you saying you love that movie, but it's not necessarily a comparison of like the new one, right? Because you haven't seen the new one and you just like love the original. I think yeah, I don't know.
I think that original movie would get more love if it wasn't called Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
People kind of judge it a bit too quickly because they just want to compare it against the game. But I think if it was called something else, people might like it more. I don't know, or maybe it is just a bad movie.
No, but that's its biggest problem. You're so right. People would probably like that movie better if it wasn't called the Super Mario Brothers movie. But then you do have a movie that just came out that is the Super Mario Brothers movie, and it's just like the games. So that you know, I don't fault anyone for liking the original one. I used to watch it as a kid all the time. I'm just saying you can't compare the two.
No.
Yep. Andy, you've seen both of them, so which one do you prefer?
The new one is definitely the better movie, but I still really enjoy the Bob Hoskins one. I enjoy it for all the reasons Mike said. I have nostalgia for it. It does not get the source material right, but if it wasn't Super Mario Brothers by name, I think it would still be. It would more people would enjoy it. But I just think the new movie is I just think it's better made. I think it understands the source material more. Definitely.
Yeah. Scott, have you seen them?
I haven't actually seen them yet. No, it's something I need to catch up on.
No worries. And Nige,
yes, Scott, get it together here. Let's get it going.
I will. Yeah, I will get back to it soon.
I don't think you've seen them as well, Nige, have you?
Oh, God, no. I'll be waiting for a double pack 4K so I can enjoy them both together.
Brilliant. I've seen both the films. I watched the Super Mario Brothers original a couple of years ago, and knowing it was going to be completely void to the games, I didn't like it, but I did watch it on a rewatch and had more fun with it. Just went with it. It's crazy. It's out there. The set design's something out of Blade Runner. Dennis Hopper's having a whale of a time. You got Bob Hoskins pissed out of his head. It's just a fun time. It is.
It's out of his head.
Yeah, he was drunk during the whole filming of the film.
Jesus.
So was
and
John
can you tell?
Riggs. I don't know. You can tell he's not. He talks about it really not very fondly. I remember in interviews he said, a few years ago I was playing King Lear. Now I'm playing this little dot thing that jumps up and down. He said, "What's all this about?" He really did hate this film. The interviews are hilarious when he talks about it. But the new one, yeah, it is far superior. It's amazing. It's like the games come to life. It just makes me want to play the games now. Here's a whistle-stop tour of the Mario universe. It could have done with a better story. It could have done with being a little bit longer. But for what it is, to introduce everybody to the world, it did a perfect job. And Jack Black was brilliant in it.
Yeah, it's a good starter film, and it made me definitely want to play the games for sure. You know, I played them up until seeing the movie, and then after that, I actually once a week I'll throw on a Mario game now. You know, just because of it reinvigorated my love for the games.
Yeah, it's going to sell some Mario games, I can tell you.
Yeah.
We've got John saying Raging Bull for him for the new
Oh,
films.
yeah, that's so good. I forgot about that one.
I haven't seen that one either.
I haven't.
That's good.
Raging Bull's amazing, but I have a hard time rewatching it because the character he plays is such an asshole, and it's really hard to want to rewatch it a second time, but he's brilliant in that character.
All right. We have Mac Chat saying Godfather Part 2 and Taxi Driver, amazing films, gets better every time. Watch it. You're talking to me. Dreadful.
How's he go?
You talking to me? Right. It sounded better in my head. You talking to me? Here we go.
What a belly!
Oh, we got here saying Red Room saying Pete say ventriloquist.
Ventriloquist.
I still say ventriloquist. Oh. Right. We got Marvel fan here saying, Nige, did you know that there's a director's cut of Carry On England?
Somebody commented on the video that I did of it, telling me that there was one. I don't know if you can get it or not, or whether it just did exist. I don't know. But I at the time, no, I didn't know until somebody commented and told me that there was one.
We've got an interesting question here from Jason, the old millennial. We've got John Wick versus James Bond versus Jason Bourne versus Ethan Hunt. So, who would win?
Or just get rid of the last three and just watch John Wick.
I think John Wick would probably kick all their asses. I think Jason Bourne would probably just fall over. James Bond would probably sit in the corner and cry, especially after the recent films. But mind you, Ethan Hunt's pretty good. I'd say John Wick. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say John Wick. I mean, he can just win a fight against anyone. We've seen it in 4 movies now. So, yeah. I've got to say him.
Everything's a weapon to him.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, John Wick.
What about you, Nige?
Yeah, John Wick.
Like that? And what about you, Scott?
3 for John Wick.
Yeah, John Wick for me as well.
No worries.
As well.
We have Red Romantic saying it's a drama focusing on these girls in a mental institute. Winona Ryder's in it as well. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you've certainly sold us, Red Room. Yeah. Yep, Bradley sold as well. Sinjin says, girls, the good news is your dates have arrived. The bad news is they're dead. What a classic line from the great Tom Atkins from Night of the Creeps.
Yeah.
I fucking love Tom Atkins.
That movie's so good.
He's just one of the most likable blokes and actors.
The main kid in it that you follow is the guy who plays the kid in European Vacation.
Was it?
Yeah.
Ah.
Cool. I'm going to have to check out this
God,
Night
I
of the
love it.
Creeps. I think I've heard Jason talk about it a bit as well.
I really want to get my mitts on that. I'd love the Scream Factory one with the slip. But even the English one, that came with a slip originally, and both have sold out now anyway, haven't they?
Yeah.
We go for Daft Money.
Yeah.
It's a shame. It was such a good film.
It is really fun.
It's from the 80s, so yeah, I'm interested, especially with Tom Atkins. I do like him. Wasn't he? What was he in now? He was in The Fog, weren't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Halloween 3.
Yeah.
Creepshow. The New Kids. He's in the New Kids. He's their dad.
Yeah. Striking Distance.
Wasn't he in Lethal Weapon as well?
Striking Distance. As in Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see that once. I can't remember. I didn't realise he was in it. He's in one of the Lethal Weapons as well, isn't he?
Yeah. And Maniac Cop.
Yes, he is.
Shit,
yeah. Maniac.
The remake of My Bloody Valentine. He's in that as well.
Is he? Oh. Sam says about John's Stanley Kubrick rating. Absolutely, that was a great ranking of the films there. So if you
I haven't watched that one yet, actually.
So if
I need to get that one watched.
John's channel. I've just seen the next comment after this, and I'm just, oh no, I don't think I could do it. Marvel fan says, "What's your thoughts on Five Nights at Freddy trailer?" We did.
We've already had that one. I will. Let's see this other one.
Go on.
Oh God. Right.
The ventriloquist vehemently. He's done
it now. We've got Pete say the ventriloquist vehemently vindicated the Viper Keeper's decision to vacate the valedictionary.
Vacate?
Yeah, it is actually vacate. It's vacate.
Ah. Will you whip through that there, apart from the last word, then? Valedictorian, is it?
So I did it all right, then, I think. I didn't.
You did?
It up too badly.
You didn't even stammer on ventriloquist.
Well, when I was a teenager, I used to have like a bit of a stammer or something, and really couldn't pronounce words like with my W's and R's. Really struggled with it, but sometimes it comes back up. especially when I'm nervous.
Well, if you take that last word off there, you shot through that, motherfucker.
I was surprised. I tried not to think about it, just went for it. But we have Red Romantics here saying, what's your favourite Jared Leto film? Is there one?
Urban Legend.
I don't think I've seen Urban Legend.
I love it. It's amazing.
I will have to say Dallas Buyers Club, thinking about it now, because he was great in that. That's the only one I can think of. I still haven't seen his magnum opus yet, Morbius, but I do have it, and I'm looking forward to watching it.
I want to see Urban Legend, but I haven't seen that. I'm going to add that to the list, and I guess I'll just stick with Requiem for a Dream and then Dallas Buyers Club.
Good pick.
Urban Legend's very sort of Scream / I know what you did last summer type of thing.
That was it.
Very cool.
When Scream came out, it's come out, didn't it?
It was on the back of Scream. Set off that new all the copycat ones, like there was that, and Valentine was another one. No, we did last summer. Yeah, that all them type of things.
Mike, what about you?
Blade Runner 2049.
Oh, he's in that, is he? Oh, I didn't know.
He's got a small role in it, but yeah, I love that.
I haven't seen that one yet. I've seen the first one, but I've never got around to the sequel yet.
It's good. It's really good.
Andy?
Mine is a 90s film called The Last of the High Kings.
Oh.
Yeah, it's set in Ireland. So it's like a coming of age movie with obviously Gerard Leto, but I think Gabriel Byrne plays his dad and Catherine O'Hara plays his mum.
Oh, really?
And Christina Ricci's in it as well. But yeah, it's really underrated. It's quite hard to get hold of, but I really like it. It's my favorite one with him in.
That sounds good. I'll check that out. And Scott, what about you?
I'm probably going to go with Dallas Buyers Club as well. To be fair, I really like that film. I think it's really good.
Awesome. Next up, we have Ian here saying, what's your thoughts on Gremlins, Secret of the Mogwai? Is an animated Gremlins a good idea? I see the trailer for it. It doesn't look good. The animation looks awful. Leave it at Gremlins 2. What do you think, Mike?
This is the first I'm hearing of it, to be honest.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I'll try and from think, is this real or is he winding us up?
Yeah, I've not heard a single thing about it, but yeah, same as you, Pete, just leave it at Gremlins 1 and 2.
It's coming out very soon. I think it's coming out in the next month or two to watch on HBO Max. Yeah,
just can't help themselves, can they?
The gizmo looks horrific. It's like some sort of child adventure thing. It is.
Oh my god!
I think it's set back in like the origins of the Mogwai. It's set in like years ago, and they go on an adventure or something. It looks very kiddified and nothing like the original Gremlins. Have you seen the trailer, Andy?
No, like you guys, this is the first I've heard of it.
Have you heard of the show, Tracy?
No, I can't believe how active your chat is. I can't believe that question was asked 3 hours ago. I just realized that.
Yes.
Like, oh my God. That's wild. That's fantastic that your chat is so active. But no, I have not seen it.
No worries. Scott?
No, I haven't heard of it before, but yeah, they probably should have just stuck with 1 and 2.
Awesome. We've got Sam saying, Mike, have you seen the animated TV series or the live action series of Planet of the Apes? Very curious to check them out.
I've not seen the animated one. I've seen the live action one, and yeah, I remember it being pretty good. It's basically just the first Planet of the Apes movie again, but just as a TV show. But I think it only lasted like 13 episodes, and then it got cancelled.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
What, the original 70s one?
Yeah. I think it was actually quite a big hit in the UK, but not in the US. I think that's why it got cancelled.
I remember watching the teleseries when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Can't remember much about it, but I mean, I didn't realize at the time it was like a sci-fi thing. Was it set in the future or something?
Yeah, it's basically the same plot as the first Planet of the Apes. Like two astronauts crash on the planet and they get hunted by the apes, and that's basically it.
I didn't realize it got cancelled. Yet he had like was it 3 or 4 films as well originally?
So there's 5 films originally, and then they had this TV show. But yeah, it only lasted like 13 episodes.
The telly show is the 70s one, though. What do you mean there was another one after that?
The TV show is in the 70s. Yeah.
Wow.
We've got Matt Chats here saying, Night of the Creeps, great shout, cracking film.
Oh, I want to see it.
Love it. Love it.
It's great.
We've got Red Room saying, I bought Elvira, Cassandra Peterson's autobiography, and I've been reading it this week. Really interesting. I'd recommend it. Cool. I should imagine she's got plenty of stories to tell.
Filthy beast.
We've got Red Romantic saying Eyes Wide Shut desperately needs a 4K. Awesome. Do any of you are any of you going to watch this City football match before I put the next comment up?
No.
I know the score. City won 4-0.
Did they? Oh wow, this was ages ago. That it was 1-0.
Yeah, Man City are in the final.
John said the TV series of the Planet of the Apes is excellent, Sam. The cartoon was great, but I haven't seen that since I was a kid. Cool. We've got True Action Star saying, saw a trailer drop for the new Mission Impossible that looks incredible. Have you seen the trailer? Are you excited? It looks brilliant. I cannot wait. It's gonna be epic, I think. It looks like it could be it could be the best one in the franchise, but it's going to be 2-parter, so I'm intrigued to see how they're going to end it to continue it on. I think the next part's going to come out next year. I'm not entirely certain, but Tom Cruise can do no wrong currently, so can't wait. Mike?
I've not watched this new trailer, and I don't think I'm going to watch it because I don't want to see any more footage until I actually see the movie.
A lot of it is the same footage from the previous trailers, to be honest. Just 1 or 2 new things, but probably best to keep clear if you don't want it spoiled. And Andy, have you seen it?
No. I might do the same as Mike, actually. I might just go see the movie now instead.
Yeah. Tracy?
I'm actually I have not seen the new trailer, but I'm looking forward to seeing the trailer since it's been kind of a mystery. I was really surprised we haven't gotten a trailer till now, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Cool. Scott?
I haven't seen any of the trailers yet. No, I'll probably wait and go and see a movie. But I'm going to head off now, Pete, if that's okay, because I feel really drained and tired. So.
No, don't worry, Scott. Thank you ever so much for joining as always, mate. And do you just want to promote the stream coming on Friday?
Always, Nigel and you will be on, Pete, and Andy's back on Friday, so that's awesome. And our special guest will be Mike from Did You See That? So it should be a good time. Yes,
and we're both on Mike's stream tomorrow night as well at 8 o'clock. So be sure to check out Mike's channel. Did you see that? He's got a brilliant channel, brilliant stream. So be sure to pop on over there and give him some support.
Definitely. I'm really sorry about tonight, Pete. I've been trying to stay energetic, but I just feel so tired tonight for some reason.
Hey, don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. You're all right. You just take care.
Awesome. Take care, guys. Good speaking to you all. Bye.
See you later, Scott.
See you later, Scott.
And then there was 8. 7. 5.
You're getting one of these, Pete.
What a belly!
Yeah, Sam's on to.
I've had that on standby for fucking hours.
I was going to say, have you got that ready and a button? Is that your new thing?
Oh. So every time I mess up, you say, "What a bell end!"
Yeah.
Oh. Minhaju says, what's your favourite horror icon or franchise and why? I'd probably say Nightmare on Elm Street because that's probably the one I've watched the most of and I've enjoyed pretty much all of them bar a couple. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I probably just have to say Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street. He's just such a cool character, great personality, and just awesome horror character.
Andy?
Yeah, for the same reasons, but I'm picking Michael Myers.
Brilliant. Tracy, what about you?
I'll go with Freddy, and I think this is more 90s. I don't remember when Stephen King wrote the book, but the clown from It, Pennywise.
Yeah, that's a really good pick as well. Yeah. And Nige, what about you?
Absolutely, Jason and Friday the 13th for me. I've always loved them films since I saw them. I don't know what it is. There's just something about that whole camp setting. I just love everything about it. And he's just a brutal fucker as well.
Yeah.
I just enjoy. I love them more than. I used to sort of battle. Do I like that better or Halloween? I was like, no, it's Friday the 13th. If I'm gonna watch something like that, like a slasher thing, or like one of my favorite ones, that would be my go-to one.
Awesome. We've got Jason here saying I'd like to see a third Incredibles movie. That'd be quite good. I can imagine it will happen. Wouldn't surprise me. John says the TV series is very good. Red Romantic says, should I watch Ash vs. Evil Dead if I only like the first film and the remake? I want to give it a go, but not sure. What would you guys think?
I would say try the first episode. And if you like that, then you're going to like the entire thing.
Sounds good.
There is a lot of comedy in it, but because it's more modern, I think it's very different to the other sequels. It's mad gory, and it is funny. And I don't know. Actually, he's corny as hell in it as well. He's like a proper medallion man, hey baby, type of thing. So I would watch the first episode. If you like that, carry on with it.
Cool. Mike?
Well, I'd say that the TV series is probably closest in tone to the second and third movie, but he's saying here he's only seen the first movie and the remake, and it's probably the least like those two movies. But I'd just say watch it anyway because I just think it's such an entertaining show. Like
it is, yeah.
There's no filler episodes. It's just fun from start to finish.
Yeah.
So many new characters in it as well as it goes along.
Yeah.
And I know Andy's a fan of it as well.
Yeah, it's great. It doesn't overstay its welcome at all. The episodes is short and sweet. They're only like half an hour, if that, and there's only 10 episodes a season, so it's not going to take up too much of your time.
Awesome. And have you seen it, Tracy?
Mute.
She's muted.
Sorry. No, I have not seen it. I do want to see it though at some point.
Awesome. We've got Matt Chats here saying, not at all for remakes. Having said that, Demons, I would love to see a new one. Nothing wrong with the first two. I'd love to see those things go on a rampage again. Bradley's not too keen on it. I'm holding off on Ash vs. Evil Dead, so I'm not so much into comedy horror, and that seems to be what it's about.
Yeah, but I still think it's quite different, though.
It did say it's very highly rated, though.
I mean, like Andy said, they are quite short. The episodes, they're not an hour long or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, like, if you just watch the first half an hour, if you don't like it, just turn it off. Don't watch it anymore.
Yeah, the best thing to do is try and find the first episode online and give it a shot. And if you like it, then you know what to do. I think they're all on Netflix as well, so you can check them out on there. We've got the reviewer saying, did you guys see the new trailer for Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning? We talked about this earlier, mate. I'll even talk about what he's selling for 300. Wow. Red Romantic says, not seen Evil Dead Rise yet. To be honest, I'm going to wait for the 4K, but it sounds right up my street. It is available on digital now, but I would imagine the 4K will be coming very soon. Evil Dead Rise is great. I think we're getting a steelbook over here as well for it. Radley can't wait for it as well. Not sure if there's a 4K release date for Rise yet. I think you're looking at July or August. I would imagine it'd be pretty soon because it went straight to streaming 2 or 3 weeks after its theatrical run. We got Bad Lieutenant saying, did you know Joe Pesci got to beat the crap out of Frank Vincent in the 2 Scorsese films, Raging Bull and Goodfellas, but Vincent got his revenge in Casino? Ooh.
Did he ever?
Yeah.
Oof.
I haven't seen Casino. That's one I haven't. So that's another one on the list to watch.
Did you like Goodfellas?
Oh yeah, loved Goodfellas.
I think you will. It's not like as mafia like that, but it's a kind of similar vein type of thing.
I think
like extortion and all. I think you'll love it.
It's got a really good cast in it, and the whole tone of it looks right up my street. So I do want to check it out.
I think the worst thing about Casino for me was Sharon Stone, the character.
Really?
Oh God, what a moaning, screaming, shouting, horrible piece of shit she was. But she played the part really well. It wasn't Sharon Stone; it was the character.
Oh right. Oh.
She's a pain in the ass, man.
Isn't the film like nearly 3 hours long as well?
Yeah, it is, but
it's getting on for that, yeah, but it doesn't feel it.
No.
Oh, that's good.
It's just so entertaining.
Sam says he's looking forward to Mission Impossible 7. Also great that the Indiana Jones films are coming to Disney Plus, leading up to the new one. And they're also putting the Young Indiana Jones TV series on Disney Plus as well, which is quite a good move. Because wasn't River Phoenix in Young Indiana Jones? Or am I not mistaken?
He played him in The Last Crusade.
Oh yes, he did in The Last Crusade. Yeah, that's where I'm getting it from. Marvel fans, I got Stephen King It 1990 on Blu-ray, brand new and sale for £3. I haven't seen it since 17 or 18 alongside the new one. Awesome. We've got Traction Star saying, what's your thoughts on the film Greenland with Gerard Butler? Quite like that one. That was really good. It was quite a good disaster film. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I think there's a sequel coming, but haven't heard anything soon. Have you seen it, Mike?
No, not seen it.
Andy?
Heard of it, but not seen it.
Tracy?
No, I have not seen it actually, but I do, I'm open to seeing something like that. Even if it's not, typically well received. But
yeah,
who knows?
Cool. And we've got Nige. Have you seen it?
Nope. Never even heard of it.
We've got David here saying, what's the best steelbooks in your collection? I think we did talk about this one earlier as well. You showed the Batman, didn't you, Tracy?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. We've got AJ here saying, evening all. Evening, AJ. Thanks for joining.
AJ.
Yep.
We got Dimension Scott saying, my favourite steelbook is that I have of the Ghost in the Shell original anime 4K steelbook. Wow, I bet that looks nice, mate. We've got a question from AJ saying, if you could have one movie prop from any movie, what would it be? Oh, that's a good question. What? Can you think of one, Mike?
Not off the top of my head, no. No, I can't think of anything.
No worries. Andy?
If it worked practically, I love the I'd love to have the gun off the Fifth Element.
Oh, really?
that gun's amazing.
Oh, nice pick there. Tracy?
I feel like I would want the token that Leonardo DiCaprio has in Inception, the to see if he's like dreaming or not. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yep, that's a really good one. And Nige, what about you?
We have had this question before, and I'll answer the same. Everybody, I think, would have thought I would have said the shark out of Jaws, but like, where the hell would I put that? So I said I would go for the actual original puppet of the creep from the original Creepshow film.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah.
For me, I'm honestly thinking at the top of my head here, probably like one of the models for one of like the 80s in Star Wars, one of the older ones. I think that'd be quite good. But again, space. We got Trash Star saying, I saw an article saying that Arnold is done with the Terminator role. Yeah, we actually talked about that a little bit earlier. We've got Mac Chat says, best steelbooks for him. I have a Zombie Flesh Eaters one and the Big Trouble in Little China one. Oh, that's the one Andy's got as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice, that one.
Red Romantics would like anything that Margot Robbie wore. Or didn't wear, AJ says. Right, we've got Bad Lieutenant saying apparently Scorsese deliberately organised it in Casino. Frank Vincent also gets a memorable demise in the TV series The Sopranos. Cool. We've got Sam here saying, what's everyone's favourite whodunit film? A recent one I would say is Knives Out. That is great. It's got a great cast, really good script. Daniel Craig is really surprisingly good with his deep South American accent. I had a good time with it. I haven't seen the new one yet, but if it's like the first one, I think it'll be a good time. What about you, Mike?
I'm just trying to think. I just had to Google it because I can't really think of any movies off the top of my head. I'd probably just have to say something like The Usual Suspects.
Great choice.
Nice choice there. What about you, Andy?
The original Scream.
No, another good choice.
That's a good one there, Andy.
I remember seeing that when I was a kid, just being blown away by the ending. Didn't expect it at all.
No. Tracy?
Well, a movie I was going to say, on the surface, I feel like it feels like a whodunit type of film. But now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really think it qualifies. I was going to say Snowpiercer, but I don't really think that qualifies as a whodunit now that I'm looking back on it. But I love Murder on the Orient Express. I do enjoy the new Knives Out films. I don't know. I feel like I've seen better examples recently. I'm just not thinking of them currently. But
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'll come back and sell why I think Snowpiercer is a whodunit film. I hope you've all seen Snowpiercer, by the way. It's fantastic. Bong Joon-ho.
Yeah, it's great.
I love the film. It's so fun.
It's
Cool.
really
I
good.
do have that. I've heard it's really good. Chris Evans in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah. It's not really, I guess it's not really a whodunit. It's more of just like a huge twist to the movie. So I think that's really what it is. So
nice.
Ignore that one. But
and what about you, Nige? Your favourite whodunit?
I've got to say Scream. When I first saw that, it absolutely blew me away. But I must admit, some of those all black and white Hammer ones, some of the final like reveals and the twists in them, I never seen them coming. There's some brilliant ones.
Oh wow, that's a really good one. Good choices there. Got Radley saying favourite steelbook for him. I have the Exodus collection. As all the movies, even the bad ones.
Wow. Another one's a steelbook.
Red Room Antics would like a Chucky doll or Tiffany doll. Cool. We've got Humbus Columbus here saying, hi folks, they shouldn't do this, but if you had a chance to recast Indiana Jones, who'd be a good shout? I would say Timothy Oliphant from Deadwood or Justified.
And Scream 2. That's what he is in Scream 2.
Yeah. He's in Die Hard 4 as well.
He is in Die
I think
Hard 4,
Scream 2 was the first thing I seen him in. And he's in the remake of The Crazies, I think.
Yeah.
Is he? He's been in quite a few bits, Timothy Oliphant has.
I love Timothy Oliphant so much. I think he's an amazing villain. I don't know if I would see him as a protagonist good guy, but maybe Indiana Jones kind of has some edge to him, so that could potentially work. I really love him actually in The Girl Next Door. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but I think he's like so good as the porn director. Oh my god, he's so fantastic in that movie.
What about you, Mike? What about you, Mike?
I can't answer that. I can't picture anybody else playing Indiana Jones. It's sacrilege to me. So yeah, I literally can't answer it. It's Harrison Ford, and that's it.
No worries. Andy, would you say the same?
Yeah, just for Indiana Jones, yeah. I think that's more synonymous with him than Han Solo, to be honest, because I can recast him as Han Solo, but I can't as Indy.
Yeah, no worries. Nige?
First person who popped into my head was Bradley Pitts.
Bradley Pitts.
Or his brother Arm.
Armpit.
Or his other brother Seth.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or his dad Bottomless.
Oh.
And his cousin Clay. See that wheeze?
All right, then. Night, Mum.
Hit your button.
What about that?
I'm logged up again now.
Is he gonna play it?
Pete, do something silly.
Timothy Elephant.
What?
Oh,
What?
Well, that's you now. What about Ender? Oh.
What a bell end!
The squeaks.
The squeaks that does it. Timothy Onky Pant, says AJ.
Timothy Occupant. That's supposed to be Oliphant.
Oliphant, yeah. He is underrated. But
Timothy Occupant.
I'm so glad my mic was off. When you spelled what his name was written as, I spit my drink out. That was so funny. Oakley fans or whatever you said was hilarious. Oh my
Timothy
god.
Occupant.
That was great.
But yeah, I can't see nobody else as Indy. Only Harrison Ford. Don't recast him. We've got Red Romantic saying Alvara's crock pot monster. That would be a cool prop to own. Ooh. We have Matt H saying, what's your favourite film set in your hometown or the area that you live? They haven't set anything where I live. only true crime dramas. Mike, what about you?
The only movie that springs to mind is there's a movie called The 51st State with Robert Carlyle and Samuel L. Jackson. I think in America it's called Formula 51 or something. Yeah, that's the only film I can think of.
Good one. Andy?
Yeah, same as Mike. Both live in the same area.
Awesome. What about you, Tracy?
Well, first of all, what area do you guys live in?
Liverpool, England.
Oh, that's so cool. Very cool.
Cambridgeshire.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say not Scream 6 because it wasn't shot here. But I would say Annie Hall I think is one of the best depictions of New York in a film that's a realistic portrayal. It's not the hubbub and all that stuff. And then a film that if you want to see all the hubbub and the touristy type of stuff, the magic around Christmas time, I would say Home Alone 2 is that really shows what Midtown Manhattan is like during the holidays. So
cool. Nice pick there. And what about you, Nige?
I actually don't think there is a film that's been filmed around here. The nearest thing I can think of is a TV series and it was the third series of Alvida St. Pet.
That's a good TV
Filmed
show.
right around Mildred where the transporter is and stuff.
Cool. Right, let's have a look. Oh, we've got the Del Boy back. He says, this week I rewatched The Quick and the Dead, a Sam Raimi Western. Not really known for his Westerns. Can you think of another director known for a different type of film that could do a Western? Ooh, good question. That's a hard question. Can you think of one, Mike?
A director that could do a Western, not that has.
Yeah,
Could do a
I think John Carpenter would have been perfect to do a Western. He's made movies similar to Westerns, but he's never made
Vampires.
Vampires,
that's probably the closest he made to a Western. But yeah, I think he could do like a really good, like proper Western, because like Assault Precinct 13, that's basically a Western, but obviously
in modern 70s. Well,
yeah.
What about you?
I was going to say the Coen brothers, but
sorry.
they've like made
Coen
Westerns.
brothers.
So I don't know if the question was if they have never done a Western, you know? And even Tarantino, like Django Unchained is, you know, kind of a Western.
That's a hard
I'd like to
question.
see Nolan try a Western. I would be interested in seeing that.
That would be an interesting one, yeah. I'd be up for that. Andy, what about you?
Did Spielberg do one?
Indiana Jones, I guess, is his closest, right, to a
Yeah, I
Western?
guess.
Unless I'm missing
Yeah.
something?
I'd say Edgar Wright.
Oh yeah, great choice. I love him. That'd be great. He'd be great at a Western. Oh my God. Hot Fuzz is one of my like top 10 favorite movies. I love it.
Oh, Hot Fuzz is great. Such a fun film. And Nige, what about you?
I'd probably give Joe Dante a good go at it.
Ooh, good one there.
Because he's done like loads of type of everything, and I don't know, I like the way he directs.
Yeah, he's a good director. We got David saying, what's your favourite movie you own in your collection? That is too hard for me to answer, David.
That's too hard for everyone to answer. That's an impossible question.
Yeah.
Not me, Jaws.
Oh yeah, Jaws. Same for you guys, too hard to answer?
Yeah, personally at the moment, yes.
Yeah.
Edward says, have you ever decided to start watching a movie and then you have to keep pausing it or restarting it due to distractions, or you given up altogether?
Often.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I would say pretty often. Either falling asleep, which has recently happened, or just like stuff going on, not being in the right frame of mind. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think there's been times. Yeah, it happens sometimes for me. Yeah, I don't like have any specific movies, but yeah, it does happen from time to time.
Yep. Andy?
Yeah, I've put movies that I've seen before and I absolutely love. Started to watch them, got 5 minutes in, and just turned them off. It was just like, I've realised I'm not feeling it.
Yeah.
Did it with Raiders of the Lost Ark once, and I did it with Nightmare on Elm Street. Just turned them off because I just weren't feeling it. Thought I was when I wanted to watch them, but nah.
Sometimes it can be like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And you, Tracy?
I had the hardest time watching Scorsese's The Irishman. I did it in like 2 or 3 parts. I was trying to watch it before the Oscars because I try to watch all the Best Picture nominations before the Oscars, and I'm sure it's a well-made film. I'm sure it's, you know, maybe if I gave it another chance in hindsight. I just thought it was incredibly slow, and I had just a really tough time getting through it.
No worries. We've got Matt Chats here saying, favourite film set in my hometown is The Commitments, but a film shot in my area was Intermission with Colin Farrell and Cillian Murphy. A brilliant film. Anyone know of these? Ooh.
No, but I can tell you what my film was that I watched in 3 parts.
Completely dodged, Nige.
I think I've been demoted to the left-hand corner. Heat. Not because it was slow, but I was either having to go out or I was too tired or whatever. So it took me 3 sittings to watch that film, which is why I want to watch it again. But Andy said, there's loads I put on and thought, I don't fancy this, and I turn it back off again. You've got to fancy the film.
That's the thing, yeah. If you're not feeling it, it's not worth sitting through it because you damage your thoughts on the film. So it's best to turn it off and watching it another day. I haven't seen those films. Has anybody else seen those films? The Commitments and
Seen The Commitments.
Yeah, Commitments is really good.
Yeah, Commitments is great.
I love the cast.
I think I've seen it years ago, but I can't really remember.
Cool. Comments have gone weird. Right, a lot of talk about football. Okay.
Yeah, skip all that.
Bad Bill 10 said I would say Shogun if it was an hour release, or Oni Baba. The only one I thought was a Kurosawa film. Okay. Gary says Basic Instinct over Fatal Attraction, but not by much. I love Fatal Attraction, but Glenn Close put the fear of God into me.
Yeah, I agree.
Radley says Fatal Attraction, a bit of a classic for me. Nice.
How bizarre! I've got the soundtrack on vinyl for that as well. Fatal Attraction.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's cool.
In fact, I can see the cover from here.
Bad Lieutenant says good pick. Pete Falling Down is an excellent film. It is a brilliant film.
I need to watch that again. I've only seen it once, and I didn't think it was all that.
I've only seen Fatal Attraction the once, but thought it was good. Yeah, definitely give it a rewatch, mate. That's what I'm going to try to do. Thoughts on Disclosure with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore. Never even heard of it till tonight.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
What were you saying, Tracy?
No. I think we discussed the thoughts of about this film earlier.
Yeah, I think we did when we brought up Fatal Attraction.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid flicking through the channels late one night because I stayed up. It was like Friday night and the film was on. I must have been about 6 or 7.
It's an exciting night for you then.
Yeah, and then that scene came on where they do what they do, and I was just like, I can't believe I've just seen that.
I think I would like to know what that scene is because I don't know what you're on about. I've not seen it. What do they do? I need to know now. You can't just leave it like that.
Well, yeah, she puts his Douglas in Demi. Yeah.
Is there a specific thing that they do that's so shocking, or just the fact that they did it?
No, it was like you've seen. Do you remember the bit in Pink Flamingos?
Oh, with the son.
Yeah.
Yes.
Demi Moore and Michael Douglas do that.
Oh.
And I was about 6 or 7 watching it, and I was like, "Whoa, Jesus!"
Wow, yeah, that's an eye-opening experience.
What do you think he's going to do? Bite it off?
Well,
what a bell end!
Yeah. Yeah, it was an experience. Yeah, and then I think I just turned it off and went to bed and just quietly sat there. Like, what have I just witnessed?
We've got Red Romantic saying, what's everyone's favourite musical? I'm not into them, but I have a soft spot for a few. Ooh. One that I did watch recently, well, last year, was the sequel to Rocky Horror, Shock Treatment. That is so bad, but I had a lot of fun with it, so I'd say that one. I'm not really into musicals myself. What about you, Mike?
Do you know, this probably isn't considered like an actual musical, but it probably is close enough. But I'm going to say the Blues Brothers.
Ooh, that's a nice pick. Yeah, that's a good one. What about you, Andy?
South Park. Bigger, longer, and uncut.
Very good choice there. Tracy?
This is like way too hard of a question for me. I'm very well versed in musicals and musical theater, and I was not prepared for this question. Off the top of my head, musicals that mean a lot to me, not necessarily saying they're the best. I would say Rent got me through some difficult times in high school, as well as Wicked. And then I love, certain ones from, Cabaret and Gypsy and Sweet Charity and My Fair Lady, West Side Story. There's so many more. This would have been an entire just like YouTube video separate. So those are my answers, and we'll move on forward.
You're all right. Good selection of stuff there, Tracy. What about you, Nige?
Grease.
Ooh, nice pick there.
Nigel, I have to send you a little a video that is so hilarious. It's like kind of like a meme video. You're going to laugh so much. I can't get over this video I've been seeing, and it's Grease related. I have to send it to you, so I'll remember to do that. Yes.
Okay.
What are your favorite movies of all time? Too hard to narrow it down.
Too hard. These questions are not going to get answered. There are too many.
Jaws, Friday the 13th, Halloween, Creepshow, and Fright Night.
He's good.
Yeah.
We only have like post-it notes on our computers just for like top 5. Just go.
It's just the fact I did a video for it about a week or 2 ago, and I've just remembered what the first 5 were.
Good. That helps. Yeah.
Elephant Mountain's also in there.
Yes.
And the Wraith. I love the Wraith.
Ooh, good one. What about you, Mike and Andy? Too hard to narrow it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard.
Surely you can name a few.
Falling Down, Heat, Blade Runner, Empire Strikes Back, Fright Nights. Yeah.
Heat seems very popular amongst us, doesn't it?
I love it.
I've noticed, I could mentioned a lot, and everybody seems to love that film.
It's fantastic.
I must admit, I do. That was the first time I'd watch it, and I loved it.
Yeah, I think it's a masterpiece. I love it.
Oh God!
It's a 3-hour film.
This actually is a masterpiece.
It is. It's a 3-hour film that feels like an hour and a half film. It's that good.
I loved that bit at the end in the airport like landing thing with them two.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
God Almighty! It was like getting on my nerves, and then when it happened, I was like, yes.
Yeah.
But that scene was fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
It was perfect. It was a perfect ending. Have you got any favourite films you want to say, Andy?
I can't narrow it
Last
down.
American Virgin's got to be one.
Could very well be.
Yeah.
Fright Night, another one, maybe.
Yeah.
I've given you 2 of his.
Yeah, Boogie Nights is one of mine.
I really need to see that film.
No, I think you'd love it, Nige.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even Laura tells me to watch it. She loves it. She's seen it.
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic.
We've got Marvel fans saying, I binge watched all 7 episodes from season 12 of Waterloo Road yesterday. Really good show. Can't wait for more episodes in a few months. They're still doing Waterloo Road. Wow.
They've got a school in it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Like a secondary school.
Yeah, that's the one.
I've seen a couple of episodes because Laura used to watch it.
They brought it back now. I've not heard greatest things, but I'm glad he enjoyed it. Sam says favourite musicals are Willy Wonka, Wizard of Oz, and the 68 version of Oliver. Good shouts there.
Wizard of Oz, that's another good one. And Willy Wonka.
Moulin Rouge, La La Land. Nice.
Willy Wonka. Repellent. Just discovered my new politically correct only has one M2. What?
We just discovered my new PC has only had a one M2 slot. I'm an idiot. I'm on topic. Once I saw a movie that had a computer in it. All right, cool.
He's not an idiot. He's a press your button, press your button, press your button.
The moment has passed.
He's going to have to get this sorted out.
Yeah.
Get it on a loop or something, so you've got it at hand at all times.
Sam says it's definitely getting to one of the 2 jazz clubs in New York City. Are you a Miles Davis fan, Tracy?
We'll never know.
End of the Century is my favourite Blur song. Somebody says song 2. Has anybody read any books that they'd love to see made into a film?
Hell yes.
Oh, what? What would you like?
James
to see?
Herbert's Moon.
Oh, really? Cool.
I read that book and it absolutely creeped / scared the shit out of me. It was creepy as hell.
Nice. What about you, Mike?
I don't really have any, to be honest. I don't really read.
Same here. And Andy?
Mute!
What about end?
What a bell end!
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
No
I
worries.
think my phone answered it for me.
What about you, Tracy? Have you got any books that you'd like to see made into a film?
I would really like them to do Catcher in the Rye, like properly. I think they tried to do that in the 80s, but I don't really think I've ever seen it. I don't think anyone's ever seen it. So I'd like to do Catcher in the Rye. I would like to watch.
Cool. Great pick there. Got Sam on about his favourite Blur songs. We've got Mac Chat says, I went to a jazz club in New York. Can't remember the name, but apparently Morgan Freeman is a regular. It was about the corner from the Ghostbusters firehouse.
Yes, very nice. I will do some research into that and find out which one that was, because that sounds great.
Got Radley saying, I'd love to see Hyperion by Dan Simmons made into a movie. If done right, it'd be amazing.
What a bell end!
Now he's getting there.
He's getting there. Oh dear.
There was a question for you as well, Tracy, when you were gone.
Yes, there is. Let me just see.
Was it
Sam?
something? Do you like Miles? Was it Miles Davis?
Miles Davis. Do you like Miles Davis, Tracy?
I do like Miles Davis, yes. I don't think anyone that's into jazz would say they don't like Miles Davis, though. He's kind of like one of the gods of jazz.
He continues to say, I had a good chat with the lad on duty at the Ghostbusters firehouse. He told me some awful story about 9/11. He left
God.
touched the Ghostbusters 2 sign. It was left there. That was so cool.
Wow.
I will say the memorial they have is beautiful. If anyone ever visits New York, the 9/11 memorial is absolutely, it's so peaceful. They actually created this like park around it, and it's this waterfall type of thing. It's quite fantastic, and it's got this eerie feeling but calming, and it's very nice.
So sad.
It is so sad.
Yeah.
Rut Jackson here said, I hope this hasn't been asked yet, but what's your favourite New York movie? For me, I'd say Taxi Driver or Bad Lieutenant.
That's a bloody damn fine question.
That is a good question. Let me take... Oh, Muppets Take Manhattan.
Shut the fuck up. I'm so sorry. I love that movie. I love it. I love Muppets Take Manhattan so much. Oh my god. No, it's so good. And actually, that restaurant where Kermit goes when he's trying to get his like out there that he's a Broadway producer, they have his photo still at that restaurant at Sardi's. That he like replaced Liza Minnelli's photo with his. They still have that there. It is so adorable. Yes, love that movie. Great choice.
Oh wow. And that was one that just popped into my head.
So good.
Oh,
I have it on
really?
Laserdisc, actually.
Really?
Oh, miss my laser display.
Oh.
What about you, Mike?
Maybe Escape from New York or the King of New York. Yeah.
Two good ones there. Andy?
Yeah, there's one for me. I know the director's not a big fan of the movie. I think he disowned it, but I'm gonna have to go with Woody Allen's Manhattan.
Great film.
The whole Rhapsody in Blue opening
yeah.
is just fantastic. And I don't get why he doesn't like the movie, because I think it's awesome. But yeah, it's just such a great film. I always used to watch that back to back with Annie Hall. But
yeah, any Woody Allen film gives you a very accurate portrayal of New York. So
yeah,
yeah.
Because I love Hannah and Her Sisters as well. That's one of my favorites by him.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Good pick there, Andy. What about you, Tracy?
Besides the Muppets Take Manhattan, yeah, I would go with really anything Woody Allen, but yeah, Annie Hall for sure. And I think I already answered this, because I also said Home Alone 2 is a good portrayal for holiday season though.
Good stuff. And Nige, what about you?
Maniac is probably one. And there was another one I get. Jesus, my memory. I was going to say another one before it as well. Toxic Avenger as well. I think that's in New York as well.
Is it?
Because you keep seeing the Twin Towers in the background every now and again. The Sentinel. That's another one. Stir Crazy is the one I was trying to think of, because it's in New York in the beginning before they go to prison.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
Any Spider-Man movie too, I feel like.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
the Raimi Spider-Man movies.
The Raimi ones. An underrated action thriller is The Accountant. Have you seen it? That's the one with Ben Affleck. Yeah, it was all right. Not too bad. You seen it, Anne? Nobody else?
My mom is watching this, and she just texted me, and she's like, Serpico, Midnight Cowboy, King Kong. Like, thanks, Mom. All New York movies.
We got Lewis saying The Bad Batch, not the Star Wars one. It has Jason Momoa, Keanu Reeves, and Jim Carrey. Ooh, didn't know that one. Anybody seen The Bad Batch? Not the Star Wars one?
No.
I'll talk about John. Andy likes stuff here, saying, hi guys, watch Terrifier 2 in the wrong order in the last week. All I can say is, what the fuck? Oh. Andy, you'd think you'd watch it in the correct order. Right. Got loads of talking between people. Anybody else keep getting 503 error messages up in the chat? I don't know what's going on with the chat just lately, but it has been a little bit glitchy. I think if you just keep refreshing it, mate, it should work. We've got Radley saying Terrifier movies seem to be an excuse to gross out on gore. Plot is paper thin, if there is even one. Yeah, that's kind of put me off watching them, because I do think it's just over the top gore for gore's sakes. But I've heard so many good things about it, and I know Nige recently watched the second one and loved it, didn't you?
Yeah, first one as well. I watched it once, hated it, rewatched it, absolutely loved it.
Wow.
No,
I haven't seen either. My really good friend was the special effects advisor for the second one. So he's very into practical effects when it comes to horror stuff. So I need to watch it. I'm just trying to get brave to do so.
Absolutely brutal, they are, both of them. But they're just, it's him. I swear to God, some of the face expressions on art, it's like, Jesus, if you bumped into him or anybody dressed like that, if it was identical on Halloween, you'd just die on the spot. I couldn't bear coming face to face with him. I'd shit myself. The creepy grins and the facial expressions he does. Jesus.
I know. I've seen that bedroom scene, and that's rough.
Yeah, but it doesn't last long, really.
He sits there just going, like,
I'm not.
he's just like,
Yeah.
It's like a kid that's made a mess up on the wall, just like,
Yeah.
did I? Oh no. What about you, Mike? You've seen him?
Yeah, I really enjoy them. Similar to Nige, like I saw the first one like a while back, and I thought I was just kind of like, yeah, it's okay. It's nothing special, but I rewatched it and really liked it, and yeah, I really like the second one. I just want to say with like that bedroom scene, I just think that scene's like so horrible because he attacks her, does all this stuff to her, and he leaves, and you think that's it.
He comes back.
What he does to her when he comes back, and it's just like, oh, you're such a cruel bastard. Like there's just it's just so horrible.
You know what made me actually physically balk more than any of the gore? When the dirty fucker wipes shit on the wall. Oh, you fucking dirty bastard! And that poor bloke, go and clean it up. When he walked in, it was there all over. He'd wrote art and shit. I'm like, ugh. It looked vile. I could smell the fucker just by watching it. Oh, man. The way it was all jellified. I'm sure there was a bit of C. diff going on there.
Oh, and you like the films, Andy?
Yeah, I have a great time with them. I've only seen them the once, but yeah, they were a lot of fun.
Great stuff.
I do think you'll enjoy them, though, Pete. I do.
I think they're available on Paramount Plus now, so I may watch them on there.
People saying that ran out and all that's over exaggerated.
Poundland Plus. I said Paramount Plus.
I thought you said I'll catch him on Poundland Plus.
That's the new reward scheme they're bringing.
What a belly!
That's the new reward scheme. Reward scheme.
Yeah.
What a bell end!
Poundland Plus. That's where the films are £2 instead of £1.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Where you going? I'm going to Poundland Plus to go get Terrifier 1 and 2.
Oh, Poundland Plus sounds like one of their rewards cards they do. Oh, I'll be a Poundland Plus card. I'll scan that.
Poundland Plus. What a bell end!
Gary says Queen Gambit was great. Needs a physical release. I definitely do agree. I've never seen an episode, but I 100% agree. Jackson says Power of the Dog is great. Got the Criterion for Christmas. Nice.
I got Power of the Night in my head there.
Yeah. Could have been worse.
Couldn't even break it.
Oh dear.
Oh fucking hell.
Sam says favourite Netflix film would either be Marriage Story or All Quiet on the Western Front.
That was last week's question, wasn't it?
I think so. That's been a while ago. Yeah.
Are we that far behind?
Those are both great movies.
We've got Austin Carey here saying, "Man, everyone is sleeping on Cobra Kai for the Netflix series."
I haven't seen it yet, but I love the 3 Karate Kid films, so I do want to see it.
I've never been a big fan of the Karate Kid films. I've seen the first few episodes of Cobra Kai, quite like it, but just never got round to it. The leading guy seemed pretty likable in it. Anybody else seen Cobra Kai?
No.
I've heard great things. I have not seen it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Went to FOP the other day. John did and picked up some good stuff. And
wow, I'd love to go to one of them.
And the video will be out this week, so looking forward to hearing that. We've got Trench and Star said, "Can you remember Velvet Goldmine, a great drama that pays tribute to the glam rock era with a brilliant cast and soundtrack, one of the UK's most underrated 90s films?" I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things about it.
I've seen it. Yeah. Jonathan Rhys Meyers is in it. Yeah. It's like the Iggy Pop, Bowie era. It's a very interesting film. It's kind of more of a surrealistic take. I enjoyed it.
Oh, that's good.
Toni Collette's in it too, like a really young Toni Collette.
Is she?
Mhm.
Wow, she must be pretty young
Yeah.
in that.
I think
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor's in it as well, and Christian
Yes,
Bale.
yes,
Kristen
yes. Thank
Bell.
you.
Ooh,
And Eddie Izzard's in it as well.
Yes,
wow.
yes.
Yeah.
Good cast there. So you'd recommend it, Andy?
Yeah, it's worth a watch. I've only seen it the once, but yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
It shows,
You
yeah,
seen
it just shows like the very like free love, bisexuality of the 70s and these iconic rock stars and that entire trend that was going on, and it was a very interesting time. So
Yeah, I've just seen a comment on there, and I'm just like, yeah, that's very interesting indeed. Velvet Goldmine, the one where Obi-Wan bums Batman on the roof.
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
it's kind of accurate, but
Are you going to watch it, Nige?
Have a fuck. If I was thinking of it, that's just put me off.
that's quite the
Why would I want to see
description.
Batman getting his chocolate starfish stretched?
Oh, you got away with words, Nige.
Oh,
Dear God.
Oh,
Does that
dear.
happen? Is that real, or is he on drugs?
I mean, it's not like yeah, it's not like I wouldn't say it's a graphic film. I wouldn't go that far. No.
So is that polite for yes, it happens?
It alludes to certain instances that happen, but you don't really, it's not really in your face.
But he goes up his Marmite motorway.
Yeah.
Right. And have you seen it, Mike?
I haven't, no.
You're not going to now either, are you?
I'm trying to remember the director.
I think I'm disturbed.
The director was let's see. Mine. Todd Haynes directed it.
Oh,
Todd Haynes has done quite a few movies. Earlier film. 1998 is when it came out.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've got Sam saying he likes Radiohead. Nice. We've got Max Field here saying, let's hear it for Aardman Animation coming back with Chicken Run 2. Are anyone excited?
God, after all that time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loved the first one.
They've changed the cast, haven't they, I think?
Yeah.
They must have, right? Was the original like George Clooney, I feel like?
Mel Gibson.
Oh, it was Mel Gibson. Sorry. In that era, they were both, I feel like, interchanged for voice acting a lot.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Should be fun. Not hyped for it, but Aardman's very underrated animated studio. They do make some great films.
Yes.
I love the Wallace and Gromit stuff.
Yeah, same here.
What was
I love
that
Kirsten
one?
Rabbit.
What was that one that's like there? It's like a zoo, and it's just
Creature Comforts.
Yes, Creature
Comforts.
Comforts. My parents
That was great.
I grew up on that because my parents thought it was the funniest thing ever, and so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good show. You looking forward to the film, Mike?
The only thing that's putting me off is the change of cast. Like, I do think Mel Gibson and some of the other, I forget who was in the original one, but they kind of made that movie, and it seems a shame that they're not coming back for this one. So I don't really have high hopes for it, but I will probably see it anyway because I do like Chicken Run.
Cool.
They're so cute.
You gonna see it, Andy?
I might do. I remember the first one being actually quite dark when I was a kid.
Yeah. It is.
But yeah, I might give it a go at some point.
What about you, Tracy?
I'm gonna say yes. Yes, they're cute, and I like it. And the Mel Gibson thing, it's tough, and it's kind of he's still trying to find his way back into Hollywood again. So I'm not currently surprised that they recast him or did not ask him back for this with his controversies.
And Nige?
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw the first one at the cinema, and I think I've got the DVD somewhere. So yeah, I'll definitely probably buy it. Whether I go to the cinema or not, I don't know. But if I don't, I'll definitely get the Blu-ray or wherever that comes out.
Cool.
There's so much work that they put into those films. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's like.
I'm assuming they're going to do the animation the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I think it's like 10-second clip takes about a week to film or something.
All stop motion.
Yeah.
On that note, guys, I'm going to head off because I've got to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
No worries, Andy. Absolute pleasure as always, mate. You take care.
It's been a delight to meet you, Tracy, as well.
Oh yes, you too. We'll stay in touch.
But no, I'll see you guys after. Enjoy the rest of the stream, and thanks everyone for watching.
Thanks.
See you later, Andy, mate.
See you later, guys.
See ya.
Good night. And then there was 10.
8, 8, 10, 5, 3, 4. 4, there, 4. We've got Minhaju here saying, if you pick one, what would it be? Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter franchise? I know they're two different genres, but both can have pros and cons. I'd say Harry Potter, mainly for the nostalgic reasons for me. Mike?
It's got to be Lord of the Rings for me. I'm not really the biggest fan of Harry Potter. Yeah, I enjoy it, but Lord of the Rings is like next level for me.
Yeah, great pick. Tracy?
I think for myself, I will choose Harry Potter, similar to you as far as like a nostalgia thing. I remember like being 12 and that movie came out and I was having like a miserable time because when you're 12, everything's miserable. And I just kept thinking like, I wish I could go to Hogwarts, like I wish I could just go to that school and like do magic and stuff. And I would say Harry Potter.
Brilliant.
I respect Lord of the Rings though, for sure. It's not like I don't,
Yeah, same here. What about you, Nige?
Harry Potter, anytime. I love them all. I did watch the first Lord of the Rings film. I've never been so fucking bored in all my life. I hated it. What a bag of shit. But I loved every Harry Potter film. Yeah. I like the early ones, but I think the first one's my favourite one because it was just so different. And because they're all so, like, they're just starting and they're all so young and innocent, it's got this feel-good, happy thing all the way through. Yeah, and as they go on, it just gets absolutely bleak.
Yeah.
But they're just so well done. And I love how they kept the same actors all the way through from start to finish.
Yeah, there was a thought they were going to change him partway through the series, but thankfully they never did. And that's what makes it perfect. Perfect cast at the perfect time.
And them three are still close to this day, close friends.
That's good to see. We've got Sam here saying, what's everyone's favourite coming-of-age film? For me, it has to be Stand By Me, or followed by Boyhood. Ooh.
Stand By Me, I love that film.
That's a good film there. I would probably have to say Stand By Me. I can't really think of anything at the moment. What about you, Mike?
This is probably more of like a high school comedy movie, but I'm going to go with Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh, yeah.
I just think it's a lot of fun, that movie. And I guess it's kind of coming of age.
Good one there. What about you, Tracy?
I mean, it's a very interesting question because it really does, I think, depict whether or not you are a boy or a girl in the sense of your own what you relate to. I would say, I don't know. I mean, I can look back and stuff with like, I mean, Lady Bird to me is not, I think it's an overrated film, but I think it does kind of capture that type of coming of age story for a girl. Even films like Mean Girls, which is a comedy, I think that is incredibly accurate portrayal of what it's like to be in high school as a female. Even something like, like, I'm not trying to just say all Lindsay Lohan movies, but even like Freaky Friday, I think that was kind of her genre, I think, for a bit. I kind of feel like those were really good. Those other films that you guys are mentioning are fantastic. I just think that is like something you relate to more if you are a boy, with that coming of age story for sure.
There was one that came out in the mid-2010s. I think it was directed by Richard Adelele called Submarine. That was really good.
I love that kid. That kid, he's on a show called Red Oaks. Oh my God, I love that actor so much. I have not seen Submarine, but I know who you're talking about. He's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great film. What about you, Nige?
I think American ones would be American Pie and Stand By Me. British Gregory's Girl.
Yep. John said the same.
Oh!
John said
He's just said the same thing.
Yeah.
Which has gone up to over 20 quid.
But you still ordered it for 12 though, so
I got the 4K pre-order, yeah. But I do have the Blu-ray up there as well.
We've got David
I love that film.
Brittany Rose. Brittany was last week, David. It's Tracy this week. What are your favourite Disney Pixar movies? Do you own them? So what are some of your favourite Pixar movies? Tracy, sorry.
Just call me what you will. It's, whatever is fine. I would say I've seen pretty much all of the Pixar films except for a few. My favorites are definitely WALL-E and most recently Soul. I also enjoyed what was the one with the girl with the emotions in her head?
Inside Out.
Inside Out, yes, I enjoyed that a lot. But I would say WALL-E and Soul just really spoke to me. The one film I have not seen by them, which I really can't believe I haven't seen it, is Coco, because that movie just looks absolutely gorgeous. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Yet. I've heard it's really good. Gary saying can't be dealing with Fast and Furious. Hey, we've got James here from Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hey, mate, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, right, James.
We have Minhaju saying, what is your favourite Harry Potter film? I would say Prisoner of Azkaban. Mike?
Yeah, Prisoner of Azkaban.
Nige?
Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone, and Tracy isn't here. We have Traction Star saying, what's the thoughts on the new Haunted Mansion film? I remember the kids loved the Eddie Murphy ones back when they were young. Oh yeah, they're doing a new one. I'm not that fussed, to be honest. I haven't seen the trailer. Don't know when it's coming out. I quite liked the Eddie Murphy one as a kid, but I imagine that's pretty bad now. What about you, Mike?
I don't know too much about it, to be honest. I've not actually seen the Eddie Murphy one.
Oh, yeah.
Not seen it.
Tracy, have you heard of this new Haunted Mansion film?
I have. I know the new trailer was just released. I have to say the ride itself, I've been on it. It is one of the most creative, incredible rides. That the stuff they were pulling off in the 70s, and it just blows your mind when you're on the ride of how the trickery of light and perception and all that stuff was phenomenal. And I really hope that they can bring the heart and essence out in this film. I don't understand why it's a summer movie. I think it would have done so well for Halloween. But we'll see how it is. And yes, the Eddie Murphy one was questionable at best. So I have high hopes. I have not seen the trailer yet though.
No worries. And Nige, have you heard of this Haunted Mansion film?
I've seen the Eddie Murphy one. I actually quite enjoyed it. It depends who's in this. I don't know. I mean,
I think Danny DeVito's in it.
I think it's a strange one to do a remake of, but unless it's a sequel, I don't know. But I don't know. I might watch it. I don't know. But yeah, I did like the Eddie Murphy one. I've only seen it once, but I enjoyed it.
I think they rushed the first one because they wanted it to be like the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. And because there was such success after doing a Disney movie, after a Disney ride that's at the park. And I think that the first one, they needed to refine it a little bit more. It didn't have that pizzazz that Pirates of the Caribbean had. So I think they've been probably waiting for a while to kind of like, let's try it again, like let's try to put everything we have in it. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
What's everyone's thoughts on the film Labyrinth?
Dance, magic dance. I love Labyrinth. Yes.
It's a great film. I love it. Great work by the Jim Henson Company. David Bowie, Jennifer Connelly. Perfect family film. Love it to bits. Mike?
Yeah, I really like it. I was quite late to the game with seeing it, but yeah, really enjoy it. I love the soundtrack. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
What about you, Tracy? You love it?
I love it. It's an incredibly bizarre film. Like if you really look at it, but I think it's fantastic. I have fun with it. Maybe it is nostalgia, but I love it.
Annoyed.
What a pile of shit. I fucking hated it. It's Laura's favourite film of all time.
Mm.
So she said, will you just watch it? Because she watched Jaws. I went, go on then. I put it on. I was like, these songs are so fucking bad. They sound like they're making them up as they're going along. David Bowie, Jesus Christ. What the hell did he have on? I'm astounded how popular it is. It's awful.
No.
The film and the soundtrack, it's both horrendous. Now, the lorry is go and give your fucking head a shake and get a grip.
We've got Andy likes stuff saying Gene Simmons run away with Tom Selleck. He was the bad guy. Good.
It's Tom Selleck. And it is a fantastic film. I've got that.
Ooh. We've got Radley saying, does anyone think that Peaky Blinders will have another season? Fantastic series, and the final season was seemingly open-ended for a return. It's getting a movie. It's going to Netflix. It's apparently already been shot, and it should be coming out next year. I've only seen the first season, but I had a great time with it. Have you seen Peaky Blinders, Mike?
No, never watched it.
What about you, Tracy?
It is a show that is right up my alley. I have not seen it. I love Cillian Murphy. I'm ashamed of myself that I never watched it.
No.
Hopefully in the future I will.
I'm ashamed of myself.
And what about you, Nige?
I've never seen it.
No. We've got Andy saying David Bowie as a teapot and Twin Peaks return. That's hurt my head just reading it.
That was so disappointing, that with Twin Peaks, because it was like this new series, and they kept teasing, because David Bowie was in the original series, like he had a very small role. But with this new series, they filmed it just before he died, and they kept teasing whether his character was going to return, and his character does return, but he's a teapot. Yeah.
I'm so speechless.
Yeah.
David Lynch been a David Lynch, isn't he?
I was going to say, how David Lynch is that, though?
Yeah.
We've got Sam saying, looking forward to the Flash film for Michael Keaton and Batman, Oppenheimer, Barbie, wouldn't mind checking out Transformers, even though I wasn't a big fan of the Michael Bay ones. Apparently he's not directing that one, so that's one thing. We've got Andy likes stuff saying, I watched Kong Skull Island, then Kong v... Kong Skull Island and Kong v Godzilla. I nearly said Codzilla back to back the other day. For me, the first film is better, cast far better, and it's more amusing. Do you like films? My favourite of the whole MonsterVerse is probably the first Godzilla and Kong Skull Island. Kong Skull Island feels like
Skull Island.
Kong
Skull. Oh, it is Kong Skull Island.
Yeah, Kong Skull Island kind of feels a bit like the Predator to me. A bit. It's a good film. I had a lot of fun with that. What about you, Mike?
I've not really seen many of these new ones, but I do have a soft spot for that 90s Godzilla movie with Matthew Broderick.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people don't really like it, but I think it's quite fun.
That's a fun one. What about you, Tracy?
I haven't seen either of these, but I did recently watch Peter Jackson's King Kong film, and I cried like a baby at the end. Yeah, I loved what he did with it. It didn't need to be as long as it was, but I think once it got going, it worked well. And I really liked Jack Black in it as well.
Yeah, he was good in it. And Nige, what about you?
I've not seen it. All I've seen is the original black and white King Kong and the 70s one where he climbs up the Twin Towers.
Yep. Sam says, have you seen the original one? So you have, Nige. Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good. Haven't seen it in years, though. You've seen it, Mike? Yep.
Yeah, it's really good, and especially for the age it is, it holds up really well.
And Tracy, what about you?
I have not seen it in a very long time. I think I saw it in college. So I have not seen it recently. No.
There's another one which is similar to it, also on the premium collection, called Mighty Joe Young.
Oh yes, I've heard of that.
I think I actually like that better. It's faster moving and there's more action in it. More enjoyable.
Give us a good Michael Rooker film.
Who?
Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. Him.
Oh, the actor who played him.
Yeah.
Jeez whiz.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Cliffhanger. I'll say that one.
I'm just getting my pasta off the stove. I'll be right back.
No worries. I'll say Cliffhanger. Mike?
Yeah, that would be my choice, Cliffhanger.
Nige?
It certainly won't be Henry of a fucking Portrait of a Serial Killer, that's for sure.
No, it won't be.
I did see him in something not so long ago. I can't remember what it was, but he's not really an actor I look out for.
Yeah, no worries.
So, no idea, really.
Minhaji says, what's everyone's favourite Disney classic? Has anyone seen The Fox and the Hound? And if so, do you like it? It's one I have nostalgia for. My favourite classic is Lilo and Stitch. I have seen Fox and the Hound. It's pretty good. Haven't seen it in years, though. You, Mike?
I quite like Sleeping Beauty. Is that Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like that one.
Nice. And Nige?
I haven't seen The Fox and the Hound, but my eldest daughter used to have it on video in the 90s when she was little, and she used to watch it quite a lot. So I used to see little clips of it. My favourite is, they're so close together, 101 Dalmatians and Peter Pan.
Good picks. Very good picks. I hope we get a King Conan from Arnie. Seriously, that would be awesome. Matt Chance's favourite performance by a musician is Roger Daltrey in McVicker, David Bowie in A Man Who Fell to Earth, and don't judge, but I like Phil Collins and Buster. So do I. The less said about Jagger and Ned Kelly, the better. Nige, you do a good Jagger. Give us your best. For myself, I not fear death. I fear it as little as to drink a cup of tea.
What's that mean?
I don't know.
Has he said that in a film or something?
Must be.
I don't think I can do it. I've got a croaky voice. It's that late and I'm tired. For myself. Ask me next time and I'll do it.
Yeah.
Or I'll try.
We've got Edward saying the Fast X reviews are currently sitting at a nice 59 with 75 reviews. So, yeah, very mixed for Fast 10. But people still see it. We've got Sam here saying, I'm going to head off now. Have a fantastic rest of the stream, guys. Been an awesome stream. As always, look forward to your stream on Friday, Scott. Take care, everyone. Take care, Sam. Thanks for joining.
See you later, Sam.
Everybody's saying night, Sam.
Is there many left?
I don't know. I think there's quite a few. Yeah. I'm skipping through loads of them to get to the questions.
I think I'm going to go. I can't keep my eyes open. That's all.
No worries, Nige.
I am absolutely exhausted. So I will probably speak to you during the week and I'll see you Friday. And it has been an absolute pleasure to meet you, Tracy. It's been lovely.
Oh, you too. I watch you every week and it's so nice to finally meet you.
Oh, thank you very much. Don't forget to send me that thing and a message you were going to send me.
Yes, I will. You're going to laugh so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Right, wonderful. Right, I'll see you all later.
Take care now.
Bye.
And you, see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
I think I'm going to stay on for another like 10 minutes and I'll probably have to call it as well.
No worries. That's fine.
You guys know how to party hard on this thing.
Well, actually, we have done 8 hours before.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Those are baby numbers compared to Mike. Did you see that? He did about 11 or 12 hours the other week.
Wow.
He did it all for charity. Each hour he had a different load of guests on, and he raised a load of money for like
that's
animal
so
charity.
nice.
So that was a good cause.
That's beautiful. Wow. That's amazing.
Right. We've got Trash Star saying, what's your favourite? Bill Paxton's birthday would have been today, but what's your favourite or underrated film of his? I'm going to say Near Dark. I like that one a lot. Mike?
I really like Tombstone, like the Western with Kurt Russell. It's got a great cast.
Nice. And Tracy?
I'm trying to think. I feel like I need like I love Bill Paxton. I'm just trying to remember of like anything that like sticks out that's like underrated. Oh, you know what? Oh, yes. This will be an underrated one. Because no one thinks of him when they think of this movie. Weird Science from the 80s.
Great
It's
film.
one of the like Brat Pack films, and he plays the older brother, and he's like horrible, but he's fantastic. So
there he is. We've got Dalboy saying, although I've had my accounts hacked, I'm picking up what pieces. What's everyone's favourite film that involves hackers? There were a few in the 90s and early 2000s. Sneakers, The Net, Hackers. I can't think of one, honestly, at the top of my head.
I can't think of one either.
No?
Yeah.
That's a very niche sort of type of film. I don't think we've had one for quite a while. Can you think of one, Tracy?
No, I mean, there's like hacking scenes in certain movies. I feel like that became more prevalent after the big like internet hacking craze. I just can't think of anything off the top of my head, though.
No worries. We've got Min Halju saying, are the Tim Burton and Joe Schumacher Batman. Schumacher Batman.
Yeah, you're good.
Schumacher. Yeah. Films connected in any way, as I haven't seen them in years, but was wondering if they are connected in the same universe. Are they canon respectively? Are they, Mike?
They are supposed to be connected, but
yeah.
I don't think you can. I think you could watch like the Schumacher ones without watching the Burton ones. I don't think it would. I don't think there would be too much of an issue if you were to watch them in a different order.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean those first 4 films, even if they recast Batman twice, it's still considered like the same Batman. Same.
Yeah, they're all in the same box set anyway over here in the UK.
Yeah.
Edmund Haldry saying, so far this is a great stream as always. Always look forward to these Wednesday night streams. Pete and yours stream, Scott. There's something special about them. Good fun and chemistry. Quality. Thanks, Minhalju. Really do appreciate it. As I said before, it's not me, it's a team effort. Traction Star says, what games are you currently playing, Pete, and will you review them? The only thing I'm playing at the moment is Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. 15, nearly 20 hours into it. It's absolute quality. Maybe review it, I don't know. So he says, have you seen the Stallone and his family are doing a Kardashian-style reality show? It starts in the next few days. I'm going to skip that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I want to watch In at Home with the Stallones. What about you, Tracy?
No, I don't care to watch that. I've noticed he's been choosing some projects recently that don't they kind of just seem like they are for a paycheck. So, who knows what is going on in his personal life or how he spent his money. But that kind of feels like on par with what's been going on with him recently.
Minhadri says, I miss the days when Nige would say, would you like that? Yeah. We've got favourite movie villain is Frank from Blue Velvet. Yeah, he's a creepy bugger, he is. Oh. Scorpion was menacing. Someone's saying Hans Gruber sires. We've got Alex here from Rock and Roll Hell. Evening Alex or morning Alex. Mondo John says, even though this comment might not get read out till 4 in the morning, whilst 1, so we're 3 hours early, John. Tracy, love A Clockwork Orange is quality. Awesome.
Oh, thank you. I do love that film.
Gary says, have you watched The Last Seduction yet? No, I haven't, unfortunately. That's the one that I picked up in the network sale for a very reasonable price. So yeah, I do want to check it out. Looks like another sort of neo-noir erotic thriller, so sign me up. We've got Elliot here from IMO Review saying, evening guys, or morning. What did you guys think of the Mission Impossible trailer? We did talk about this earlier, Elliot, and yeah, some of us have seen it, some of us haven't, but all looking forward to it nevertheless. Andy says, to this day, Jim Carrey is Ace Ventura. First one is genius. I'm crying laughter and every time. What's your thoughts on it? I like the films. Haven't seen them in a long time, but I'd like to pick them up eventually. What's your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, I love it. I think I might have been like 4 or 5 years old when I first saw that movie, and I think a lot of the jokes in it probably went right over my head at that age. But yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for it.
Right. And Tracy?
Yeah, that's part of I feel like the time capsule of that era of comedy. 1994, he had three blockbuster films that all came out the same year, which is absolutely mind-boggling. And it was that stylized version of comedy that he was known for. And then, moving forward, he did kind of mellow out and do more serious roles, which I'm a little bit more partial to his later stuff. But I was a kid, just like everyone else was, watching him in all those big movies, in summer movies he made, and laughing and loving it. So I understand for sure. Yeah.
We've got Max saying, have you remembered the film, Stuart Gordon film Dolls? I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
No. Haven't.
Do you care a lot about movie awards and ceremonies like Cannes? Not really. I ain't too fussed. What about you, Mike?
Same. Yeah, not really too bothered.
And you, Tracy?
I do, but I think it's I'm not familiar with how they vote at Cannes, so I'm very into the Oscars, and I understand how the voting works, and the Golden Globes and the BAFTAs. I know that Cannes is very interesting because that's kind of like where you premiere the film first, and it's not necessarily like everything that we're rating from what's come out, just like the other awards shows. So yeah, I find Cannes very interesting, and I know Scorsese's film just premiered there. Didn't Cannes just happen? I'm pretty positive.
I think it's currently happening now because I think they're doing Indiana Jones as well. So it's quite.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I would love to go one year. I think that area, the south of France, is absolutely gorgeous to look at. So I would absolutely love to see it. Yeah, I like awards. I think that they at the end of the day, they're celebrating films. So.
Mm-hmm. And we've got Dalboy saying we're like 3 hours behind and a bit. Wow. Wow. Lightgazer says, hello, Playtendoguy. Oh, like a wolf howl. I say that everywhere I go as a greeting. Evening, Lightgazer. John says, well said, Pete. We've got Gary says, I respect the Cannes Film Festival more than the Oscars as they have a balls to give movies like Titane a Palme d'Or. Ooh.
I can understand that. I mean, I think this was the first year when Everything Everywhere All at Once won Best Picture. I think was finally a recognition of a change, because the past 15 years have been kind of safe. Everything's been safe with the Best Pictures, and I was happy to see that won this year. Times are changing.
That's good to see. We've got Fred saying Lichen Lingberry Laroon in the chat. Okay. I have no idea what that is. We have Matt Chat saying an actor who primarily does comedies who I'd like to see in a horror is Eddie Murphy. Vampire in Brooklyn doesn't count. Oh, I love Vampire in Brooklyn. It's so bad it's good. But it's a fun time. We've got Nige's wife here saying, hello, you beautiful people. Are there any concert albums you'd love to see adapted into films or just a musical album in general? Me, I'm not very well versed in music, so I'm going to skip that comment. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably just have to say something like Genesis. They did an album called The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. And I think originally it was Peter Gabriel wanted to make it into a movie with William Friedkin, but then they just made it into an album instead. So yeah, I'll just say that.
Brilliant. And you, Tracy?
You guys probably don't know this band, but it's a band called Say Anything. And they have an album, it's a 2-disc, I think. It's called Is a Real Boy. And I think it is like perfect to be a film or a Broadway show. I would also want to take some songs from the album that came out right after that, just to kind of blend things together. But yeah, I love Say Anything so much. And I think it's begging to be visually shown.
Awesome. We got Sai here saying, what's your favourite Freddy Krueger kill? For me, I love the marionette kill in Dream Warriors. Oh, it's got to be that. Is it the cockroach kill in? Is it the 4th one? Oh,
Oh my God, yes.
That is horrific. That is. Oh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, for me, that's the one. Oh.
I find that scene really gross. Like
it is.
It's with her arms when. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bit that got me the most. I was like, yep, that's probably the most gruesomest one.
Yeah.
So what would yours be, Mike?
Even this one's quite gross as well, but the one in the 3rd one when like the guy's like tendons comes out and he's like using him as like a puppet.
Oh yeah.
That's that's quite cool. It's quite gross, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. And Tracy, I think she's gone back to check her pasta, I think she said. Got Mac Chat saying, I think Ziggy Stardust is overdue a film adaptation, but David Bowie didn't want to do one, and the family, the estate don't want it, I think. We've got Minhaji saying, my God, I really love these streams, especially yours, Pete and Scott stream. Can't stress enough. Amazing channels. Hey, thanks, mate. No need for all the praise. Everybody does wonderful on these streams. Sai says, my local Odeon is screening. They live on Tuesday night, so I'm going to watch it on the big screen for the first time. Your info treat. Oh, brilliant film. Gary says, Nigel's got the right idea, not watching the Furious films. Yeah. But Edward saying, what's your thoughts on Hogwarts Legacy for Switch now being released in November of this year and not July as originally planned? What it is because the Switch can't handle it, so they're delaying it. I think it could run pretty well because the PS4 version won pretty well. It could be delayed till next year because I think there's going to be a new Switch coming out that's going to be more powerful. Edward says, question for Pete, what do you think of Hogwarts Legacy coming to the Switch, and do you think it'll be the full game, and how do you think it'll perform? It'll be the full game. They say it's going to be the full game. It isn't going to be a cloud version. How it performs, that's going to be interesting to see. I would definitely pick it up again just to see how it performs. I think it's going to be an interesting case. We've got Minhaji saying, thank you guys for making me laugh so much. This is always what I need always, especially with the negativity. There's enough of that already. We need positivity. Thank you so much for your time and effort. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. If you only guys knew what you guys are doing, countless people here, you'd be surprised. We are grateful for you guys. I appreciate you, lovely people. Never take it for granted. Life is too short. Absolutely, Minhaji. Yeah, it's a wonderful group of wonderful people here, all supportive of each other, and it's like a family. It is. It does the head in a bit of good to cheer up once in a while, pal. These lads will appreciate that comment. Yeah, we do. Thank you ever so much, guys. We all do appreciate that. You guys make me feel so happy, and I love these streams, especially because I'm like engaging with you guys, with all the love being here, and you guys are my favorite people. I feel relatable. Love the company. I don't mean to be soppy, apologize, but I just want you guys to know that these streams have done so much and impacted me in such a positive way. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, mate. It's really nice to hear that, mate. I'm glad that it helps you and brings you joy. A way that I play a massive role in my life, and I can never thank you guys enough. But hey, I hope you understand my kind of people. Oh. The aim of these streams is if it can make one person happy, that's more than enough for me.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that people are enjoying it and having fun. It is what it needs at the end of the day. There's enough doom and gloom going on in the world. Nice to tune in for Saturday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, whoever does a stream, and just have a fun chat for a couple of hours, or in our case, nearly 6. Minhaji says, I feel so privileged. Thank you so much for having me. I feel so honoured. Hey, mate, everyone's welcome here. This is truly a good place to be and the place you want to be. Oh, thank you ever so much for saying that, mate. I do appreciate your support. Gary says, Body Double gets better every time you watch it. Okay. You selling me. St. John says, I got my name from A View to a Kill. Awesome. Got Tom180 saying, good evening. Good morning. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Five Nights at Freddy trailer? Yeah, we did talk about this earlier, mate. We haven't checked it out. I don't think we're too fussed about it, but I'll probably check it out later and see what I think. So ask us next week.
Yeah.
We've got Mikey here from Boogie Cat Productions saying, hey everyone, hope you're all well. Hey Mikey, thanks for joining. Edward says, why do some BBC shows on DVD have ITV studios where they're actually a BBC show where broadcasted on the BBC One? I gather ITV paid for it to come out on DVD, I assume, either through network or someone else. So he says, have you ever seen Kill Bill whole?
Maybe because you were saying you didn't see the first one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe the whole bloody affair. I have that as well, but it's not like licensed. It's like someone made, the 2 into 1.
Yeah, I've heard they've just spliced it together, haven't they? And just released it as one cut.
You guys can keep talking. I'm gonna find my thing because I think you'll enjoy it.
Oh, cool. Right. We have Minhaji saying, I generally think you guys are lovely people. Pete, you also have a lovely, kind smile. Keep smiling because that's the greatest accessory you can ever wear. Thanks, Minhaji, for the kind comments. You really don't have to say all this. Sai says the bloody affair is 4 hours, 2 minutes long. Yeah, I can imagine the films are like 2 bit hours each, aren't they?
Yeah.
Nice people, welcoming people. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's welcome. We've got Sai saying hashtag fat fingers. We've got Marvel fans saying, apparently in the Fawlty Towers reboot, it's set on the Caribbean, and John Cleese said it will kill off Basil's wife. And Basil has an affair with a guest. Apparently, he has a secret daughter. Well, that sounds like a disaster.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. I'm so sorry. I'll show you at some other point.
Hey, no worries, no worries. That's what Si meant was the whole affair at like 4 hours long. It was. But yeah, not fussed about this Fawlty Tower reboot. I don't think you are, Mike, are you?
No.
Have you ever seen Fawlty Towers, Tracy?
No.
David says, what's your favourite still books? We did talk about this at the start of the stream, David.
Yep.
Minhaja says, my bad, I mean warm welcoming. No worries. What's your favourite Carry On film? Carry On Screaming for me. Mike?
I've not seen a single one of them.
Tracy?
The film is Carry On, or I'm sorry.
Have you ever heard of the Carry On series? It's a load of British comedies from the 60s and 70s.
Oh, no, I have not. No.
No, it's all that sort of like cheeky postcard humor, very innuendo filled.
Okay.
Stuff.
I would probably be into it. Yeah, I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, no worries. We've got Minhaji saying, Andy, you two have a kind smile. My condolences are with you, Andy and Mike.
Thanks, Minhaji.
We've got Marvel fans says, mind you, the song at the end of Columbus is cringe, I can imagine. We've got Maxfield here saying, legit, Nerdy Film Girl is the best guest since Gandhi. I think we've got to check our previous listings. I can't remember Gandhi on there.
He's just being over the top, yeah.
Oh. Brilliant.
Sorry.
Yeah, she is a fantastic. No, you're a fantastic guest. He's absolutely right. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you, and would love to invite you back on the stream in the future.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Me too.
Haven't thought about that song in a while. Nerdy Film Girl Tracy, what's your favourite Disney movie? You did actually ask Tracy that before, mate.
Yeah, it's like the third time, I think.
I think it is, yeah. Marvel fans, I got my copy of Carry On Columbus just in time. The seller had no more in stock, but the other sellers were upwards of 13 quid. Ooh. TV show wasn't great. We've got Marvel fans saying, okay, so Carry On Behind, Carry On England are volume 3, disc 11, but what are Carry On and Carry On England censored edition director's cut are on volume 3, disc 16. A lot of Carry On. Dalboy says about the Planet of the Apes TV series was an expensive production, and the film around the same time did not perform well, so it got cancelled. The cartoon was to appease the kids and extend merchandise. Cartoon was included with the legacy set only in the USA, not in the UK. We've got Andy Lake stuff saying Cheat Code City owned by a country without a question. Cool. We've got Jared here saying hello there. Hey mate. Max says great show to the last of the High Kings. The creator trailer looks interesting, worth a watch. I'm going to check that out. Andy says that's awesome. Keep it going. We've got 11:15 for the masses. Sorry not to be vocal. All 33 accounts now. All passwords changed, so it's been hard to converse. Hey mate, don't worry about it. You sort out your different accounts. I hope it all sorted out, mate. I bought the complete DVD Planet of the Apes TV show for £1. Amazing TV show when I was growing up. Used to watch it on Sunday night on TV. Awesome. Dalboy says, good memories indeed. Most remembered when they were through the city and fell through the sidewalk to end up subway tunnel and realised they're on Earth. Yes, memorable one, if predictable. We've got Amanda Conda in the Alien Factory. Anaconda. Amanda Conda and Anaconda. There you go. What's your favourite still books? We did say at the start of the stream, David. We've got Pete, Mike, Andy, and Nige. Sometimes the juice is worth the squeeze. The Girl Next Door, great quote.
I love that movie so much.
Dalboy says, was Howard's Way that boat show? Oh, what, the one that Nige keep on about? Might be, I don't know. You'll have to message him on his channel and tell him. Can't be the Odin line, wrong era, and no cars, it's BBC. Don't know, it could be. Again, just pop it on Nige's channel. He might know. We're getting close now. 12:14. We've got Dalboy saying time to go. Sorry, but knackered security in my account. I highlighted Nigel and Pete and Scott this week in my blog, but we'll make sure the whole panel gets a shout this week. Great stuff, guys. Oh, thank you ever so much, Dalboy. You take care, and I hope all your stuff gets sorted out. We've got Dalboy saying Fatal Attraction. My mother saw that on release. She came back saying it was good, but gave her too many ideas on what to do with my dad. May he rest in peace, lol. Funny story. Danny says The Last Hunter was a really good film. That's the one by Treasured Films, I think, that Nige picked up recently. Did you pick that one up, and Mike?
No, I've seen it around, but no, I've not picked it up.
Have you seen that one, Tracy?
No, I have not.
We've got Andy saying, I saw Art grinning at me, and I was like, if I saw Art grinning at me, I'd literally batter the fuck out of him. Terrifier was losing it. Minhaji says, Ryan says, we're all fucking mad. It kills me. We've got Mac Chat saying, on the subject of New York, I worked on a film shot in Queens called The Crab. I doubt anyone heard of that one. Oh, cool. Never heard of it myself.
I'll look into it.
Mike, heard of The Crab?
No, not heard of it.
No. The only crab I've heard of is chroma crabs. Andy likes stuff, says Wallace and Gromit really caught English culture, or cute, should I say. We've got Gary saying Andy. Right, Andy says, has Pete or anyone caught the last 3 episodes of the Flash CW TV show? No,
I've never watched it.
No, I've heard it's quite good, but I have not watched it at all, actually.
Stallone film, I think that's... No, that isn't. That's Michael Rooker. Cliffhanger and First Guardians. Marvel fans said, did you know Charles Hawtrey would have been 109 years old? Who's he?
My thoughts exactly.
Does he mean Charlton Heston? Because of Planet of the Apes? I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I'll have to search him up later, Marvel fan. Marvel, Andy Blake Stuff says Marvel. Marvel? Why am I bringing up Marvel for? Batman and Robin is a different universe than Batman Forever. It's only the neon lights that connect them. Marvel fan says, sorry, it's my last comment on Charles Hawtrey. If it didn't make sense, it's supposed to say, did you know Charles Hawtrey would have been 109 years old? Haven't got a clue who he is.
Yeah, that's the problem. We don't know.
Maxwell says, say anything for the win. That's a good film. I have subscribed to Nerdy Film Girl.
Oh, thank you.
Sinjin says, great stream as always, everyone. Have a good night. You all take care. Good night. Good night, Sinjin. And good night, Marvel fan. Charles Halls from the Carry On. He's the skinny guy with the glasses from Carry On. Oh, thank you for the clarification, Si, and for Ian. Minhaldra says, anyway, I'm going to head off now. I think it's been an amazing stream, guys. Keep up the good work. Like I said, you look forward to the future streams always. See you guys later. Night, night. Night, mate. And the final comment of tonight is Ian saying Charles Hawtrey was a big part in the Carry On films. So we have got all the comments done. Wow. Just under 6 hours long. And we've still got 24 people watching. In here in the UK, it's 1:30. What time is it over where you are now?
It's 8:30.
Wow. And what time did you start? Was it 2:30?
2:30, yeah. So 2:30 to 8:30, yeah.
Wow. Well, it's been a lot of fun. So that is the
Yes.
final comment of tonight. So thank you ever so much for everybody who commented tonight. Sorry I didn't get to all the people chatting to each other. Thank you to everybody who stayed on, to the 24 people watching at home. Thank you to all the moderators and everybody in the chat. And as always, thanks to all the guests tonight. Andy from Forgotten World of Movies, Mike from Cinema X-Man, Scott from Scott the Movie Critic, Nige from Rock God 2004, and a special thanks to our special guest, Tracy from Nerdy Film Girl.
Thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, I had such a great time.
Yeah, definitely will be inviting you on again in the future. You've been a brilliant guest.
Oh, thank you.
And don't forget, everybody's links in the description down below, so go and give them a sub and support them all. They've all got magnificent channels. Tomorrow I'll be on Mike at Did You See That stream at 8 o'clock, so be sure to go over there and support Mike and give him some love. And also be on Scott's stream on Friday night. And then we'll be back on a Wednesday night next week where our special guest will be Terence McGuana. It's going to be a great time. So see you all there. Take care and night.
Bye.
Bye.